Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Republican Party of Florida, Evan Power.
Good morning. Welcome to the Sunshine State Showdown. We have a full lineup of great Florida leaders because Florida leads the way. We have become the conservative beacon of freedom for the rest of the country, and you're going to hear why today. You're going to hear from our current elected officials and those that want to be governor and on our cabinet moving forward. You know, we are laser focused as the Republican Party on the general election because we have to continue to send the message to the rest of the country that Florida is the answer. And if you're more like Florida, you'll have the same success as Florida has. And we're laser focused on that general election because people like Gwen Graham and David Jolly are running for governor from the Democrat side. You know, Gwen Graham, I know Gwen Graham because she was a member of Congress for 2 years from my district. Gwen Graham campaigns as a moderate, says she shares North Florida values. You don't share North Florida values if you go to work for Joe Biden's education administration. She was responsible for putting men in women's sports, men in women's restrooms, and if you were a parent who went to a school board meeting and complained, she labeled you a domestic terrorist and sent the FBI after you. Those aren't the values that we share in North Florida. Those aren't conservative values. Those are ultra-liberal values. David Jolly is also campaigning as a moderate for governor. But I don't think he has any core principles. He was a Democrat. He became an independent, or became a Republican, became an independent, and now he's a Democrat again. But make no mistake, he may say whatever he has to say to get elected or to get on MSNBC, but he will govern like a crazy liberal, just like Abigail Spanberger did in Virginia. She ran as a moderate. When she got elected, the first thing she did was take people's guns away. The second thing she did was eliminate the Electoral College. That's what David Jolly and Gwen Graham are. We also have a great United States Senator in Ashley Moody, who you'll hear from today. Ashley Moody her opponent is Alex Vindman. You may remember him when he betrayed this country and his president and lied in front of Congress to impeach President Trump. He's from Arizona, moved here about 6 months ago. We like to call him a political tourist. He came here to run for office. We're going to send him back to Arizona where he belongs because in Florida, we don't welcome people who betray our country or betray our president. So earlier this year, many of you have heard, is I made a decision that I was going to run for Congress. And it was, when I became chairman, I had a 3-month-old, and I decided I had to have a conversation with my wife about, I'm going to run for chairman, we have a 3-month-old, it's going to look a little different. We had a 2-year-old and a 7-month-old, and I had the same conversation. I think I need to run for Congress, this is why. But make no mistake, I know exactly why. When I wake up every morning and look at my 2 small children, I know I want them to grow up in the same country with the same values and opportunities that I had growing up. You know, Washington, D.C. is broken. I think they need a little Florida in Washington, D.C. Because if we took what we've accomplished here from election integrity to economic development and we put it into Washington, I think people would be a little less frustrated with the federal government. I believe in term limits. I believe in a balanced budget amendment. And I believe in making Washington work for you. That's why I'm running for Congress, because it's time to change things. That's why I'm blessed to have been endorsed by over half the Republican delegation and our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer. Because here at the Republican Party, we have not shied away from the fights of our time. If you look at what we've accomplished in a few short years, you know, Florida used to be a purple state. It was a blue state. We couldn't count ballots for a little bit, became a purple state. Now we're a red state. When you look at it, we were only 60,000 votes from having Andrew Gillum as our governor. We'd probably still be wearing masks. We probably still wouldn't be able to gather, you know, all kinds of craziness. Then you move forward, and the Republican Party of Florida stood in the breach when out-of-state dark money interests tried to amend our Constitution, tried to allow abortion on demand up until the point of birth. We spent millions and millions of dollars fighting that amendment, and we were successful to send the message loud and clear to the rest of the country. Your out-of-state dark money isn't welcome in Florida. Our Constitution is sacred, and we will fight to protect it. Then you look at what we did in the election. Donald Trump won the state by 13 points. That's the most since 1988. We sent a message loud and clear that the Democrats said Florida's in play. I kept saying I don't think it's in play. But 13 points sends a strong message that Florida is not in play. So we've had those victories, but what's important now is we must defend the victories, because the Democrats want nothing less than to get a foothold in Florida again. And so I feel like it's a bad rerun. The TV stations, you go on and they go, is Florida in play? I dealt with this 2 years ago. No, Florida's not in play. But make no mistake, it's the hard work that we do as a Republican Party that we must continue to deliver, day in and day out, walking doors, making phone calls, registering voters. And we do a pretty good job of registering voters. We now have a 1.5 million voter advantage. But we can't stop there. We must continue to drive victories here in Florida so that the rest of the country can look at our victories and go, I want to be like that. Because make no mistake, the rest of the country does look. The rest of the world looks. This is what freedom looks like. We celebrate it here in the free state of Florida. So I hope you have a great time today. We're going to have a great lineup of speakers, and you're going to hear about the future of our state. But make no mistake, day in and day out, Florida leads the way, and we will continue to lead the way. But it's thanks to the grassroots army that's out here in front of us and those that are in our counties making phone calls, knocking doors, and doing all the things we need to win. So thank you for all that you do for the Republican Party, and let's have a great day.
Please welcome to the stage our moderator, former RPOF Executive Director Helen Foray, for the legislative panel.
Good morning, everyone. So excited to be here with you today and excited for our wonderful panel. Please join me in welcoming Senator Aaron Grahl, Representative Dean Black, and Representative Meg Weinberger. All right, well, there's a lot to be really excited about this morning. Florida's leading the nation when it comes to freedom and opportunity. But we also face challenges, which comes with great success that we've experienced in the last few years. So when we think of opportunity, we have to look at something that's so very much on everyone's minds, and that's the issue of an amendment on the ballot for November that has to do with increasing homestead property tax exemption to be able to alleviate the tax burden that people face with properties today. And affordability is a real key issue. Representative Black, you were very involved in this process. Walk us through this. It's a great opportunity. People are excited, but it also brings challenge. So let's bring on the debate.
Okay. Thank you, Helen. Can you hear me okay? All right. Good morning. You know, our chairman just talked about, he just said regarding Florida, this is what freedom looks like. And it's also what prosperity looks like. And the work that we've been doing is designed to help foster that prosperity. But we know that it's something that we have to always be working on. And we spent a lot of time working on that. I was the vice chair of the Select Committee for ad valorem taxes. And we will soon be voting on whether to increase the homestead exemption. Now, let me tell you why that's important. Two key issues are affordability, but also growth. And those two things are sort of in conflict with each other. And the single biggest part of affordability is the cost of your home. And we recognize that we don't want people to have to just rent from the government forever. And so we wanted to put that out there and give people a choice where we would be able to hopefully reduce some of the cost of home ownership, because let's face it, when you get older, you may retire. You don't make as much money as you used to. Maybe you have health problems. And so we want to give the people a choice as to whether or not they roll that back in, because we're also hearing that it's simply unaffordable for our children and our grandchildren to stay here. We've got people moving here who can afford to be here. But what about those of us who live here? We have to make sure that they can afford a home, and you can advocate for responsible growth on traditional family values. We want to make sure that our children and grandchildren can stay here. And so that's some of the work that we've been doing. And look, people are going to continue to come here. You know, we can't build a wall on the border with Georgia and make Georgia pay for it. But what we can do is we can manage growth so that it is affordable to be here, and we don't destroy in the process of that the beauty that is Florida. We have a lot of programs where we're preserving green space through the Florida Forever Project, for example, the Rural and Family Lands Program. So we're making sure that we preserve the quality of life. We have liberty, but we also have prosperity to show the whole rest of the nation. And as we get ready to vote in the midterms, we need to be really good at telling that story.
So does this also include building? I mean, providing opportunities for new construction, for new infrastructure that needs to go into that?
It doesn't directly, Helen, but it does decrease the 10% cap to 5% on non-homesteaded properties, which is a big deal for businesses, for rental properties, for any other type of property in the state of Florida that is seeing in some places that 10% increase every year when a local government can do it. So it brings relief in that space, which we believe then will expand really the individuals in which this affects.
And that's such an important point. Personal experience here. My husband and I, we bought our first home in 1986 in Miami Shores in Miami-Dade County, and home was $104,000. When you look at homestead exemption, that's $50,000. That was a sizable portion of what the cost of that home was. Today, $50,000 homestead deduction in a county like Miami-Dade County, it's almost crumbs on the table. Homestead exemption was really designed to be a significant portion of the value of the property, not what it is today, right?
That's correct. And I think that what we're seeing is, we've seen these increased property values across the state, and spending has increased with that, not necessarily proportional to the number of people coming into the area, but just on the backs of the increased property values in the community. And we have a spending issue all across government, but I think it's a real opportunity for us to say, where has there been an expansion to non-essential services, and should our government be using our tax dollars on some of the things that they have started to? And so I think it's a really important opportunity, and it's important to give it to the voters.
I agree with obviously both of you. We can't forget about the fact that, the American dream, the end of the dream would be to live in your house and not have to move out of your house that you've worked for your whole life. We can't ignore the fact that we do have to support our police, our first responders, but just like we all have to budget, there's many areas, and sometimes it seems small and insignificant, but it builds up and it adds up, and that's where we really need to focus on.
And schools are exempt from this. So anything that affects this, if it should be approved by 60% of voters, it would not touch the monies that goes towards education, public education. Correct?
That's right.
What about the issue for rural counties? Dean Black, I know this is an issue that you deal with agriculture, for example, and so on. Senate President Albritton approved this, so he comes from rural county background. What is the plan for rural counties?
Well, I have some rural areas of my district too. And, when we're talking about the average home cost right now, it's important to remember the average home cost throughout the state is $458,000. So homes above that would still be paying taxes. And as for what we would do to ameliorate the impact on rural counties, well, remember, when we pass an amendment of this type, typically the legislature would come back into session, maybe regular or maybe a special session, and then we would pass implementing legislation. And then we would have those conversations, and we would have had a chance to do the math on that. And look, the truth is, if it passes, your communities are going to do things like the senator talked about. They're going to have an honest heart-to-heart look at their budget and ask themselves, okay, what do we really have to be doing here? What is essential and what is not? And having gone through that discussion, then we have an understanding of just how big is the hill that we need to climb, and then we'll figure out how to address that at that time in the fullness of time and in light of well-developed information.
I think that's such a good point to make, that this is the first initial step. It's indicating where people want to go, but the American dream is very much alive and kicking, but we have to work at it. We have to preserve it all the time. And when we think of American dream, we also have to think of the essential core of the American dream is support for families. We talk about families, we have to talk about parental rights. Florida's been a huge leader when it comes to parental rights. Senator Grohl, you've been so involved in issues revolving parental rights, education. So much has been accomplished. We go back to parental rights. It goes back to actually Jeb Bush when he was governor way back when he first started with the voucher programs, and it seemed so controversial back then. Look at charter schools today. Look at the dollars following the child today. What a metamorphosis. And I think to the great benefit of parental rights and children growing.
Well, it has been a priority for me, and I don't know if it was starting the legislature with small children, but I do know I can contribute it directly to constituents who came to me and explained, what was really happening with different systems and the way they interact with our children. And it took us 3 years to get the Parents' Bill of Rights passed in the state of Florida, which is kind of crazy. How far we've come on so many big issues around families and what we think is important. But that's not the end of the work, right? Because if you can't defend that right, if you can't exercise that right, if people can still take from you something, then we haven't given all the tools that families need in order to protect their children. And so I think that's where we need to continue work. I've seen, the House has done some really great things in the last couple years on a bill that I've had that, has had a little more of a struggle on the Senate side, but we'll be back. And it's really about, the way healthcare systems interact with our kids. At 12 years old, a child can be given an iPad, asked to take an evaluation. Do you feel safe at home? Have you thought about killing yourself? By the way, this is all confidential and kept from the parent. And, at what point do we say, if these things are happening, that the parent has an absolute obligation to be involved?
Wait a minute, is this happening in individual school systems?
This is happening in healthcare offices. So
how do you define healthcare offices?
A doctor's office for your well child visit. So my daughter was given a survey and, asked if she, what was her preference? Was her preference for boys, girls? Was she attracted to neither, both? And I couldn't believe my eyes.
And your daughter's how old?
Well, this was when she was 12. And we knew it was coming, so we waited and we got the survey. And she doesn't take a survey without us approving it. But the thing is that our children across the state, across the country, are being used as commodities for different corporations. They're being surveyed on everything, only to help sell something, only to help influence what they do in the future, only to divide from the parent and the family unit. And we have to stand up and keep bringing attention to these things, but giving parents real rights in order to hold these systems accountable. And I think that it's just critical, because what we've done is we put this divide up. We say you can have confidential relationships with adults, and it just diminishes the overall family structure, and it it makes children wonder, can I really trust my parents? We shouldn't be doing anything in our systems that make children question whether or not they can trust their parents, only to account for some bad situations. You know, it just presumes every parent is bad, as opposed to presuming that every parent is good and we have a plan to deal with those that are bad. And so I think that we must continue on this path.
You know, and the real interesting thing, Representative Weinberger, is that when you look at, COVID and how COVID was challenging parental rights at that time, when we look at everything that we've made in educational advancements dealing with these issues, we thought we had dealt with this appropriately. We thought woke was dead in Florida, but it's very much embedded in much of what is done if it's in healthcare.
I think the most important part is making sure that our kids don't think that that's normal. You only know what you're exposed to. And the fact that our kids went through that, I mean, I have a 19 and 22-year-old, so they were both in the heart of COVID. And my younger one said some concerning statements, the school that she went to, and it definitely raised a flag. I was not involved in politics, so I really had just thought, no, that's not the way God made you. And I'm faith-based, so we spoke on that. And we had to talk about it a lot. I'm a foster mom, been a mentor for many years. Those kids only know what they're exposed to. It is our job to work that much harder to make sure that our kids, and even the kids that are not our kids, know that that is not the norm, that it's not okay to indoctrinate them with those types of subjects and thoughts.
And that's what it is, really, because it's subliminal messaging that parents shouldn't know certain things about what's going on in your life because, you know what, they may not approve. And if they don't approve, they're going to get involved. And it just undermines the family.
You know, we have talked for years on end about how important it is to take our country back. And that's not enough unless we also take our kids back. And there's a big fight going on right now. There is a big fight brewing, and I'm afraid we're not paying enough attention to it. So let's bring this to the surface, because over the preceding years, we have dedicated enormous effort, enormous work, tons of money to fighting to control our school boards. And we have elected good conservative Republicans to school boards throughout this state. We have flipped a lot of school boards. In my district, in Duval County, in Jacksonville, we began with a 6-to-1 liberal to conservative majority, and now we have 5-2 conservative in Duval County. That was a years-long effort, and we did things like that. We did things like that all over the state of Florida. So many people here in this room and that will be here this weekend worked so hard, relentlessly, and I want to make sure that we don't take our eye off the ball, because the teachers' unions are out there organizing right now. They are fielding candidates, and they are trying to take back the seats that we took. And we have to defend our children. We need to defend the ground that we once took, because they're coming back. And back in those days, we had key leaders. The governor was leading the charge. Speaker Renner was leading the charge. Other people were leading the charge. And we have people now that once were in that fight, and they're paying attention to other things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we need to pay attention to this before we wake up on election day and find, okay, we did great in a lot of the other races we were paying attention to, but we forgot our kids. We can't forget our kids.
And so easy, because we're so busy. I mean, it's so hard. But with these grassroots leaders here, these grassroots activists, these great leaders that we have listening here, understand, but complacency is so easy to steep into it, because you think, well, we won, we did it, as if it's fait accompli, it's accomplished, but it's not.
It's not. It's because the vigilance must remain, because what has been taken, what we've taken back, is so valuable. They are trying to come back and get it again. I mean, that's the thing. It's the devil's always at the door. The devil's at the door waiting for an opening, and all it takes is just a relaxation, a thought that we have done this, we have protected children forever into the future, and we never need to worry about it again because we passed one bill, we had one press conference, we drew attention to an issue. And the thing is they don't go away. They don't go away, and that's what the other side hopes, is that we will say, okay, check that off the list. We can move on to the next thing because we've talked about it too much. It needs to become part of our culture, part of the culture in which becomes what we fight for on a regular basis.
So I think Representative Weinberger said something that was also very important, was that you really have to be talking to your kids, and you have to make sure that your kids understand that this isn't normal. We focused on education, but you cited healthcare. So how do you deal with that? Is that just on a state level, or is it a federal? Is it municipal?
There are federal forms that are used. And there's a ton of the forms. I mean, there's so many different versions of the survey, but we do surveys in school. We do surveys every time that a child interacts with a healthcare provider. According to some, especially when it comes to mental health, one of the first questions they ask is, have you thought about killing yourself? And it's shocking to me because having small children and now teenagers, I know what the power of suggestion does. I had somebody laugh at me, a provider laugh at me and say, that's not a thing, the power of suggestion. I go, are you kidding me? If a child is coming in every week for therapy sessions and you ask them every time if they've thought about killing themselves, and they say no, until they start to think, well, should I? Should I have thought about it? Is it an option? And so it is a system-wide, nationwide issue, but it is something that we can change and do differently in Florida, and we can take the lead on in Florida because the healthcare complex, industrial complex, wants our children to be separated from us on all of the most important issues, whether it's birth control, whether it's suicide, mental health, any type of substance abuse problem. All of those things can be kept from you after the age of that child turns 12. And a number of healthcare providers say, nope, mom, dad, you can't see their records. You have to get permission from your child who's not at age to consent.
That's crazy.
In order to see their healthcare records. These are things that we need to fix in Florida, and you do need to talk to kids, and it's hard, but to the extent that as a party, we can figure out how to empower parents to have those hard conversations. I could tell you my kids were like, oh, Mom, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about any of this. What are you doing? 2.5 hours later, after question, answered to what they wanted to know, I felt better about what I am able to do as a parent. And I think parents need to realize it's uncomfortable conversations, but do you want a stranger having that conversation with your kids? I mean, that's the alternative.
100% agree. These are not conversations you want a stranger to have. It shocks me that you have to sign a permission slip for your child to go on a field trip, but not for their medical records.
Or to get a Tylenol.
Or to get a Tylenol.
You have to have permission.
To get a Tums, to get a Pepto-Bismol, you have to have written permission from your parents. Where's the common sense? This is completely, it makes no sense at all.
Well, it's not just where's the common sense, which is a good question to ask, but it's designed to go against common sense. Because I think parental rights is part of common sense. They're your children, you're responsible. If you were to neglect the health and well-being of a 12 or 13-year-old child, you could be liable, criminally liable for that. But yet, they could be abused by a system, the bureaucracy of government. And this is what's wrong when you look at what's wrong and what's undermining. It's very much within a corporate governance system, which we have been, on the conservative side, battling for the last 8 years, Dean.
I can't believe some of the things that we're talking about, and we've been talking about for a while. I can't believe we're still talking about them. From a regulatory point of view, some of these professions, they're governed by their own members, and they have bodies which do so, whether we're talking about social workers or certain ones in the healthcare industry. And frankly, some of those governing bodies are woke, and they're national. And we don't have jurisdiction over them, but we should have a conversation about whether or not we could create a comparable governing body here in Florida, subject to our laws, subject to parents who haven't lost their minds. And sometimes in the legislature, the power of having a supermajority in the House and in the Senate, it's not just in what we do. Sometimes it's in what we don't let happen. There are countless bills that the left have proffered, even in this past session, to reverse a lot of the progress that we've made. Of course, we look at those bills and we go, no thank you, and we throw them in the trash because we can and we will and we should, but they really want to come back. They want to come back and do these things.
Can you give a few examples? Can you give an example?
Sure. They passed a bill. We passed a bill a few years back. I remember I was on the floor of the House helping to lead the fight to ban transgender surgery on little children. And there was an example brought up. An 8-year-old boy was an example. And they were fighting us for the right. And look, I'll just be blunt. They were fighting for the right to castrate little boys in the name of health care. And we said then, that's not health care. No. That is an abomination. That is evil. And it's very simple. When confronted with evil, you fight evil. And we still have to fight it every single day. But parents have common sense. The American people, they have common sense too. They really haven't lost their mind. It's this noisy faction, and we keep going to the American people and saying, look, that's crazy. We're common sense. We're going to look out for you. And we keep doing that. And as long as they're going to double down on crazy, we're going to hang that around their neck, and we're going to vote on that over and over and over until the Democrats finally get it or until there is no Democrat party. Their choice.
And when you look at the Democrat Party, you see what's happening, and you have some examples in Florida, but you also have this radicalism that's really invaded the party. And you have Democrat leaders like, Rahm Emanuel, who's talking, and there's nothing conservative about Rahm Emanuel, but when someone like he is concerned over the direction of the Democrat Party, it really gives you pause. And so you look at these upcoming elections, what do you see from that side?
When Rahm Emanuel is seen as your moderate, you have issues. You have issues. And going back to your prior question, Helen, there were other bills. We passed a heartbeat bill. They proffered a bill to repeal that. Every good common sense thing that we have done in the preceding half a decade, they want to undo that. They haven't given up. That's still there. That's within. That heart of crazy beats in the chest of Rahm Emanuel and in all of the Democrat leadership. And so what does it mean for us? Well, look, we have done a great job in voter registration, and we outnumber the Democrats by about 1.5 million votes.
1.5 million.
And that's fantastic, and yet it's still too
Thanks
close.
to our grassroots people out there.
That's right, that's right.
Thank you guys, that's all you.
You did that. And but in round numbers, we've still got roughly a third of the electorate is Democrat and Republican and NPA. And we need to talk about NPAs, because we need to reach out to them. They are concerned. They're not driven by the partisan issues like we are as much. But they do have common sense. Now, they do think the things we're talking about kids, they do think that's crazy. They also are driven by economic issues and affordability.
I think economic issues is a big part of what drives the NPA vote. And the last that I've seen, of the polling that I've seen, 41% of those who are registered Republican, 30% are registered Democrat, but 29%, a very sizable number, is registered independent, NPA. And to your point, economics is a big part of that. Affordability is a big part of that. The American dream is very much a part of that. And if we don't deal with something regarding how to preserve the American dream, Representative Weinberger, we're going to lose that vote. But it's not just about an election. It's about what our country is all about, providing opportunities for all.
but also educating. And I also think a lot of those NPAs are the younger generation, and they are hanging out on TikTok. As much as none of us, the older generation we don't really want to, spend much time there. It's very important for us to have a presence there, because that is exactly where you ask your interns, where do they get their news from? It's usually TikTok. So it's very important for us. We have to adapt a little bit
That's a really
to make sure we're
important
educating.
messaging issue that has to be done. And so sometimes people say, oh, Republicans aren't good at messaging. To the contrary, I think the message we have is strong, it's appropriate, but you have to go to the right places to meet where your voters are. For the young, TikTok is a big part of that. And one of the issues they're also interested in is something that's very close to your heart, which has to do with the issue of animal welfare, humaneness. Where are we with that? I think there's a lot of awareness. I know that there's been a lot of, I think there was an issue, and I think Governor DeSantis was involved in it, about during a storm, there was a dog that was tied to a fence, and I think it went viral on social media. But this is something that's very close to your heart.
And we've done we have been able to pass some great legislation, creating criminal, once convicted of animal cruelty, but I think it's more important to go all the way back to education, because you only know what you're exposed to. So many of these people, and it's like you and I might think, who would ever leave anything tied up to the side of a road,
When
the turnpike?
it's flooding.
But unfortunately, it is educating, and my kids laugh at me, but I say we need to indoctrinate people with that humane animal education, and also how animals make you feel. They're always forgiving, that empathy, and that unconditional love that they give us. Look at all the prisoners that, now they're training dogs, and it's opened up this, part of them that they never have felt before. So imagine if we could start to expose that when they're in preschool, and instead of so many people not having that empathy or not having that compassion. It's honestly how I would involve the foster kids, is bringing them to the animal shelter, because many of those kids have never had those relationships. And now this is 28 years later, and so many of these kids will tell me stories, and they never had touched a dog, and how animals have changed their life. So I think it's important.
That's a good point. And you talk again, and it's the second time you mention, that you have fostered children. Such an important thing to do, so giving of you, yet it's also very challenging.
I have foster siblings as well, and adopted siblings, and actually one of my sisters was also Down syndrome, so I've kind of always been in the space. My parents also rescued animals, so I say it's a mutant gene, but it is. I love our kids. I love to expose them to the animals, and what it's done for the healing it's provided me in my life, and what I've seen others. So
You've got a big head and a big heart, and that's so exciting, and thank you for what you're doing. Absolutely. So if we're going to look at things, and we're talking about education, it's cultural education. It's not just, educating at home, it's educating in schools, children, but also adults, keeping these conversations going, Senator Grahl.
It is, and I think that it really, with our grassroots too, it's looking for facts, looking for good information. We win when we show up with the facts, and when we figure out how to present the facts in a way that means something to that audience, like Meg was talking about. So it's how do we communicate with each and every audience, but with facts, because your credibility is something, and it's why I don't usually do things like this, because I just, like, the panel, all of it, I don't have my binders. Anyone who's seen me in the Florida legislature, I usually have binders of information in front of me, because I feel like every answer I possibly need is in front of it, is in it. But my credibility is everything. And as soon as you lose that, as soon as somebody, goes and says, well, I heard from Aaron Grahl such and such, and I'm wrong, then the next time I give information, it's tainted. And we need to remember that when we are forwarding emails, when you're forwarding Facebook posts, like, you have to do your own fact check. And Grok is not a fact check. I mean, it is. I look at it too, but you need to be confident in the information you are sharing, especially when you're sharing it with large audiences, because they're going to rely on that, and you want them to be armed with the information they need when they are presented with lies about whatever it is the other side is saying. And so that's my biggest message on education, is it's up to each one of us. We have an individual responsibility to do that if we want to keep winning, if we want to hold on to the seats that we've won, if we want to pick up more. And it's a lot of work. I'm not going to tell you it's not a lot of work, but every day worth it. And when people can count on your credibility, they will come to you for answers, and that's a lot of power.
Well, Benjamin Franklin said, it's a republic if you can keep it. And so it does require a lot of work, but it's satisfying work too. Representative Black, final thoughts. So if we want to win, and it looks like we've got a great panel that's going to lead us to victory, property tax reform is going to be fundamental. It's going to be a big conversation, and the left is going to say you're decimating local governments in the process. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, and we are going to, as I had intimated earlier, we would come back and we would have implementing legislation. And you know, your discussion on making sure that you come with facts, Senator, that matters so much. And particularly when we're talking to NPAs. Now remember, they're looking at affordability, they're looking at kitchen table issues, and they don't think partisanship matters. They don't think the party matters all that much. And here's why it does. Take two states roughly the same size. New York, about 20 million people. We have 23 million, but I'm using Democrat math here, okay? So we have 3 million more people than they do, and yet our state budget is less than half of what theirs is. And we manage to provide state services in a quality way. We keep your taxes low, and we keep your ability to afford to live here high, and at the same time we're protecting our environment, and we're looking after education, and we're focusing on our kids, and we're not letting the crazies take charge of them. That is the story. You can afford to live here. Florida, we're making America Florida.
That is the point for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this great panel. Senator Aaron Grahl, Representative Dean Black, and Representative Meg Weinberger. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome United States Senator Ashley Moody.
Hi, Meg. Good to see you. Sorry about that.
Hey, here you go.
How are you?
Good.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
On this side.
Yes.
All right. Good to see you.
You are going.
Hello. So excited to be with you. All right, let's get this party started.
This is absolutely terrific. Thank you so much for being with us here this morning. You know, I don't think you need an introduction for this great crowd of grassroots leaders from the Republican Party
Many
of
are my
Florida.
friends and are the reason I'm here today. So
Florida
thank you.
GOP. But we were just talking about there are so many new arrivals to our state, great, you know, thanks to the great success of our great legislature, of our great governor, and, you know, this bright future that's ahead of us. Ashley Moody. So you've been Attorney General, you've been Senator now. Law enforcement, rule of law is really important to you, but it goes beyond just being Attorney General. It's a part of who you are and who your family is.
Yes, well, you know, law enforcement is not just important to me, it's important to this country, because if you have a government structure like ours that our founding fathers put in place 250 years ago, that sole purpose is to set up a free people to govern ourselves, and the structure in which we're going to do that to protect our God-given rights, first and foremost. You have to have, when people come together and decide on the people's laws, you have to have men and women of integrity that are brave enough and courageous enough to sign up and enforce or effectuate the people's laws. Without it, this entire thing falls apart, the whole system that we have in place. And yes, it's important to me, but more importantly, it is important to the strength of this nation, certainly to the state of Florida. When I was Attorney General, I said repeatedly Florida was going to be the most pro law enforcement state in the nation. I started a Be a Florida Hero program when all of the other states in the country were defunding or demoralizing their police. I said, come on over, we got your backs. You won't be embarrassed to park your police car in front of your house. You'll be lifted up and supported and prayed for because you are the people that make this work and protect our families so that we can prosper. And they came in droves, thousands. We told them we'd help them with housing. We'll give you signing bonuses. We'll make sure we're getting your equivalency training in place. And so I am so proud to tell you there are folks now here from all around this nation that dedicated their professional lives to serving you, to protecting you, to waking up every morning, putting on a badge and a bulletproof vest. And they were brave enough to do that on our behalf. They now live in Florida and call themselves Floridians. And I will also say, I would have done that anyway. I mean, I was a federal prosecutor and a judge, and certainly I loved being called top cop, but I said that very humbly because I know what it means to sign up for those jobs. And just personally, if I might, I don't even know if he's out there, my husband Justin, who so rarely we're together at these events, but my husband Justin, who's a career law enforcement officer, is with me today. It's our day date. Justin, where are you? Are you in the room? Stand up if you are. I don't know. He's here somewhere.
That's a funny way to have a day date, I'll tell you.
You do what you have to do.
Sharing it with a big group
you
of
do what
people.
you have to do.
But
you
all
know.
friends.
One of the biggest challenges going from being the Attorney General to now a United States Senator is, I don't know if you've noticed, but we get trapped in the swamp a lot up in DC. I'm back here as much as I can be, but one of the challenges now logistically is to do that job and do it well. I just got put on my 4th major committee. I'm now on the Armed Services Committee, which is such an amazing thing. The oldest boy in our family is in the military, active duty, and it's a really amazing thing to understand the gravity, the seriousness of overseeing our armed forces with everything going on. And so logistically, it has been a challenge, but I have the best family, and my husband has been incredible from the entire time since I became your Attorney General and fought for Florida and fought for this state, fought for our rights during a really crazy period, which set us on this really just path of success. It's on fire. Florida has been so successful. We're now the envy of the nation, really the world, I would say. And I've been so proud to be a part of it, but I could not have been a part of it. I could not have fought for you unless I had that cop standing by my side. So I'm glad he's here with me, and I hope you'll get to meet him while I'm here.
Oh, absolutely. So, when you talk about, we look at what's happening nationwide, there are so many states that are anti-ICE, anti-law enforcement. You look at, the Democrat Socialist Party that is gaining traction in some states, and it's really worrisome as a growing trend. And you have a child, a grown adult, obviously, who's in the military, but a child forever, as moms, always a child. And you look at this, it doesn't resemble the America we grew up in.
No, and you said states that are blue. I would tell you, states are the people that make them up. You are the bosses of anybody in leadership, whether that is your state leadership or your national leadership. I consider today I'm here, I'm talking to you, I'm reporting back to my bosses, right? Same when I was Attorney General. And states are the people that make them up. They are the leaders that the folks have put in place to set the course. And I will tell you, when I was Attorney General, I knew first and foremost, I had a very serious job. And that was not just to work with law enforcement and prosecutors and protect our communities. It was to protect the rights of our individual citizens, and it was to protect the autonomy of the state, the right of the state of Florida to govern ourselves, to push back Washington out of ourselves, because the other party, the Democratic Party, wants the nation to look like California and New York. They want the nation to look like that. So think one of the most dangerous, challenging times we have had is over when COVID came about, and you had a nation that pretty much went mad. And it wasn't just blue states. You had states and leaders with the support of Washington, not just the support I have uncovered with grand jury investigations and so many other things, the cooperation and incentives, the almost mandates. People were shut up in their homes, their schools were closed down, businesses were shut down, entire industries were shut down.
Government was determining
synagogues,
who
churches,
was essential. An essential business. That was determined by
government. And this is the biggest thing that should scare every American right now with the folks we saw get elected in New York this week. What they are proposing, I called them this week, and it is true, I cannot say it any better. They are anarchist psychos that want to destroy this country. That is the most simple way you can put it. And this is how you know. Every single structure or organization of men and women that have been set up to protect us, whether that is our military, whether that is our law enforcement, whether that is our men and women on our borders, whether that is folks that have been placed in our prisons to deal with folks that have harmed people in our communities. Think of every structure like that that was meant and built to protect you and to protect our rights and to protect the people governing ourselves, including enforcing the people's laws. They are against. They are creating narratives for the next generation to hate those structures and those organizations. They are teaching our children through their education and curriculum in certain educational institutions, many of those educational institutions supported by foreign adversaries. So you name it, military, law enforcement, anything that has been set up that I would argue, especially those men and women that have fought and died in service and to protect the freedoms of this nation for the last 250 years, I would argue that they have set this country up so that we could protect individual rights, so that we could work hard, innovate, prosper in the private world where government doesn't say who wins and loses, where government doesn't provide everything for you. That is what has made this country great. And they are against all of that. And while I understand that the formal way in which our elections are set up, where you have Democrats against Republicans, and you have these two main parties, if we are honest, these crazy people that do not believe in what this country is and what it was meant to be and what it is meant to protect, and that's you and me and our rights, our God-given rights.
That's right.
They are against that. And they are doing everything they can to take over the Democratic Party. And in fact, they have. Half of the House of Representatives is now part of this caucus. Half. And if you listen to who is trying to claim themselves to be the head of the Democratic Party these days, and I don't know who that is. Do y'all know who that is? I don't know who that is. Hakeem, Barack, Kamala, Ilhan, Zohran, I don't know. One of them is the leader of the I don't know who it is. But none of them will speak out to what those crazy anarchists are saying. None of them will speak out against it. And that should tell you all you need to know. And so my son, when I got elected, or when I went to the Senate, we really had to sit down as a family and talk about, would this work for us? Because as I've told my husband and my family, first and foremost, I am a wife. I was like, first and foremost, I am a mom. Yeah. And my husband says, and a wife. I'm like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is true.
Yes.
Yes.
I am. And I love my husband, and if he said this is not working, we would not be able to do this.
Yeah.
But we had this very serious discussion, and I said, I want to do this. I am fired up right now. And he says, we are going to make this work. It is so important. We will make it work. And one of the things that gets me going every single day is the statement that my son, and he was imagining what it would look like when we were having this discussion. He was like, Mom, you have to do this job. Of course you're going to do this job. If Governor DeSantis point you have to say, yes, Mom. I'm like, it'll be a lot. It's going to be hard. You know, we'll have to be in this together. And he's like, but Mom, it's the easiest job in the world. It's the easiest job. You just walk in there and you vote Republican.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if that's, you know. But I have to say, in all seriousness, with all candor, right now, this is not, it's not as Republican versus Democrat, and that's what it's going to look like on the ballot. And so I want everybody in this room to remember this when I tell you, over 90% of Republicans would tell you that they are proud of and love this country. And the most recent poll that said just over 20% of Democrats could say the same thing. 2 decades ago, it was 90% of Democrats. So, in all honesty, if we looked at this as a nation, what's on the ballot in November is more than just Republican versus Democrat. It is, are you a patriot?
Right.
Or are you not? And the Republican Party is the party of patriotism. It is the party that loves this country. It is the party that understands why we were founded, and that was to protect our individual rights. It is the party that understands that government cannot control your lives. And when they make the promise that they're going to deliver for you and they're going to make things better for you because they're going to take over everything, they just need to come down here to Florida and talk to some of the folks that have fled Cuba and Venezuela and Colombia and all of the places that failed miserably, where the people are oppressed and tortured and imprisoned.
And they've also fled New York City. They've also fled Chicago. They've also fled California.
Yes.
And they're here.
Yes, and when I tell you, as hard as it is, I love fighting not just for Floridians, because trust me, I loved doing that. During the years when I was fighting in court, and I used to joke with the governor, we would go out and talk about what we were doing differently from all of these other states, and he would say, we're going to fight that, and I'm like, I am the one that has to now go to court and fight that. But when the cruise industry was shut down for 1.5 years, and it affected our longshoremen and our florists and our caterers, all the jobs in Florida fought in court, and we opened that up. When they tried to mask your kids and Florida fought. I love fighting for you. I love fighting for your communities and your safety and your rights. And now I get to do that on your behalf on a national stage every single day. And I cannot tell you how rewarding it is. Now, Congress is frustrating and terrible. Like, I want to just... I don't want to tell you what I want to do to some of my colleagues. It would not be polite of me. But I will tell you that I love feeling like every day I bring everything to bear, not just from my professional experience, but as a mom, as somebody who has watched how we fight back against this insanity, and not only has watched, has done it and succeeded. I get to do that now on a national stage and feel like we've been incredibly effective. I was voted one of the most productive freshman senators last year. Named that, and then just this week we got awarded, and I'm so proud to tell you this because you are my bosses, just this week, and it was the first time a freshman, after 1 year in office, somebody had gotten awarded this. We got best constituent service of any other Republican senator, and I did that after 1 year in office. 9,000 cases. So I did that because I love serving you. I love it. And I hope you know that if you have a problem, an issue, any way that I can help you fight one of these agencies on your behalf, I hope you will contact our office. It is an incredible honor to be your United States Senator. Thank you so much for supporting
Senator
me.
Ashley Moody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good to see you too.
Joining us now, Congresswoman Kat Cammack.
Hey, good morning. Sorry, Ashley and I caught up backstage very briefly, and it was like hugs, hugs, kisses, kisses, love you, good, let's go kick some ass. Now, they warned me, they said, don't walk around too much because because I'll fall off the stage, and I'll do something like that. All right. Okay, it works now. We got to figure it out. How y'all feeling? You guys, this is the midterms. We got to get this good. How are y'all feeling? That's better. Okay. So I know that it is Saturday morning. We've got Colombia playing Portugal. There's going to be people screaming, "Písalo, písalo." It's going to be nuts. It's going to be wild. But can we just acknowledge that the World Cup is doing two things? One, it's proving that, yes, in America we do call it soccer, but we are dominating. But two, that the media has misled the entire globe, and we have tourists from all over the world who are finding out what real America is about, and they are loving it. Are you guys tracking this? I have never seen so many Japanese fans excited about barbecue in my life. Is anybody following the German guy, Freddie? I love that guy. He sees our nation through eyes that are so appreciative. And he looks at every single community and is like, "What? Oh my God, Buc-ee's. What? This is a gas station?" They're blown away, like mind blown. And it's not just the stuff that is uniquely American, right? But it's also every little community he rolls into with his friends. It is just warm. The hospitality is real. And they are becoming one of the best ambassadors for our nation. All of these amazing fans from all over the world, I'm so grateful that they're here. I know that they will watch this back later. They're busy watching games, but can we give our tourists a round of applause? So it's a little nuts in Washington right now. A little bit. I'm about to throat punch somebody in the Senate. Because for the life of me, I cannot figure out why. Why they will not put the Save America Act up for a vote. It's so simple. You should have to show an ID and you should have to be a citizen in order to vote. Do you agree? If we can't accomplish that, then all is lost in my mind. That's why it's so important that we continue to put the pressure on, but we're blessed here in the Sunshine State. We have two amazing senators. They know what's up. Rick Scott, Ashley Moody, they're fighting for the Save America Act. But even though our home turf is covered, we still have an opportunity to influence what happens in the Senate, because the system is designed for we the people to be in charge. And I tell you what, knowing how that place works, you will never find more chicken shit individuals than when the phones start ringing off the hook. So we have a role to play. We have to start call all the offices of all the senators who haven't committed to voting for the Save America Act, and then call your friends and have them call their senators. It's 2 minutes. We can do this, right? Yes. This is critical, because if we don't have secure elections and we don't have integrity as a cornerstone of our elections, nothing else matters. It is uniquely American, the setup that we have. And as we celebrate in a very few short days our 250th birthday, which, by the way, guys, let me tell you, I have red, white, and blue Spanx. Yes. That's a little too much, that's a little TMI right there, but that's okay. It's all right. But I swear to God, I'm going to be playing Leonard Skinner all week. We're going to have bald eagles flying around everywhere. It is going to be amazing. I will be so unapologetically American. It is going to be nuts. And I think we all should be that way. But when you think about what it means to be an American, what it means to represent a nation that is rooted in equal opportunity instead of equal outcome, you start to take stock of things. And for me, I'm a nerd, so I start doing some reading, and I've been reading the letters of Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, which, by the way, you want to talk about petty. We don't even begin to understand what petty is when you think about that relationship that those two had. If you go to the Capitol, there's a giant painting in the rotunda, and literally in it, Thomas Jefferson is stepping on Adam's toes. Fun fact, They became friends later in life, but they hated each other. They hated each other. And I started thinking about this relationship, about how they despised one another. Kind of sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? People fighting for the same thing, Republicans, little inner party turf wars going on. But they understood one thing that I think maybe we could be reminded of. That if we fail in our mission as Republicans, as conservatives, as America First patriots, all is lost. And it doesn't matter that you said something that that guy didn't like, and that guy said something that you didn't like, and then you got into a Twitter war. None of that matters. What matters is guaranteeing another 250 years of the most amazing republic that this world has ever seen, right? And so today we're going to have a few debates. I'm super excited about that, as you can see. And no matter who your candidate is, no matter what they say, at the end of the day, you can't stop and throw your sucker in the dirt and say, well, I'm not going to vote. Because guess what? The communists that just got elected in New York and in California and Illinois, oh, they're banking on you not getting out and voting. They want you to stay home. They love us fighting. And I don't know what it is, but every time the ultra-radical left, they do something super crazy, we try to one-up them. I don't know why we do that. We have to stop because we have to step back and realize that just as Thomas Jefferson said, the ground of liberty is gained inch by inch. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen in a moment. It is every single day something is moved a little bit further along. One more door is knocked. One more phone call is made. One more voter is registered. That is the progress that gets us to a generational change where our kids and our grandkids can grow up in a nation where they can be anything they want. And the government is stepped out of the way. But every single day that we don't do that, that takes us further away. Further away. And you know, talking about those founding fathers, John Adams, he was a little bit of a prickly pear. See, Thomas Jefferson, he was like, you know, he had the flair. Thomas Jefferson was very stoic. I'm sorry, John Adams was stoic. But what he said, in reflecting about 40 years after the fact, he said the revolution was not won through military might. I mean, come on, we were a bunch of ragtag rebels going up against the greatest military that the world had ever seen. It was our ingenuity, our creativity, our grittiness, our scrappiness. But more importantly, it was the fact that the founding fathers knew you had to win this fight in the hearts and minds of the citizens. The hearts and minds. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like we're winning a lot of hearts and minds these days. Because the era of entertainment has made it so that you're getting out there on social media and you're saying something just a little bit crazier than the person before you for clicks and shares. I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of watching all of our amazing patriots engage in the race to the top of Mount Clickmore. It's good, right? Yeah, y'all could steal that. Seriously, you're never going to change anybody's mind on Facebook. We know this. We know this. It feels good to clap back in the moment, but the real work, it happens at the doors. It happens on the phones. It happens in places like this where everyone comes together and says, we've got a plan, let's execute that plan. You guys know this. You wouldn't be here if you didn't believe in this. But we look at these midterms, and I got to tell you, we will not be men and women of our word unless we actually win. What I mean is when we cast our ballot for President Trump back in 2024, we said, Mr. President, we want to give you 4 years to get this country back on track. We want you to have 4 years to put America first and undo decades of growth of government, overreach. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going to break my word. He can't do it in 2. Congress can't do it in 2. We need 4 years. And if we lose these midterms, then it will be on day 1 an impeachment of President Trump. And then every single cabinet member will be drug in front of Congress for 24/7 hearings in front of a rabid, radicalized Congress. Don't think for 1 second that they actually give a damn about putting America first and making life more affordable and holding people accountable, they have TDS in ways that I can't even begin to explain. If I was walking down the road and said, hey, President Trump cured cancer, they would be like, oh, he's the worst. How dare he? They are deranged. That is what we have to fight. We have to fight back by winning the hearts and minds, and it doesn't happen by attacking each other on social media. It happens at the grassroots level. And these midterms, we know it because when we saw in 2024, President Trump assembled a base that was so incredibly wide and far of women, of Gen Zs, of African Americans, Hispanics. He brought everybody together under one banner, America First. And we do no service to anybody by pushing folks out. So my message today is we win by winning the hearts and minds. And you guys know how to do this. You've been doing this forever. You know how important this is. It's as important as me wearing my Spanx every single day. Got to keep it tight. I tell you what, though, you got to admit, this is a cool time. It's a scary time because of what's on the line, but it's also a cool time. How many of you watched the UFC fight? A few? Guys, come on. That was so crazy. There had not been that much swinging on the White House lawn since the Clintons were in office. I know Bill and Hillary were like, that brings back the good old days. Get it? Okay. But I just think about how much is on the line. And I know that you care as much as I care. But it doesn't happen on X. It doesn't happen on Instagram, and it doesn't happen on Facebook. Sure, it's important to get that message out. But we live in a time right now where people are hungry for authenticity. They're hungry for something real. They're hungry for sincerity. And there's nothing more authentic and real than someone knocking on your door and saying, hey, let me tell you why I want you to vote for this person. Let me tell you why I want you to register to be a Republican. Share your story, your why. It's more powerful than any other paid ad, because that's what Thomas Jefferson would want, and that's what John Adams would want. They would want us to win the hearts and minds and remind not just our fellow man and woman here in America that we are the most amazing republic that the world has ever seen, but the world. That when you provide a system that is from the people, by the people, for the people, that guarantees equal opportunity, not equal outcome, amazing things happen. Those tourists that are showing up every single day across our nation for World Cup games, they're experiencing that for the first time. Let's make sure that forevermore, people get to experience that same feeling. So are you guys with me? I don't know. I feel like we need to get like Leonard Skinner blaring. Are you guys with me? All right, one more time because we got to do this right. Are you with me? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full packed day ahead of us. I'm excited to visit with a bunch of you. We have so many incredible candidates, but keep in mind that the mission is always the same. America first, but it starts here at home. Thank you. God bless, and may God bless Florida. Love you guys. Thank you.
Now welcoming Florida's Attorney General, James Uthmeyer.
Hey, everybody. All right, it's great to be here. Thank you for being here. We got to get fired up. I tell you what, we cannot take anything for granted here in Florida. We are the deep red free state of Florida, but what we have built, we must protect. We must continue to be the beacon of hope for the country. We must continue to be the blueprint. We have shown that when you do what is right and just, when you stand for common sense, when you fight for family values, when you ensure that people can live their faith freely, it is contagious. We don't need to bend a knee. We don't need to bow down to the middle. We need to stand strong for conservative values, and we will continue to prevail. So thank you for being here. I'm happy to report we're getting the 2025 data in, and we are now at the lowest crime rate in the state of Florida than we have ever seen before. And it is no surprise why. Since I became Attorney General about 1.5 years ago, we have ramped up prosecutions by more than 50%. We have secured convictions by more than 30%. Human trafficking and predator crimes, we've prosecuted more than 40% more than before I took office. When it comes to fentanyl, which when I took office, I was told this is the greatest danger facing our youth. It's being shipped in from China, our enemy, through the southern border, and it is terrorizing our young people. It is a new form of warfare. It's not coming from the skies or the seas. It is infiltrating into communities around our country and taking our young people from us. Well, we have fought back. Our fentanyl prosecutions are up 600%. The legislature gave us more enhancements to send people away even longer. And thank God we have a president who shut down the border and brought back American sovereignty. I'm happy to report that just 1.5 years later, fentanyl cases in Florida are down over 70%. A round of applause for that one. We're also going back and locking up some people that former President Biden released. Yesterday, we announced our auto pen accountability initiative. As it turns out that in the final days of office, former President Biden released many dangerous criminals using his pardon power. I don't know what he was thinking, and my guess is he probably doesn't either. But that auto pen, it endangers public safety. Yesterday, we announced that we rearrested Mr. James Dobbs, somebody that was convicted on serious drug trafficking and gun crimes. He was supposed to be locked up for 7 years under federal charges. An auto pen let him out after just 1. Well, we arrested him. We brought state charges. He's now looking to spend the rest of his life behind bars. So we've sent a directive out to our local state attorneys and state law enforcement. We got a long list of auto pen releases, and we're not going to stop until every one of them is back behind bars. When it comes to public safety, there's something else we need to be doing. We need to be holding rogue judges accountable. Alexander Hamilton wrote in the Federalist Papers that the judiciary was supposed to be the weakest branch of government, and its orders, its authority, is only so powerful as we, the people, allow it to be. When judges don't have the authority to do what they're doing, when they exceed their jurisdiction, when they try to take the place of the legislative body and push policy rather than follow rule of law, we need to fight back. And there's one way we can do that. It's in our state constitution. It's in most state constitutions. It could happen at the federal level, but it's not. We can impeach and remove these judges. When a judge tells President Trump, the commander-in-chief, you do not have the authority to remove a terrorist from our country and send him to a prison elsewhere, that is wrong. When a judge out in the middle of California thinks that he can push his own personal beliefs on citizens across the country, that is wrong. And here in Florida, we've got some very extreme cases. I wish that the facts I'm about to tell you were not true, but they are. In Tallahassee, a judge allowed a convicted child sex offender. This is somebody that a jury said is guilty. The judge let him go free while awaiting sentencing, and he murdered his 5-year-old stepdaughter. In Orlando, A judge let a guy go. He tried to shoot somebody at a gas station, attempted murder charge. The judge let him go under grounds of insanity, and then he murdered 3 tourists near Disney. In Miami-Dade County, a judge just let a woman out after she drowned her 1-year-old daughter, citing COVID fog of the mind, insanity. This is wrong. Also in Miami, a judge let a teenage boy go free after I'm a little grotesque here, but you need to hear it, it's true. After he shoved rocks in a little girl's mouth while she was being raped. This is wrong. I know there are members of the legislature ready to help me with this, but I'm going to draft articles of impeachment on all of these judges, and we need to send their ass home. Judges take an oath just like I do, just like our state officials do. They have to follow the law. They have to protect our society. And if they're not going to do that, then we're going to hand them a brown box and tell them to go find a new job. You better believe with every day I have in this job, I'm going to be fighting to protect our little ones. We have to leave this country better for the next generation than we found it. Our kids are a gift from God, and if we don't stand up and protect them, then who will? We're taking down record child predators here in the state of Florida, over 1,700 since I took office. We're going to go after big tech companies that have taken our children's youths from them. They're stuck behind screens as these companies design platforms and algorithms to be addictive. Our kids are stuck on them for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. Unlimited scrolling, push notifications, videos that start on their own. They design this stuff to addict our kids. And we see strong correlation with self-harm, suicide attempts, mental capacity issues. We're not going to fight our enemies and be successful if our kids are stuck on social media, if they're stuck looking at pornography and other harmful abuses. So we're going after big tech. We brought the first lawsuit in the country against OpenAI, ChatGPT, after we proved that it is addicting our kids and hurting them. We see ChatGPT being used to commit horrific crimes. The recent shooter in the Florida State shooting, he asked ChatGPT what kind of weapon to use. He took pictures of different weapons and asked for advice. Which one should I choose? What ammo goes with what gun? How do I turn off the safety? Where do I go on campus at what time to run into the largest number of people? ChatGPT advised him how to commit a mass murder. My prosecutors told me if it was a human being on the other side of that screen, we would be arresting them immediately and charging them with an accomplice to murder. Shortly after that case, we found in the case of the University of South Florida murders, the murderer was asking questions so specific as to how do I dispose of bodies where I don't get caught. ChatGPT should not be helping people commit crimes. It should not be giving kids advice on how to hurt themselves or commit suicide. So we're going to go hold these big companies accountable. If you hurt our kids, you're going to pay for it. It's an honor to do this job. Every day I wake up and I have to pinch myself because I am so excited to go work, support law enforcement, fight for families. We are so blessed here in the state of Florida. We have the best law enforcement in the country. We empower them. We give them resources. We support them. And when they arrest bad guys, they know that me and my team of prosecutors, we are going to prosecute to the fullest, and we're going to lock those bad dudes up as long as we can. We are going to protect our families. If you want somebody that's light on crime, wants to do plea deals, let people out early, I'm not your guy. Do not vote for me in November. If you want somebody that's going to lock criminals up for as long as possible and make sure our crime rate continues to be the lowest in history, please vote for me in November. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Florida's Chief Financial Officer and Fiscal Pitbull, Blaise Ngolia.
Thank you.
And gambling last night. Yeah. I wasn't, I was in bed, I promise. Good morning, everyone. My name is Blaise Ngolia. I am unapologetically conservative, and it is an honor to be your CFO of the great state of Florida. Just so everyone knows, I actually speak 4 languages: English, profanity, sarcasm, and real stuff. I am politically incorrect. I say Merry Christmas and God bless America. I own guns, I eat meat, and I really love bacon. I stand when I hear our national anthem, and I thank our troops and our first responders every chance I get. And if that offends anyone, I don't care. Growing up, my mama said I could be anything I wanted, so I decided to be a problem for Democrats. And some Republicans also. I am not afraid to stand up to the establishment and the status quo, and for the record, I am a very big fan of DEI, and by that I mean deport every illegal. You know, I'm actually past the point of wanting to deport illegals. I actually want to deport Gavin Newsom and AOC also. Speaking of political correctness, do you remember how bad it was just a couple of years ago? Political correctness, cancel culture. You couldn't say illegal immigrants anymore. You had to say newcomers. You couldn't say mother anymore. You had to say birthing parent. You couldn't say fat anymore. You had to say high-calorie humans. You couldn't even say mentally incompetent anymore. You had to say Democrats. The state of Florida is the gold standard. The state of Florida is the beacon of freedom. The state of Florida is the envy of all of the other states in the United States. Florida is the place where bad ideas go to die. It is no secret what we do here in the state of Florida. It is not rocket science. Whatever California does, just do the exact opposite and we are going to be fine. Whatever craziness that you see in Portland, Seattle, or Minneapolis, we pass laws here to ensure what happens over there never, ever happens here. Because people are fleeing the high-tax, high-regulatory states because of freedom and opportunity and conservative governance here in the state of Florida. People are overwhelmingly voting with their feet, and they're choosing Florida. But let me be clear. Florida is different, and I will be damned if we turn this state into the state where you fled from. If you want to come to the Sunshine State, do not New York our Florida. If you want to come here, fine. Just leave your leftist ideology and your big spending ideas at the border. We do not need your overtaxation. We do not need your overregulation. We do not need your overdevelopment. And we definitely do not need your hyperscale data centers that will litter our Florida beautiful landscape for decades to come. And speaking of artificial intelligence, speaking of the love and passion that we have for this state, the love and the passion for keeping Florida beautiful and free is something that AI can and will never, ever replace. Florida has become ground zero for the modern conservative aggressive movement. We're #1 economy in the nation. We are #1 in election security. We are #1 in workforce development. We are #1 in educational freedom. We are #1 in religious freedom. And now we are #1 in arresting and deporting criminal aliens out of our communities. Not only is Florida the crown jewel for people wanting to come to Florida, but we are also a target for our ideological opposition. There is nothing that the left wants to do more than to turn Florida blue. And that's why you and me, we need to work double time, triple time to keep Florida free. Because getting to the mountaintop is hard. Staying at the top is even harder. And that's why I am redefining the role here in the CFO's office in Florida. We are doing things that have never, ever been done out of this office to protect this state and to protect the taxpayers. I'm being aggressive and unapologetic in trying to make Florida more affordable and make government more accountable. My law enforcement agency is arresting online child predators, insurance scammers, and criminals stealing your tax dollars. We are also arresting illegal immigrants as they commit crimes in our neighborhoods. In fact, we are on the verge of arresting our 1,000th criminal since I've been your CFO. I am so serious about rooting out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption that my office actually arrested 12 of our own state employees who scammed taxpayers out of $1.7 million. They thought that they were getting overtime hours this year. All they're getting now is visitation hours. And we're calling balls and strikes when it comes to insurance companies. At the same time, we are cheering on the reforms that are bringing down rates and stabilizing our insurance market. I've helped to levy record fines against insurance companies for not doing what they were supposed to do. And I've also sued an insurance company that needlessly caused everyone's premiums in this room to go up. I am not here to protect the profits of insurance companies. I am not here to protect the profits of trial attorneys. I am here to protect you, the policyholders. I am here to do what's right. And the bane of my existence, government going wild. Government should be smaller, more accountable, and in my opinion, never ever grow faster than inflation and population, because if it does, it will outpace the ability of the taxpayers to pay for it. So I am using my immense audit authority to expose wasteful and excessive spending by career politicians, regardless if they are Democrat or Republican, because taxpayers deserve a government that doesn't look to you like you are an endless ATM. So far, our FAFO reviews have uncovered more than $3.7 billion in wasteful and excessive spending in just 18 governments in just 1 year. Both Democrats and Republicans are taxing you well beyond what is necessary to keep up with inflation and population growth, and our spending reviews are revealing some eye-popping numbers. The city of Jacksonville's waste and excessive spending number, $275 million, just 1 year. Palm Beach County, $443 million. Hillsborough County, $278 million. Manatee County, $112. Orange County, $300 million. Nassau County, $53 million. Citrus County, $39 million. The People's Republic of Broward County, $189 million. Miami-Dade, $470 million. These are both red and blue counties. This is not a partisan issue. This is a protecting the taxpayer issue. Taxpayers should be represented, respected, and protected, not exploited, extorted, and abused by insatiable governments who are addicted to spending. Elected officials cannot raise people's taxes. They cannot raise people's cost of living and at the same time complain about affordability. That does not make you someone who cares about your constituents. I'm sorry, that makes you a hypocrite. Talking about affordability is easy. Voting for it is what counts. Doing something about it is what counts. You see, everyone in government has someone looking out for their interests. Corporations have lobbyists. Nonprofits have lobbyists. Government even has lobbyists lobbying against you, the taxpayer, who are funding the government itself. Very few are out there actually representing the taxpayers. I represent you. I am your taxpayer advocate. I will have your back as long as you will have mine. Now, this election coming up, in November is going to be very important. This is not a popularity contest. This is not a beauty pageant. This is an opportunity to keep Florida the beacon of hope, freedom, and opportunity in a world that has gone completely mad. But all of this hard work, all of the endless days and nights can be gone in a flash if we are not careful. Protect Florida at all costs, because the modern Democrat Party is the party of batshit crazy. I'm sorry to say it. Look at what's going on. They just elected a communist as mayor. They nominated someone in Texas who thinks God is non-binary. They nominated a person in Maine who has a Nazi symbol on their chest and wants to rape home intruders. They just nominated a congressional candidate in New Jersey who helped terrorists defend themselves helped the terrorists defend themselves in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. And just this week alone, they nominated not one, not two, but 3 socialists in New York. This is not over a span of a year, 2 years, 3 years. This is just recently. It is no wonder why they don't want ID in order for people to vote. And we, you and I, need to work overtime to ensure that the party of boys playing in girls' sports, open borders, and unaffordability never, ever even gets foothold in the free state of Florida ever again. The two most stolen things in the world are your freedom and your income. And Democrats want to take both. Everyone in this room needs to get ready for a fight, because the future of this great state is at stake. Now, we have had historic wins here in Florida, but remember, history is made by the people who are willing to fight for it. This is a fight that we can win. This is a fight that we will win. Let's make history again this November. All gas, no brakes. Average is the enemy. Never give up. Never back down. Fight, fight, fight until you cannot fight anymore. This state is unlike any other state in the nation. Let's keep her that way. America first, Florida always. Help me keep Florida fearless. As past chairman of the Republican Party of Florida and a grassroots Republican soldier at heart, I will stand here and I will thank you for everything that you have ever done getting good conservative Republicans elected. And I will stand here and thank you in advance for everything that you will do this November and in future Novembers getting good conservative Republicans elected. May God bless you, may God bless your family, and may God bless the great state of Florida. Guys, thank you for having me.
Please welcome Florida gubernatorial candidate Bobby Williams.
Fooling me. She thinks my tractor's sexy. It really turns.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing this morning, people? The people of Florida, the awesome state of Florida. I love that song. It didn't play to the end, but it talks about a king. And it's funny how we got people on the streets with flags and posters and all this saying there is no king, we don't serve no king. But Florida and the United States of America, we serve a king, right? The King of Kings, his name is Jesus. I love following up behind Blaze because he said so much things that make sense, but one of the words he said was hypocrite. And my message across the state is Matthew 7:16. You'll know them by their fruits. And that's so important, especially in politics and different things, because these days we know the Bible says the enemy comes like an angel of light, right? They'll say things, show things, especially with politicians, but who are they really inside? What are they doing behind the scenes? What are they doing for you? Because we got to get back to we the people, right? Because it's no longer we the people right now, it's we the lobbyists and we the big corporations. And we serve one nation under what? We got to get back to God in government, and we got to get God in schools. That's what we're missing as a nation. That's what we're missing as a state. So if you don't know much about me, I'm a third-generation Floridian. That's the reason why my message is Florida is full. I don't know how many of y'all agree with that. We're tired of developers destroying Florida, tired of all these HOAs and all the stuff going on. You can't even do anything with your property anymore. But I'm a third-generation Floridian, born and raised in Polk County, Central Florida. It used to be nothing but citrus groves. Now you drive down the road, it's just housing development, housing development, housing development, housing development. And my message across the state is do not New York my Florida, because we don't need a concrete jungle. We're tired of the concrete jungle. We want the agriculture, we want the animals, we want the wildlife, we want the oak trees, we want our waterways preserved and all that. But I was born from a very impoverished family. My mother was 14 when she had my brother, 17 when she had me. My dad was working at International Paper at the time, making $2.38 an hour. So we were struggling. His idea of getting ahead in life, because they come from poverty, was work 7 days a week, 16 hours a day. And even though I had a father in the house, I didn't have a father in the house. I didn't have church. I didn't have God in me. I didn't have none of that. So I was raised pretty much a heathen. Some of y'all know what that's like, right? So everybody wants to live the American dream. And the American dream, in some sense, is real, but some sense it's empty and void because you're chasing wealth. So at the age of 25, I started my own business. I own an electrical communications company now for 25 years. When I first started, we did all the portables, you know, back in the early boom before '08 crash. Everything was growing crazy and increasing like insanely. So they were putting portables at all these schools. So I was networking these portables and making it happen a lot in Collier County. And just started gaining wealth. So at 25, started a business. At 25, got married. 26, had a little girl. By the time I was 30, if you really was their American dream, I felt like I was fulfilling it. My business was running 7 figures. Everything was going good, except for my marriage. But finance is a thing we think, we got money in the bank account, we think it was going good, but it really wasn't. So at 32, I had a radical encounter with Jesus Christ, and radically changed my life. And I did what every Christian should do and does. I came home and started going to church. But what I learned in church is the same as politics. We'll sit in rooms, we'll talk about problems, we'll talk about issues, but nothing never gets done. We'll even raise money and try to throw money at the problem, which is what government's good at, right? So I got frustrated and aggravated, and I read the Bible of that real Jesus who's amongst the people, out amongst the drug addicts, the drunkards, the alcohol, every bit of it. He's out there touching and changing people's lives. So in 2016, I started a ministry called the Freedom Tour, food disaster relief. I started going to the hood, the low-income areas, the projects, the broken, the lost, the prostitute, the drug addict, and one by one, I started seeing lives restored. And I did that with my own money and my own finances. I said, you know what? I made all this money. What is this money doing? Just sitting in accounts, sitting here, not doing anything. I knew what it was like to be broken. Then I had an encounter with Jesus, so I know what it's like to be made whole. People need to hear this message. It ain't just a message for the 4 walls. So I started going down there, and we started seeing these girls get off prostitution, getting kids back. I mean, DCF would tell them, you would never see your kids or have access to your kids again. And they had no hope. And we would pray with them and pray for them and tell them to believe and speak things into existence. The Bible says, Romans 4:17, call those things that be not as though they should be. And within 6 months, we watched some of these ladies get access to the kids. Within a year, get their kids back. 2018, the Lord told me to start a church. And I don't know about y'all, but how many of y'all argue with God? Some reason you never win, because he's always right. So in 2018, I started a church in one of the worst areas in Polk County called Eloise, Florida. At one time, that area was the meth capital of the world. And when I took that church over, it was nothing to find 10 to 20 needles in a parking lot every morning. Actually, when the old minister handed me the keys to that church, he pointed right down the road and he said, that's the problem. And he pointed at the dope house. And immediately in my spirit, I heard the Lord say, no, that's the solution. 6 months later, praying for him, blessing the community, that guy was in church. Today, in that community, we have almost a 0 crime rate in that whole area. I was tired of the hypocrites, like Blaze was talking about. Go and do something. I took the little I had and went out there and made an impact and made a difference. So there's 2 questions usually I get as running for governor. Number 1, who are you? And I'm going to speak that. But 2, what qualifies you as a politician or politics or that kind of stuff? Because I've never done politics. I don't even want to be a politician. Because when you think of politician, what do you really think? Not a lot of good stuff, right? So don't put me in that category, but I do want to be your governor. So if you really want to know what a good governor is, 2 things. Actually, our own governor said it this last couple of weeks. Most people don't know who a governor is till a hurricane hits, right? That's when you really know who your governor is and want to be. So, and then in a situation like that, you'll know who your governor is. So what happened is everybody knows what 2020 was, right? It wasn't just a stolen election. I call it the year of COVID. So when COVID hit, what stands me apart than a lot of these different guys is, number 1, I didn't social distance, I didn't mask, I didn't shut down as a church, and I didn't take the shot. Instead, I told my church congregation, we are going to do something just a little bit different this weekend for Sunday morning, but we're going to be the same who we are. We're going to go out in the parking lot. Opening day of COVID is what I call it. We started feeding 1,500 people that day in a drive-thru. We had traffic backed up 2 to 3 miles in every direction. And from that day on, we continued to do that. And I was willing to go to jail for 2 reasons. Number 1, I believe in the blood of Jesus, so I wasn't worried about the COVID deal. But number 2, I believe we have a constitution. We have a right to assemble. And if you really want to know who these candidates are, I would go back and go, where was you at in the time of need? If you want to see who somebody is, you put pressure on them, right? During the time of pressure, I was out there. But funny thing is, during the time of pressure, I was getting things your own government wouldn't get. I literally, out of my own pocket, through our own church, our own ministry, we were shipping semi-loads across this state. I was sending semi-loads to Lake Butler Prison, to sheriffs across the state, counties across the state. I had counties and cities and sheriffs showing up at our place to pick up stuff that your own government couldn't get. That's the God I serve. And that's what I'm willing to do for the people. Second thing is, like I said, if you want to know who somebody is, it's hurricane time, right? Hurricane Michael coming in 2019. 3 days after that storm, we finally got in there. I met with some ex-military guys, veteran guys. They were part of a motorcycle club. We went to Panama City. We actually slept on a barn floor the night before to get access into there. The guys went ahead of us cutting trees as we went in there. And we just took care of people. And we just knocked on doors. We said, hey, how can we help you? We were giving generators out, water out, all this kind of stuff. And what happened was we'd done such a great job in Panama City, people were calling, hey, come to Port St. Joe. So we went down to Port St. Joe. And the EOC down there couldn't even get material and stuff. We literally filled up a gymnasium in one day. The EOC's like, how are you doing this? I'm like, I built relationships. I built relationships across the state, across the county. Because you talk about really getting stuff done, working across the aisle. Y'all think Democrat and Republicans are hard to work with. Try to work with other churches. If you can get the Baptist to work with the Pentecostal, the Presbyterian to work with the Catholic, you're doing something. If you can get the black, that's right. If you can get the black church, work with the white church, work with the Hispanic church, work with the Puerto Rican, you're doing something. So when I say, people say, well, what have you done in politics? Well, during COVID and hurricanes, I'm working over 500 different ministries and agencies getting stuff done. Not arguing over who's right or who's wrong, because at the end of the day, there's only one who's right, and that's him. If we think we're right, we're wrong. He's the one that's right. So what we did is I said this to him. I said, let's get over our differences and let's work together to make Florida better. And we've continued to do that. We still average 1 million pounds a month coming in. We work with United Ways. We work with schools. I'm in our public education system to where I go to principals and go, what do you need? They're like, well, we have horrible attendance. Well, let's figure something out. So what we did is figured out, how many of y'all like free stuff? Everybody loves free stuff. The Bible tells you to be fishers of men, right? So how many of y'all men ever been fishing without bait? You got to take bait with you, so bait's free stuff. That's how I win people to Jesus. I go to these low-income areas and I give them free stuff and show them the love of Christ and change their lives and change communities, what we've done. So what we did was we told kids, if you can get perfect attendance every month, we'll give you some kind of party. We'll do an ice cream party, a pizza party. I've got friends and ministries that work together with me. Some of them have characters like Bumblebee, Transformers, Incredible Hulk, and these kids just love it. I remember when I was a kid, we were poor. Pizza party was the best thing ever. I would sweep, I wouldn't do nothing at home, but for somebody else's house or school to have a pizza party, I'd clean the car, wash the floor, mop, clean toilets. What we noticed, though, these kids, these lower education, low-income schools went from 42% to 94%. The funny thing is, the kids would tell on their parents. They would come to school and beg, please, 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 I know I'm late or I missed yesterday, or, please, 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 I want to go to a pizza party. It wasn't my fault. My mom didn't want to bring me to school. My mom slept in. They would tell on their parents because they want to do good. And when you bring somebody, a leader up front that says, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a difference. We're going to make an impact. It does happen. I'm on the EOC of our county for free. I went to them because of our relationship, because of what I'd done during COVID and what I'd done in previous hurricanes. I went to them 2 years ago and I said, hey, there's no reason our city and county officials should be out there doing things that really the church wants to do. One of my jobs running for governor, being governor, is I want to bridge the gap. There's so many faith-based people out there in programs that want to help, but they don't have the resources. Our state and our legislation and our nation has resources. What I've noticed during hurricanes is this. They'll dump plenty of resources. How many of y'all been to a hurricane, you drive by one parking lot slap full of stuff? Then you go out in the community and they're struggling. They haven't bridged the gap of logistics, knowing how to work that, and I've done that, and I will continue to do that. So what happened was when Hurricane Milton come through a year and a half ago, we moved 10.5 million pounds through Polk County. I did it for free. Didn't get paid for it, didn't get no FEMA money, didn't get no state money, didn't go nothing. But it was, how can we make Florida better? How can we make our county better? And right now, what we did is create a program through Polk County EOC that we're kind of duplicating it across the state. People are like, how'd you do that? How'd you do that well? And really, it boiled down to just me, be honest with you. I was willing to negotiate, work with people. Hey, go to these other ministries. Hey, what do you have? What are your resources? Get behind the scenes, figure out what is their capacity. Some of them, I could just drop a semi in there and they can load it themselves. Some of them we had to send box trucks. Some of them we had to send box trucks and pallet jacks. But we created that program to make Florida better. That's my heart. That's my goal. It's what I want to do. It's about making Florida better. Yes. Hurricane Ian come through. We put 6.5 million pounds into Hurricane Ian. I go on and on and on. And I've done all that for free. We did it one time because of COVID at 2023. We got some ARP funds, which really helped us continue that. But since COVID to now, I've been blessed to put over 100 million pounds of product into Florida. If you had to buy, that's 350 million gift in kind for free. I work with partners all across the nation. We're in Walgreens, we're in Coca-Cola, we're in Pepsi, we're in Quaker, we're in Target. I work with national ministries. And it's about how can we work to make things better. I remember when we had Milton and Helene. Helene was one. Helene come through, and I would get calls left and right. Bobby, can you send this? Bobby, can you come here? Bobby, can you come there? And the biggest thing, everybody wants to follow the news. One reason why people say, you've been a Freedom Tour doing all these hurricanes, I never heard of you. Because I don't chase cameras. I chase people. I go to communities that need help. And they were calling me, hey, can you send stuff to Tennessee? Can you send stuff to North Carolina? I said, no, it's Florida first. Let me take care of the people of Florida first. Actually, my goal was, I'm Winter Haven, Florida. Winter Haven's coming first, Polk County is second, and Florida's third. That was my vision and my goal. I'm going to take care of my people first. I'm not looking for national attention. I'm not looking for that. But we were taking care of so much Florida that we ended up sending 10 semis to Tennessee, 10 semis to North Carolina, and we made it where we could fly that in from airports into these regions that need help. You didn't hear about it. Didn't matter. It wasn't about that. It was about what can I do to be a blessing. And I continue to do that. So when God told me to run for governor 3 years ago, I didn't understand it. I'm like, God, I don't understand why. I love what I do. We're touching lives, we're changing communities, we're building a state, we're doing all this stuff. Why do I need to run for governor? And it actually took them 2 years to convince me. One was 2 weeks, one was 2 years. And I'll tell you why. We see it right now in our nation. There's so much waste, so much fraud, so much corruption. We know about it. It's in your face. I could sit here for weeks and months and we could talk about it. What changes? Where's the accountability? What's changed? And it clicked. Till we get godly men and women in these seats, it will not change. With true godly character, not just hypocrites, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, but you can see their fruit. What have they done? Because for too long, we vote against the least of two what? We've said that our whole lives, right? We go down here and we go, man, I got to vote between the least of two evils. So part of my job as running for governor is to convict people, you guys, because we've been lied to that we win at the ballot box. Have we won at the ballot box? We win by running for these seats. We need godly men and women running for these seats. Because the Bible says these people come like an angel of light. The devil comes like an angel of light. So the new Democratic tactic is to run as a Republican. We can praise 1.5 million all day long, but what are the policies? What is being changed? The enemy is coming as Republicans. So we need godly men and women to step up and run for these seats to make that impact in Florida. Because it will not change till me and you, men and women of God, step up and go, I need to do it. And our first excuse is this, you all know it, I don't have time. Well, I've got 5 jobs, and I don't have money either. My first job is obviously I run BW Communications for 25 years. I pastor Freedom Church. I run the Freedom Tour. We average about 1 million pounds a month. I'm running for governor. Every one of them is a full-time job. And men, y'all know the fifth one. It's called honeydews. It's a never-ending job we all have. So tell me I don't have time. I don't. I argue with God. I don't have time. He says make time. And when you make time for him, he'll make time for you. Because it's our job, it's my job to go out here and increase the kingdom of God is what we need. So we got to get God back in government, God back in schools. No longer, we got to get back to we the people instead of we the lobbyists and we the big corporations. We see that today. It's about changing our future. I'm against property tax. And I'll tell you why. Blaze talks about it. I was in a meeting 2 weeks ago with Blaze. He spoke. Jacksonville last year, 1 year ago, spent, don't hold me to numbers, 174 million, 150 million waste he found. A year ago, he told them about it. He come back a year later, you know what they did? Double down. Spent 300 million. So I use this as a perfect example. If you got a spoiled, rotten kid who has access to mommy and daddy's credit card, when will they ever quit spending? That's right. You got to take the credit card away. So until we pull the property tax away, it ain't going to change. So when you take that credit card away from that 12-year-old, what is he going to do? He's going to throw a fit. So now you hear all these county commissioners, oh, I'll throw a fit. Oh, you know, you won't have law enforcement. You won't have school. Well, I'll be honest with you. If you take my schools away, it'll probably be a good thing. Because our lower education is horrible. Please take it away. This testing. These kids, I don't cuss, but I do, I'm a straight shooter, are dumber than ever. These kids have no future. It's test. We got to get life skills back in school. We got to get home ec back in school. We got to get trades back in school. We got to give these kids a future. And the second reason I'm against property tax is I deal with widows and less fortunate every day. We are in an unaffordable state today. And I don't mean this the wrong way. I know I'm in a group of Republicans, and we have a red majority. It's the reason why we got to look at the fruit. We can make a lot of changes to make things done. As a governor, I can do that. I'm against AI data centers. For many reasons. Number one, we see it right now, we don't have the water. Number two, they're polluting the water. But one of the most important reasons why I'm against AI data centers is we're told that's our future. How many jobs are we going to lose? We're seeing it right now. When I say do not New York my Florida, what they do is they come in here and monopolize everything. These conglomerates, these hedge funds, all this big money that ain't even their money because they don't care. They just come in and buy businesses, buy the mom and pops out, then run them in the ground, then force you to do this or do that. We see it with insurance companies. We see it with water. They're doing it to our water right now. They're creating co-ops. They're going to go down lower aquifer and pull up water. Then they want to sell it to you for 3 times the amount that your city can already do it. But they're forcing us into unaffordability that we can change as a governor. But we shouldn't allow New York to tell us how to live and what to do. We shouldn't allow New York, even though they want to say AI is the future. I can do everything I need on my phone right now. I don't need an AI data center. I don't need you to store up all my private and public information anyhow. There's a lot of things I can do as governor. There's boards. They're polluting our waters. They're killing our fisheries. An AI data center is going to do that. Big corporations are already doing that. We got to fight to preserve our Florida. It's the reason why I say Florida's full. How many of y'all agree with that one? When you have to take your toilet water, I call it toilet to tap. When we're at a point we're taking our sanitation water, treating it, and pumping it down in our rivers and lower aquifers, don't you see a problem with that? At what point are we Aaron Brockovich? We there now? I was just in Titusville a couple weeks ago, and I heard the lady's family. All the way from the grandkids to the grandparents, every one of them was getting the same kind of cancer, couldn't figure it out. It was from the drinking water. At what point enough's enough? At what a point do we quit allowing New York to dictate how we live, these big corporations have forced us in doing this? When we have to take our toilet water and turn it into tap water. So what I really want to do is take that toilet water they're saying is tap water and bottle it and make all these politicians who's doing it force them to drink it. Is that a good idea? But as a godly man's godly character, I can sit here, we can talk about all the problems, all the issues, but we got to look at accountability. We got to start putting people in handcuffs. I say voter fraud is treason on our country, 20 years minimum, maybe even death penalty. How else are we going to stop this from happening? We got to say enough's enough. I want to see, now obviously if y'all ain't been here enough, some of y'all know me, some of y'all might know me. I've been running an uphill battle in a sense because I'm not being bought and paid for by nobody but we the people. I want to see PACs come out of government. I don't think you should have PACs. I think every candidate should have to run around the state and raise the same exact amount of money. Why is there two set of rules? Why, as a governor candidate, I can only raise $3,000 per entity, but PACs can raise hundreds of millions of dollars? We're allowing these seats to be bought in instead of voted in. That's what's happening. When do we get back to we the people? When do we have a voice? Everywhere I go, every meeting, I've traveled the state almost somewhere every night. Literally, we was just in Pensacola, Gainesville, Madison, Mayo, West Palm. I just left West Palm, come back home yesterday. I'm back here last night, tomorrow. I'm in the Keys next week. We're in Weston next week. I'm everywhere, just traveling the state. Every meeting I go to, a city commissioner, a county commissioner, or a mayor is coming up to me, going, we need you. We no longer have a voice. Our home rule's taken away from us. You've got sitting city county commissioners that go to Tallahassee and don't have a voice. But you got lobbyists walk right in and get what they want. We got to get back to we the people, and we got to get godly character back in our government. It's what's going to change Florida. It's what's going to change our nation. It's what's going to make a difference. Because it's no longer, I know people think it's red versus blue. It's not. It's good versus evil. It's light versus dark. And we got to get godly men and women with godly character in these seats that's going to make an impact and make a difference. And that's what I'm willing to do. That's the reason why I want to be your governor. It's the reason why I'm going to be your governor and win the primary August 18th, and we're going to win in November. So thank y'all. God bless y'all. Bobby Williams, Florida governor. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Up next, Trump and DeSantis endorsed Florida Commissioner of Agriculture, Weldon Simpson.
Just look at her face. She ain't a fooling me. She thinks my tractor's sexy.
Now that's a great Kenny Chesney song if I ever heard one. Well, good morning. We're all blessed here to be on America's 250th anniversary. We live in the best country in the world, and of course we are the free state of Florida within that subset. We're very, very proud of that. We're also, by the way, home to President Donald J. Trump. And we're also home to America's governor, Ron DeSantis. We actually have a lot of things to be proud of in this country. You know, I've served in the Florida Senate I did serve for 10 years. I was your Senate president during COVID, those 2 years, and then I've been in your Commissioner of Agriculture. But what I'd like to talk about some broad issues here at the state of Florida that we should all be very proud of. If you go back to 2018 for a minute, the state of Florida's balance sheet has become the best in the country. 2018, we had over $17 billion of debt. Today, your state of Florida has less than $8 billion of debt. And the next administration that comes in should pay off your entire debt of the state of Florida. You are the lowest debt per capita state in the entire union. During that same time frame, we cut over $15 billion of taxes. During that same time frame, we put $22 billion in reserves. And you think, well, why have such a large reserve account? It's something I was very proud of. When you have a major disaster, a hurricane hits this state, it costs $1 billion, $1.5 billion to get us back on our feet. When you have $22 billion in reserves, you can say yes a lot. You can fix things. The 2 bridges we fixed after Hurricane Ian within just a week or so, we had the cash in the bank to do it. We knew we would spend $150 million to fix those 2 bridges, and we may not get repaid by the federal government for 5 to 10 years. it was okay because we had such a large reserve account. And just to put this in perspective, this year, and I'm going to compare us to the state of New York, the state of New York has 19.5 million people. The state of Florida has around 23 million people. This year, the budget the governor's going to sign Monday is going to be around $114 billion. The state of New York's budget's over $280 billion. And that's the difference between conservative leadership and liberal leadership. And so we're very proud of how frugal we have been with your taxpayer dollar. By the way, our debt that I mentioned at $8 billion, the state of New York is well over over $180 billion of debt. They have mortgaged their children and grandchildren's future for their state. We're very proud of where we are in Florida. Let's talk about a few other things during our time in the Florida Senate. It was very meaningful, not only to me and top priorities. We now have universal school choice in this state. We're the largest state in the union to do that. We put parents in charge of their children's education. During COVID, we realized not only would our liberal states lock kids out, put masks on them, we banned all that. And then we said, you know what, we're going to have universal school choice so parents can make the decision for their children. And again, it's something that was very meaningful. Our law enforcement, we back the blue here in the state of Florida. During my time in the Senate, we did $5,000 bonuses for any law enforcement officer that would move here to the state of Florida or enroll to be a law enforcement officer. The governor just a few months ago handed out the 10,000th $5,000 bonus. And we love our law enforcement here, and we're very proud of the job they do for us. Without our law enforcement, what do we actually really have? If you can't go outside, run your business, raise your family, do commerce, you can't do any of those things without law enforcement. So in Florida, we took a different approach. And then there's one thing we did while I was Senate President, something you would have never thought about running on a campaign 14 years ago, I'll say, when I first ran for the Florida Senate. During my time as Senate President, we banned boys from playing in girls' sports. Now, we did that. Now, it's one of those things you would have thought you wouldn't have had to, but why would you have to do that, right? Boys wouldn't play in girls' sports. That doesn't make any sense. But nonetheless, we did do that. We were, I believe, the first state in the union to do that. It's something we're very proud of. That record of fiscal responsibility and conservative leadership is something that I've been very proud to be a part of. And the Department of Agriculture. I've been your Commissioner of Agriculture now for the last 3.5 years. We have now passed 4 farm bills in 4 years. I think that's the only time in history that we've been able to do that, but 4 farm bills in 4 years. And it's all derived around the fact that agriculture is a national security issue. We have to protect agriculture in this country. We cannot be a country that depends on our foreign countries to feed us. During COVID, we figured out we didn't manufacture a lot, we didn't produce medicines, we didn't do a lot of those things, and we paid a dear price for it. We cannot let our food get in that situation. Now, the good news is that agriculture is the second leading driver of your economy here in the state of Florida. More than 2 million people today went to work in agriculture. It's over $200 billion a year in economic output. We're all proud of those statistics. During COVID, it was the number 1 leading driver of the economy. During a recession, it becomes the number 1 leading driver of the economy. But everyone in this room needs a farmer 3 times a day. That's why we got to take care of our farmers. We've done several things in those farm bills the last 4 years. I'm going to give a few highlights. We ban fake meat from being sold or distributed here in the state of Florida. We ban foreign enemies from buying agriculture land here in the state of Florida. We ban local governments from putting medicine or fluoride in your drinking water. We said to credit card companies and banks, this was a federal issue, we said that if you track or you attempt to track our guns and ammunition sales in the state of Florida, each time you do that, you will receive a $10,000 fine. We were the first state in the union to get that accomplished. Of course, many other states did it, and of course, that has now stopped that action from happening. In those same farm bills, we have a lot of solar farms going up around our state in agriculture land. In one of our farm bills a few years ago, we said when that gets decommissioned, and they get decommissioned after about 30 years, The Department of Agriculture gets to receive that land. We get to purchase it first right of refusal. We will remove those development rights and then sell that back into farming communities. And we have a major shortage of veterinarians in our state, large animal veterinarians. We've had a shortage for many years. In this year's Farm Bill, one example of how we fix that, we've said that if you will come to Florida and stay here for 5 years, we will help you pay off your student loans. We're trying to recruit it. So we're very proud of those things. And then I'm going to talk about some of our divisions within the Department of Agriculture. You've got 4,000 employees, 20 divisions, and we've done many things in the last 4 years to be more efficient. And I'll give you one example. When I got elected 3.5 years ago, we had nearly 30,000 backlog concealed carry permit holders. Today we have 0. Our forestry department, your average age of your bulldozers this year has, with the droughts and with the freezes, this year has been record fire season for the state of Florida. This has been the worst in 40 or 50 years, maybe ever in the state of Florida. In the last 3 years, how do you prepare for that? In the last 3 years, we bought over 80 new bulldozers, we bought 10 helicopters, and we've got a fleet of drones throughout this state to help us put those fires out. So when you see our men and women now out there fighting those fires, and they're the best in the country at doing it, they now have equipment that actually works. So we're very proud of the upgrades and efficiencies we brought there. And one of the things I like to talk about is our wildlife corridor. Going back to my Senate President days, we put in state statute, we defined what the wildlife corridor is. And you can Google a map and you can see a beautiful, beautiful map of the wildlife corridor. The map I would prefer you to Google is a map of the state of Florida at nighttime. On that map, you will see the beautiful lights of the state of Florida and the impact that growth has had in the state of Florida. But everywhere on that map that is dark is the wildlife corridor. It's where the aquifer is recharged. It's where animals traverse the state, but it's also where we grow your food. It's 18 million acres. We put that in state statute when I was Senate President. It was a top priority, and we're very proud of the fact that we have that identified as an area of the state of Florida that we have to not only protect for us, but our grandchildren's grandchildren. Very important. Then you'd say, what's the best way to do that? At the Department of Agriculture, we have a program called Rural and Family Lands. We buy development rights from farmers within that space. And we have a program every year that farmers have to apply for. Once they apply for, then we can rank them and then start buying those development rights. In my first 3 years, we've secured nearly 200,000 acres of property that will never be developed. And in the final year, right now we're looking to receive $425 million from the legislature this year. That'll secure at least another 100,000 acres. So we should be somewhere around 300,000 acres of preserved land just in my first 4 years of Commissioner of Agriculture. When you think about, we talk all the time about our most needy in this state and affordability, and how do we do that in agriculture? We put a program in place this last year called Farmers Feeding Florida. And it's where we go in and use tax dollars and we purchase food that most of the time would go to waste. How do I'll give you an example with the dairy farmers. If you're a dairy farmer that produces milk for the school system, you've got 4 months of the year where you have nowhere to go with your milk. We now have a program to where we can step in the summertime and buy that milk instead of it getting shipped to Wisconsin at a much lesser price and a much greater expense to go into cheese or get dumped. We now can purchase that product and distribute it through our food banks here in the state of Florida. In the first 9 months of that program, we've distributed over 43 million pounds of food in the first 9 months. So we're very proud of that, and it's going to our most needy amongst us. And it's farmers giving back as we always do. And so when you think about our youth, we always talk about farming and how, we're farmland and people that are young people that are not getting into farming, right? They're afraid to get into farming because all the development, all the growth, and by the way, farming's really hard work. But we're putting the tools in place to make this happen. And I want to brag about our FFA, our Future Farmers of America, just for a minute. And these are middle and high schoolers. 3 years ago, my last year as Senate President, we did a grant program. We said there's a lot of families who would love to participate in agriculture but cannot afford to participate in agriculture. And so we did a grant program, and we said we're going to be fiscally responsible. We're going to give a 3-year program to see how much improvement can we have. 3 years ago, we had 30,000 children enrolled in FFA. Today we have 65,770 kids enrolled in FFA. We are going to be graduating 65,000 leaders a year, starting in a few years now, instead of 30,000. How much better is it going to make the state of Florida that we have that many young leaders graduating every year with the knowledge of where their food comes from and what it takes to protect those natural resources of the state of Florida? That is a very important start to mending a lot of the opportunities. And finally, because I love talking about agriculture, and I'm really proud of the free state of Florida and the things we've been able to accomplish, not only under Governor DeSantis' leadership, but even Rick Scott's leadership, the jobs governor. He did a great job also, and I served with both of them. But when we think about the Republican Party and we think about this election, I thought back earlier today and I thought, I turned 18 in 1984. President Reagan was the first president I could vote for. I was a proud Republican in 1984 and remained one my entire life. And so when you think about 1984 and what was the conditions? By the way, Florida went for Ronald Reagan, but back then you had 1986, 63% of the registered voters in this state were Democrats, 31% Republicans. In 1996, it was 46% Democrats and 41% Republicans, so we'd made some ground up. But Republicans, we took over the majority in the legislature in the mid and late 90s, when there was a majority electorate were Democrats in the state. Now, fast forward to 2018 when Governor DeSantis got elected, it was about 300,000 more Democrats registered in the state of Florida than there were Republicans. In the last 8 years, we went from that deficit to the first time in our history, we have 1.5 million more registered Republicans than Democrats. And what I will remind us all of is that we have to come and be united. We're going to do our primaries. Everybody's going to fight hard. You're going to vote for your candidate. When that primary is over, we have to unite as a party, or we will have the same fate as the Democrats did 30 years ago in this state. We have to be together on these issues and for our elections. And I've been very proud to be a part of the Republican Party since I was able to join, back in the 80s. And look what conservative leadership has done in this state, fiscally and responsibly, and school choices and the freedoms that we sometimes take for granted in this state. And then look at New York, look at California, look at Illinois, look at these liberal states. There is no comparison from conservative leadership versus liberal leadership. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you for what you're doing. God bless.
Joining us now, Congressman Randy Fine.
Going up and down, all around the bends. You could have a bumper car bumping. There's amusement.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here. It is an important day. Many of you know my story. I'm not going to regale you with it. I'll tell you a couple of things. I happen to be the only person in the history of Florida who served in the Florida House, the Florida Senate, and Congress in the same 6-month period of time. Not something I recommend, for what it's worth. I actually served legally in the Senate for 3 minutes between the time I was sworn in and the time that I actually resigned. And I did that because President Trump needed warriors to go fight in Washington. Because I will tell you this, today we live in a world where what I have observed in my year in Washington is this. It's far worse than I thought. And Democrats are hell-bent on destroying our country, and all too many Republicans are content to manage our decline as long as we do it politely. You see, Rome is burning, and we need to do more than roast marshmallows in the fire. So it's an honor, though, for me to be up there fighting for you. As frustrating as it is, I see what lies ahead. And so what I want to use my time to talk to you about today is what I think the 5 fights that we have, the 5 risks, the 5 battles, the 5 fronts that we have in this upcoming election. Because make no mistake, the side that will win in November is the side that is angry and the side that is scared. And as great as things are under President Trump, there are reasons that we should all be concerned. Now, I only thought I'd get 5 minutes to speak today, but apparently there was a cancellation, so I got a little bit more time. Which brings me to the first concern that I have for us as a party. There is a virus that infected the Democratic Party over the last 20 or 30 years. A mind virus that seeks to degrade America and Western civilization as we know it. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, I thought Democrats were dumb, but I didn't think that they hated America. And now we see that mind virus revealing itself in our party, with people who stand up and fundamentally oppose exactly what it means to be American. We live in a Judeo-Christian society where the values that came from the Bible thousands of years ago are what our founders built this country on. And this group of people who seek its destruction, who seek to divide us between Jews and Christians, those who have fought together in the fights for hundreds of years, they must and they will be defeated. But they are joined in that fight by other groups. It used to be when you came to this country, you loved what America stood for. You shared our values, and you sought to add value for day one. But now immigration to this country is defined by those who hate America, who want to change America, and who want to see just how much they can get from America. We have been invaded by those who do not share our values, who move to places like Minnesota and see how much they can rip off from the taxpayer. For those who say they come here for temporary protective status, but then never leave. So I believe this when it comes to illegal immigration. They all need to be deported. Every one, no exceptions. I don't care if you've been here for 5 minutes or 5 decades. If you came here illegally, it is time to go home. But I think there is one group that has been particularly insidious. It is those who demand that we change how we live to accommodate them. Many of you know, I guess the ones in the front with the signs know, I'm Jewish, and I am proud of that. I've been a Jew since I was born, and I've been a Republican since the day I could register to vote. But I practice my faith in peace and privacy, and I expect no one to change how they live in order for me to practice mine. We're right close to a kosher neighborhood here in Fort Lauderdale. There's a big Orthodox community right nearby. None of them eat pork, but I guarantee if you go to Publix, you'll be able to find bacon. That's what it means to live in America. You practice your own religion in peace and prosperity. It doesn't mean anyone else has to do it as well. But now we're faced with a group of people who has come to America and has said in order for them to practice their religion, we have to practice their religion. In order for them to practice their religion, we must submit to it. And the rise of mainstream Islam is one of the greatest threats facing our country. It will challenge us because they seek to undermine who we are and to make us fundamentally live in a different way than we are accustomed to. They are joined in that fight by the fourth group, foreign influencers. You know, one of the extraordinary things about the rise of social media, the rise of the internet in general, it allows people to communicate whether they live 10 minutes away or 10,000 miles away. And we have seen in this country a rising influence, a rising concern from those who have no business participating in our electoral process. If someone in my district wants to come after me, if someone in the state wants to, if someone in the country wants to, they're Americans, and we respect their right to speak. But the time has come for us to stop letting China and Russia and Pakistan and Qatar and Turkey define how we interact with each other online. This is a fourth thing that affects who we are as a country. And what binds all of these things together, what unifies all four of these nefarious forces, is the left. You know, I didn't go to Washington to work with the Democrats. I went to Washington to defeat them. But the Democrats that are coming are different than those who came before. In the state of Maine, they're putting forth a candidate who has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. In the state of California, they are putting forth a candidate who will not say the Pledge of Allegiance because she does not want to pledge allegiance to the country. In New York, just on Monday, we had someone elected who says she uses the American flag to wipe her dirty hands. And it raises the question, why do these people seek to serve? See, the barbarians are no longer at the gate. They're not even inside. They now seek to serve in Congress. And that is where we find ourselves as we face our 250th anniversary. America's the greatest country in the history of the world. And if I wished anything for the people of this country, it would be that so many of them have forgotten that. We see it through the lenses of these people coming to visit us for the World Cup, who discover the things that we all take for granted as Americans. Open space, free refills, Buc-ee's, the things that we all love, they don't have. In France, they're having riots because some idiot decided they shouldn't have air conditioning. Things that we take for granted in this country. But our framers, our founders took real risks to create that, to do things that no one had done before, to be the first country in the history of the world to say that our rights didn't come from a king, our rights didn't come from government, but our rights came from God himself. And too many of our fellow Americans don't know that, and these forces of evil that I've spoken of wish to erase that for us all. So now we have a challenge ahead. We'll get through the primaries, but we cannot let that become our focus. We have to understand what comes after that, what is at stake in the election this November. Because let me tell you what happens if the forces of darkness win in November. I will tell you what will happen on January 3rd. I'm not good at predicting the future, but this is a future that is very easy to predict. They'll impeach Donald Trump. You know what they'll do on day 2? They'll impeach him again. On day 3, they'll find someone else. On day 4, they'll do an investigation. And as frustrating as it is in Washington right now, and believe you me, it is frustrating, we will see the wheels of government grind to a halt. Because make no mistake, we are no longer talking about two competing visions of America. This is not your father and your grandfather's Democratic Party, where everyone wanted a successful America, just we disagreed on how to get there. If you think Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Zohran Mamdani want a successful United States, you're out of your mind. Their goal is to tear it down. Now, we have a few months to prepare for this. We have the opportunity. Those of you in this room are the heart of the Republican Party. And I will tell you this, the other side is angry. They are ready to fight. The question is, are we willing to do the same? Are you? God has a plan for us all. I never planned to be in Congress. Those of you who know the story know this. I won that election to the state Senate, and 2 weeks later, President Trump called and asked me to run for Congress. And I thought to myself, why do I need the grief? Why do I need the aggravation? Why do I need an election every 2 years? But God puts us where he wants us to be, and he brought me to Congress in order to be a fighter. But I can't fight alone. We need 225 or 230 or 235 other fighters in the United States House of Representatives. My God, do we need some more fighters to sit alongside Ashley Moody and Rick Scott in the United States Senate? We've got to continue to make sure that we have fighters in the Florida legislature, we've got to make sure that we have Republicans in charge in our constitutional offices, because we're spoiled here in Florida. So many of the committee hearings that I go to, so many of the meetings I sit in, I hear what I call 49 state problems. They're not problems that we have here. We're incredibly lucky to live here. We live in an isolated bubble. But the left will seek to force on us the same insanity that they have done in these other states. That is what they seek to do. But worse, they know that their own policies don't work. And this is why we all have to care. I heard Wilton Simpson, who I sure do hope gets reelected. I heard Wilton Simpson talk about how big the budget of the state of New York is versus the budget of the state of Florida. I heard that. And New York knows that budget's not sustainable. You know what their plan is? Their plan is to go bankrupt and to put their hand out to all of us. So we have an obligation to not only protect what we've done in Florida, but protect the United States from these forces who would take us all down. Now, here in Florida, we're very lucky. We have a great Republican Party of Florida. Bill and Evan are doing an extraordinary job, and I appreciate the hard work that they do every day to make sure that you have the tools that you need to make sure that we go off and win. But I would encourage you to do this. Next week, is it next week? I guess it's in 7 days. We will celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country. And in the next week, go and read the Declaration of Independence. Read the whole thing. Read it word for word. Read what inspired Thomas Jefferson to write the words that he wrote then, that sits in our national archives where we can all go and see it. 250 years ago, those individuals who were not favored to win, they did not pledge to knock on doors. They did not pledge to make phone calls. They did not pledge to give money to campaigns. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to create the greatest country in the history of the world. And today, in 2026, as July 4th approaches, we all have to make the decision about whether we are willing to do the same. God puts us all where He wants us to be. He's put you where He wants you to be. And I ask you, on July 4th of 2026, will you pledge your life, your honor, and your fortune to make sure the United States remains the greatest country in the history of the world? I can promise you this, I will. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Education Commissioner Stasi Kmutzes for an education panel.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm excited this afternoon to be able to introduce an esteemed panel. We have first up Chair Representative Jennifer Kennedy, who serves as a teacher in Lakeland, is slated to be the future Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives here in the state of Florida. Let's give it up for Representative Kennedy. We also have Erica Donalds, who is a business owner, an education advocate, as well as a former school board member in Collier County. And last but not least, newly appointed Dean of the FAMU School of Law, Simone Marstiller, who previously served as Secretary of Department of Juvenile Justice, ACA, and is now the new Dean of the Law School. All righty, so first up, Representative Kennedy. School choice, from your perspective, right? You're a teacher in Lakeland. You've had the opportunity to get to know students. You've gotten to know fellow teachers and parents and see the impact of these programs. Why are you such a proponent of school choice here in the state of Florida, and what are some of the benefits you're seeing across the state?
Well, Stasi, thank you for that question. First of all, let me just say what a privilege it is to be here with such a fantastic group of grassroots activists that have made such an impact on the Republican Party for so long, so thank you. You know, school choice is an interesting thing because we stand on the shoulders of giants in school choice. And it's been my privilege to work on these issues in the 4 years that I've been in the legislature. But you think back to what somebody like a Jeb Bush did, the extraordinary work that he did, really shifting the conversation. And what we have the privilege of doing in Florida now is focusing not on what is easy for grown-ups, not on systems, but on children. And we believe in Florida that students, not systems, are the way we ought to operate. And so one of the things that we get to do in this school choice environment is focus on actual achievement. And when we do that, we set our students up for success over the long term, and we set our state up for success. And so the other really important thing about school choice is that we trust parents. We do not in the state of Florida co-parent with the government. We are not about that. And it is our great privilege to look at the exciting ways we get to expand school choice. And you know, in Florida, if you are a parent that knows that your child is going to be successful in a particular type of environment, whether it is a homeschool environment or a micro school, a private school, a public district school, which is still a very popular and important choice that a lot of families make, you've got a broad range, whether it's virtual, whether it's AP, IB, ACE, all of these opportunities are available to Florida families. That is an exciting place to be. It's my privilege to work in that area.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that answer. I could not agree more. We were able to announce in the state of Florida yesterday our progress monitoring results, where we were able to reach historic highs: 62% achievement in mathematics, 61% in English language arts. School choice and progress monitoring has had a significant impact on that, because we know that competition breeds a better product. And Erica, I know you're a huge advocate when it comes as well to school choice, and we've talked about not just school choice, but the critics of school choice, like the teachers union, who happened to sue me as Commissioner of Education over our school choice program in an attempt to eliminate it. So do you care to weigh in on that?
Yes, the teachers' unions, once again, are on the wrong side of the issue when it comes to education. And in my opinion, they're not suing you. They're suing the 1 million families in our state that are taking advantage of school choice. They are trying to rob parents of their right to direct the upbringing of their children. Your great work in the state, in the expansion of school choice in our state, your great work in the legislature has resulted in families actually being able to vote with their feet, to choose a school in our state that aligns with their values at home, which is one of the top reasons now, not just academic performance, but safety and values alignment are why our parents are taking those scholarships, now university available in the state of Florida, and taking those dollars from their assigned, zoned, government-run school to the school of their choice, or they're customizing their child's education. They're choosing online classes, hybrid schools, micro schools, pods. And we have welcomed innovators into the state of Florida using these programs and said, if you have a great education program, even if it's just a great English language arts program, or it's an excellent tutoring module, we want you to come to Florida, and we're allowing our parents, with the public funding that we've allocated to education, to purchase those goods and services. It's resulted in hundreds of new education providers coming to our state, flocking to our state. Why wouldn't we, the state of Florida, want to be the place where education innovation comes to thrive? That's what school choice has brought us, and that's what the teachers' unions are trying to end for our families. They're not going to win. We're going to continue to fight them, but we also have to put our foot on the gas even further to make sure that every education dollar in our state becomes parent-directed.
I couldn't agree more. Now, this may surprise you, but we made this announcement yesterday, which is a reflection of the hard work of the teachers in the public school, celebrating how these students have achieved. And the union has not weighed in yet celebrating their hard work. Are you surprised to hear that?
Not at all. You know, the union and my time on the school board, it was really eye-opening of what the teachers union, not the teachers, but the union fights for. And generally, in my experience, it's not for the best interest of the teachers, especially those teachers that are performing well. Because that really has gone against what the union has stood for. We saw it happen in Lee County, in my home area, where Lee County tried to give performance bonuses to teachers, tried to give extra money to teachers to go and teach in very hard to teach areas into disadvantaged communities where they had a lot of teacher turnover and they couldn't attract veteran teachers to these communities. They wanted to pay teachers more. Imagine that. Every industry you all are working in probably pays people more if they do a harder job, or they pay more if it's a hard to staff area, like in schools it's maybe physics or science fields. So you want to attract talent from the private sector to come into teaching. Lee County did that, and the teachers union sued them for it. So how is that looking out for the best interest of teachers when a county wants to pay teachers more and the teachers union says, no, we're going to sue you? So once again, they lost that lawsuit, they're going to lose this lawsuit, but it never surprises me when they're on the wrong side of things.
Well, thank you for that. When we talk about school choice, something that people may not often realize is a huge component of school choice is workforce education and giving students an additional pathway to now see prosperity in their future, to see value in themselves, to do this great educational opportunity to achieve a credential, an industry certification. I've had the privilege of attending college graduations where students are getting their degree, their AA degree, before they get their high school degree here in the state of Florida. It's incredible the work that's taking place. Governor DeSantis has invested $12 billion in partnership with the legislature towards workforce education. You have a background that is unique. You were the Secretary of ACA. You were the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Justice. You were a judge. You were in the courtroom. Incredible steel, quite frankly, for FAMU School of Law. But in your experience, tell me how pivotal it is, these workforce education programs with those populations that you've served.
Well, thank you. I hope this thing is on. Why is mine not on? Thank you. So thank you, Commissioner. It is an honor to be here to sit on this couch with these two amazing education leaders. It is an honor to sit here today with you all. Workforce education. So my experience as the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Justice, as you all can imagine, dealing with children, you know, as young as 10, who not in school, not really doing anything, but getting in trouble. And the first thing that I learned, and the thing that has stuck with me the most, which really has brought me to the position that I'm in today, is that education is the great equalizer. And education is the thing that will keep these kids out of the juvenile justice system. And it doesn't have to necessarily be college, but it does need to be graduate from high school or get your GED and learn something, right? And to become part of our communities, to contribute. That actually is the way, ladies and gentlemen, and I could be wrong about this, but that is the way to raise up the economic standards in all of our communities across the state. So what Governor DeSantis and the legislature have done in really investing in workforce education is a really, really critical part of the entire continuum of education policy in the state of Florida. I have seen it. A lot of what we have done in the Department of Juvenile Justice, when these young men and women are unfortunately placed in the states, are committed to our facilities for a period of time so that hopefully we can educate them and rehabilitate them. We have spent a lot of good money getting kids the kind of certifications that you've just mentioned, Commissioner. So plumbing, electrician, a variety of things, so that when they leave our care, they are prepared to go home back to their communities and get those fantastic jobs and take care of their families, and as I said before, raise the economic standard across their communities. That is how critical education is. And again, it's not just about higher education. That's good, and I'm sure I'll talk about that a little bit later. But workforce education is key because we know that everyone isn't going to go to college. Everyone doesn't start at, at the same level in their communities. But we have to make sure that we are messaging to our young men and women across the state, this is an important thing for you to do, and to be a good citizen of the state of Florida and to help your families and your communities learn a trade, learn to do something constructive, and it raises all of us up.
Yeah, no. Great answer. Erica, a lot of your work is at the federal level. I am a huge fan of Secretary McMahon at the U.S. Department of Education, and I am proud to see of the partnership with the Department of Labor on this emphasis of workforce education programs. Why are we seeing that out of the federal, national level to have that emphasis on workforce programs, and how is that impacting the educational landscape?
Yeah, it's been incredible to learn, really. I've been in state policy for 15 years, so it wasn't until President Trump took office the second term, and I had been talking to him throughout the campaign on the trail about getting rid of the federal Department of Education, something that I've advocated for a long time, because as a state proponent and advocate, I want us to have control of those dollars. I don't want the federal government telling us we have to have transgender bathrooms, we have to not punish children for misbehavior. These are some of the things that happened in the Obama administration and the Biden administration. So I was talking to him about getting rid of the department, and he adopted that as part of his campaign platform, and it was obviously very popular. He got a mandate to do that. And then Secretary McMahon being named, she is incredible, just one of the greatest women executives that I've ever worked with. So in my role of chair of Education Opportunity at America First Policy Institute, I've worked hand in hand with her team, and the White House and the Domestic Policy Council to execute on that mandate. And I don't think people really know how far we've come. They've signed 12 interagency agreements, one of which you referred to push off from the federal Department of Education things that must continue or are continuing because of lack of congressional action, because Congress has to actually eliminate the department or eliminate some of those functions. But one of the core functions in that workforce preparation, career and technical education has actually been put on Department of Labor, which makes sense, right? We're preparing them, whether they're adults or young adults or teenagers, we're preparing them for the workforce that's ahead in the United States of America, for the reindustrialization that President Trump and his policies has brought on. And actually, a great son of Florida, Henry Mack, is one of the assistant secretaries there overseeing this. And this great movement of retraining and reskilling our workforce for the jobs that are ahead in our country, especially when it comes to AI, to the resurgence of nuclear energy, to bringing back manufacturing, as President Trump has made a priority. So at the same time as Secretary McMahon has been incredibly successful, so successful in eliminating this department and the bloat in it that they are getting rid of the building that they were in because it was 70% empty, right? I mean, that's something to celebrate. But when it comes to the Department of Labor, if you follow even what he has put out there on social media, they are pushing out these training programs for Americans and for our high school students especially to give them a pathway to a job. I know many of you have been to high school graduations, family members, friends. You ask these kids, what are you going to do after high school graduation? And either they don't know or they don't know and they're going to college. It's a small percentage of them that say confidently, oh, I know what I'm doing, I'm gonna major in this is what I wanna do with my life. That's become rare, and what we don't want is kids who don't know what they wanna do, spending time racking up debt in college when they don't have a pathway. That's why I'm so invested in this plan to do personalized success plans that include a pathway through a university to a career, but also include a pathway through apprenticeships and career and technical training. Maybe it's some college and some career training that puts them in a pathway to an entrepreneurship. But whatever it is, we need every graduate in the state of Florida to have a confident answer when they walk across that stage. Maybe I don't know what I want to do forever, but I know what I'm doing tomorrow, and I know what I'm going to do to support myself and put food on the table, and what am I going to do to get on that pathway to the American dream?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I appreciate that investment by the feds. I also appreciate the investment by the state. And you and I both know, Chair Kennedy, a big part of why I wanted to apply to be, for those who don't know, I will be transitioning. This will be my last week as Commissioner of Education. I'll be the president of Polk State College effective July 6th.
And we're so glad to have him.
And a big part of why I did this, why I was drawn to apply for the position, is my story is one like so many of the students that are served at Polk State. I grew up by a single mom, 3 kids. We lived in a 780 square foot duplex in Miami. And I went to school because it was my pathway to prosperity. It was my opportunity to pull myself up by the bootstraps. And only in this country can you do that. This is the best country with education, giving students opportunities across the country. But here in the state, there's been an emphasis on that population with workforce programs, especially at Polk State College. So tell me, as a local representative who's invested so much in that college, sort of the impact that it's happening on the local workforce community.
Well, you know, I'll start by going back to the history because it is so important, I think, that we understand where we came from. And 25 years ago, when Jeb Bush went down to Liberty City to learn from T. Willard Fair about what it was going to take to transform lives in that community, he came to believe that a zip code should not determine your future. And he used to say, the right to rise is a civil right. And I think what we see at Polk State and what we can be so proud of as Republicans is that we believe that when students have that opportunity, when they can learn to use their hands and become a plumber or an electrician, the world is open. And we believe that with hard work and paired with the right kind of opportunity, that the flywheel of economic prosperity will continue to turn in Florida. And let me tell you, one of the privileges that I have had is doing a lot of travel around the country, and every single time I go somewhere else, I feel a little bit like the European tourists that are experiencing, you know, the America for the first time. But I come back to Florida and I realize how incredibly special what we have in this state is. And you have institutions like Polk State College that are blowing up opportunity for students who otherwise wouldn't have it, because it's not just a willingness to work hard. It is also excellence in training, excellence in opportunity. And one of the things that I think we are going to have the privilege of doing together in coming years is to make sure that quality remains high, that expectations stay very, very high, that I's are dotted, that T's are crossed, that the processes that continue to keep opportunity open remain in place.
Yeah, well said. So now higher education, Simone, that's where you're headed off to. And curious, you know, your vision for FAMU law and in this landscape where there's been so many higher education reforms here in the state of Florida, and we've really led the nation on those reforms, whether it's building up an accreditor like CPHE, partnering with the Department of Education to get that expedited, to now have competition to SACS and HLC and some of these other accrediting entities. It's just one of so many reforms that have been done under this governor's leadership. Tell me, what do you look forward to the most now as you take the reins as the dean of the law school at FAMU?
How much time do I have? Well, first of all, I'd like to sort of piggyback on some of the comments that my esteemed colleagues here have made about sort of the foundational things, and I'll get there, the foundational things about education. So you all don't know me generally, but I think I, like probably many of you in this room, came through what was at the time a pretty decent public school system, right? So I learned the things that I needed to learn. I learned civics. I learned American history. I don't remember anybody trying to indoctrinate me about anything. I didn't have to learn about, how-tos and who-withs, right? I learned the basics. And then went on to college because that's what my parents, told me that I had to do, which was good. But then later, I became a single mom at 19, and, the narratives that go along with that, ladies and gentlemen, as a 19-year-old black woman in America with a, single with a baby, the narrative was not, she's going to become the dean of FAMU one day. That was not the narrative. And I was determined not to live down to people's expectations. I was determined. And that, now I'm bringing it around, that is one of the critically important things to me as the incoming dean of this College of Law. Thankfully, I have a wonderful partner in the new university president, Marva Johnson, who is an amazing leader. She has high expectations for the university and for the College of Law, and thankfully she's a lawyer as well, so she knows, right, the potential for this law school. But what I want to do at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is to change the narratives that are out there that are limiting the potential and limiting the achievement of the very, very bright students who are coming through FAMU College of Law. Those narratives are damaging and they're bad. Here's the thing about narratives. If at the surface they sound like they're helpful to you, but if you really listen to them, they're not good. They're actually meant to keep people down. And I am over that. I am over it. I'm over the narratives. So a lot of the things that I want to accomplish as the dean of this college is to, continue to raise the bar high, no pun intended, but to raise the bar high for my students, but also to transform this College of Law into what I believe it really can be. An economic driver for the state of Florida, an incredible community partner. I want to start academic programs that are going to train up our students in high demand, high growth areas of the law, technology, AI, fintech, all of those things. We have the potential to do that. And as a state of Florida law school, my expectation for this school is that it's not just going to be the #1 HBCU in law school in the country, which, no disrespect to Howard, but we will be doing that. But that we are at the top with our Florida state peers in turning out high quality, determined, in-demand, and capable practice-ready lawyers who are able to go out into any field and make a difference, not just in those fields, but ladies and gentlemen, those individuals are, again, bringing that success home to their communities and raising them all up. That's my overarching goal. Stay tuned.
Well, excellent. We'll have to have you back next year to talk about the success as your time as the law school dean. Speaking on higher education, folks don't realize the impact across the board of the educational landscape that our partners at the colleges or the universities are doing with us, whether it's focused on the science of reading or teacher preparation programs. I know you've been very involved in that, Representative Kennedy, so why don't you talk a little bit about some of the partnerships there and the programs being built out as a result of some amazing legislation that's being implemented?
Well, one of the exciting things that we have happening is the partnerships that we have, both the ones that have existed with the Center for Reading Research, with the now new emerging partnership between Miami-Dade College and University of South Florida focused on teacher training. We have a problem. The problem that we have is a shortage of teachers, and yet there are some innovative ways that we're going to meet those challenges. I don't know how many teachers we have who did not emerge in the era of gentle parenting. I would love to see some of those young retired teachers that remember what it was to speak directly and expect immediate obedience. I would love to see some of those teachers back in the classroom. And some of the partnerships that we're developing, I hope will help us with some more efficient recertification to make sure that every teacher in our classrooms is excellent. And one of the reasons that they are excellent is because they understand the science of reading. We won't spend a lot of time talking about pedagogy, but we know a lot now about how children learn to read, write, do math, and understand the world. And we know that a focus on phonics and on fluency and on vocabulary leads to comprehension. And children in the state of Florida will never be able to grow up and excel at FAMU Law School or anywhere else if they do not know what the words mean. And so the partnerships that we have with our universities, with our state colleges, are going to be a really important part of that, and it's exciting to see that happening.
Thank you so much for your leadership on that legislation. And we couldn't agree more. As we at the Department of Education are implementing this legislation, we are emphasizing what it looks like to be a high-quality educator in the classroom because we know the impact it has on the student. Again, I continue to tout the results, but Florida had the highest graduation rates in our state's history this year at 92.2%. It didn't just happenstance get like that. There's been laws that have been passed. There's been partnerships built to be able to build out better opportunities for students, and the results are speaking for themselves. But shifting a little bit, something that we have seen, an emerging trend in higher education and across the nation has been AI. And, Erica, you've been a proponent of AI and seeing the impacts that it can have on student achievement and helping students with whether it's tutoring, helping educators with some of the burdens of grading paperwork, and then them having the ability to review the work afterwards. You're always going to have the teacher. I know the governor made a mention of that yesterday at his press conference. We're not going to replace the human that is the teacher, but tell us about AI and your position on that and why you are such a strong advocate.
Well, yeah, I see such great potential. And as the governor said, AI is not going to replace teachers, but it is going to allow teachers to spend more time with what only they can do. And that is passionately conveying information to their students, inspiring students to want to learn, that one-on-one ability to interact human to human with students. They're going to be able to do more of that, which is what all of us want, right? As parents, if you ask me, what do I want the teachers to do more of? It is to interact with my child, not to be doing paperwork, not to be rewriting lesson plans, not to be filling out IEP forms. Taking attendance sometimes takes our teachers, and as someone who's run multiple schools, I can tell you, 10 to 15 minutes a day. 10 to 15 minutes a day to take attendance. And that is something that AI can help them do instantaneously. So these are the things that I want to empower our teachers with. But Simone talked about narratives, and we have an unfortunate narrative in our country right now. Some of it is coming from places of higher education, that AI and other technologies are going to make victims out of our students. And I wrote an op-ed that ran in the Washington Examiner about this when we heard the booing at our graduation ceremonies when the mention of AI occurred. And it's a sad thing to know that these students have been fed the narrative that this new technology, which is actually going to transform things in a positive way in many ways in our country, is going to take something away from them instead of give something to them. It's something we have to be very careful about across the board. Thank you. Because when you think about it, and I heard from an electrician, for example, he's wearing a little microphone on his lapel, and as he's using his hands to see what the issues are in the wall, he doesn't have to stop and write it down or put it in his phone. He's talking into that lapel, and it's transcribing it into this AI module that's then coming up with the solutions and what orders he needs without him ever having to actually get on his phone, retype it, put in the order, etc. So he's able to work much faster. So that's not taking away from him, that's actually giving something to him. So we have got to flip the narrative in this country when it comes to this new technology, this reindustrialization of empowering students with this technology, not feeding them that it's going to take anything away from him. That's how we as Americans lead on this issue. And we've got to just adapt to what we have available and get students excited about the possibilities of this going forward.
Well, I failed to mention, while all three of these incredible leaders are accomplished professionals, they're all mothers, and you see the passion when they talk about education, because it's the same passion that I carry as a father. We think of our children and the impact that these education policies are going to have. And so thank you, quite frankly, all three of you, for being willing to participate. This was an incredible panel. Let's give it up for the three speakers today. And I know I was joking with Erica in the back. We've done about 8 or 9 panels together during my year as Commissioner of Education, so we won't be doing that anymore as I transition to be the president. But you are wearing Polk State College's colors, so we do appreciate the representation.
And Republican colors, of course, right?
That's right,
yeah.
that's right.
Well, thank you. I will speak, I think, on behalf of all of us to thank you for your service as Commissioner of Education and congratulate you on all of the great accomplishments that you've had in that position and wish you the very best as you lead one of the most important workforce drivers and economic drivers in our state at Polk State College and our state college system. So thank you on behalf of all of us for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
For today's first debate for Florida's 25th Congressional District, please welcome our moderators. Kimberly Leonard, politics reporter and author of Florida's Playbook for Political. Mark Caputo, White House reporter for Axios. And Anthony Mann, political writer for the Sun Sentinel.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Florida's 25th Congressional District candidates, George Moraitis, Scott Singer, Dan Franzese, and Raven Harrison.
Hi, thank you all for being here today. Before we get started, we're going to go over a few ground rules for our debate. Each candidate is first going to deliver a 30-second opening statement, beginning with Mr. Moraitis. After that, all the questions will be asked by the moderators, that's us down here. Candidates will have 30 seconds to respond to each question, and if your name comes up, you get a rebuttal, and you'll have 15 seconds to do the rebuttal. Each candidate will deliver a 30-second closing statement, beginning with Ms. Harrison. And we have, the moderators, complete discretion to manage and move the debate forward. So let's start first with opening statements. Mr. Moraitis, please.
I want to thank RPOF. Thank you all for coming today, and I want to thank our moderators as well. My name is George Moraitis. I'm a former submarine naval warfare officer. I know how to fight for our country, and I will fight for you to make our nation safer, stronger, and more prosperous. I've never lost an election. I've run 4 times for the Florida State House, and I've won every single time. And we need someone who's going to be able to win this election. Again, after I served in the Navy, I've spent 25 years as a practicing attorney. During that time, I served 8 years in the Florida State Legislature, and I was the chair of the Broward GOP for a few years as well. Thank you.
Mr. Singer, you're up.
I'm Scott Singer. As mayor, I governed as an America First Republican, lowered taxes, cut red tape, backed the blue, and stood up to woke. As chair of the America First Mayor's Council, I help other cities advance President Trump's agenda. In Congress, I'll be a strong supporter for President Trump to lower taxes, end waste and fraud, grow our economy, and protect our rights and American values. I've led and grew up in this district. I'm the only candidate who can flip this must-win seat in November.
Thank you. My name is Dan Francis. I'm running on a AAA platform of affordability, accountability, and America First. I am not a career politician. I am a businessman. I earned my MBA at Wharton, and I had a very successful business career. And for many years, I have been an unwavering 100% enthusiastic supporter of President Trump and his policies. These are the things that set me apart, and these are the reasons why I am the best candidate to win in November. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raven Harrison. I am the daughter of 2 retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonels. I am the wife of a retired C-17 pilot. I am the mother of 2 amazing patriots, one of which my child was picked up by the throat and thrown out of school at 8 years old for voting for President Trump in a mock election. So now we have me. I am a proud daughter of Native American ancestry, and I am running as the true alternative to flip this seat and give us real representation, to fix the problems that decades-long politicians have caused. I ask for your vote.
Temporary protected status has been in the news this week. So I'm wondering, do you support the end of TPS for Haitians? And if so, what would the economic impact be in South Florida, say in the home health care industry? And do you think it's safe for people to be returned to Haiti? We'll start with you, Mr. Moraitis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mann. First of all, I would say that President Trump had the discretion to end temporary protective status. I do support President Trump's efforts to secure the border, to make sure that we're not overdoing it in terms of illegal immigration. So he's done a fantastic job with that. As far as TPS, I do support changing the immigration system to modify it to allow legally people to come here and do the jobs that are not being filled. We allow 2 million legal immigrants into the nation a year. The Haitian community is a very hardworking community, but we need to make sure that people who are here, they're allowed to be here.
Mr. Singer.
Thank you. President Trump had been fighting a rogue judiciary for years to enact the executive power that the Supreme Court put in place. It's within the president's purview to end temporary protected status, which went on for almost 9 years. The president is aware of these issues and working to make sure that he is building on the gains that we had in protecting the border. As for our community, we have a lot of hardworking people here who've come through immigration the right way. And we have to understand that we can't have 2 systems, one for people who've neglected our laws and one for those who followed it. That's the most important thing to take away from this.
I'm glad the courts upheld the president on this. This temporary status went on for many years, in fact, 16 years in some cases, and that's certainly not what was expected. When it comes to illegal immigration, I have a number of rules that are sacrosanct. We must maintain secure borders. We must defend and support ICE. There shall be no amnesty. and there shall be no handouts for illegal aliens. And over and above that, we are a nation of laws, and we need to enforce our laws. I believe that legal immigration is right if done properly, but we need to do it in a way that helps our country. Thank you.
My premise on this is very simple, is if we can't respect our own laws, we can't expect anybody else to. It has to be applied equally or not at all. Having said that a system that is broken benefits neither Americans nor people trying to come here the right way. It has to be fixed. It has to be done compassionately. But I support the rule of law and the laws being applied as they are written.
I'd just like to follow up quickly. I don't think I heard any of you say if you think it's safe for Haitians to be repatriated to Haiti.
Well, I'm going to defer to the president on that. He's made that determination. So yes, I do feel it's safe for them to go back to Haiti. I also feel that we need to, as you said, we need to continue to have people here to fill the jobs we need to do. So we do need reforms to the immigration system.
The administration has a much better handle on the safety than I do, and I think it's hard for us to second-guess the president and the State Department in understanding the safety in other nations.
I'll have to concur with my colleagues on that one.
And I would just say, if we're talking about ones, are we talking, I'm sorry, can I just ask for a clarification? Are you talking about ones who have expired, who have gone through our system, or who have not yet?
The people who would have to leave if temporary protected status does, in fact, end, and who would have to go back to Haiti. Is it
Yes.
safe for them to go back to Haiti?
I believe it would be safe to uphold the law as written.
Well, Israel is an important issue, and let me just take you out of order so we're not constantly starting with Mr. Moraitis. Right, so we'll go the other way. How would you characterize America's or Israel's influence in American politics? Does Israel have too much influence, too little influence, or is it just about right? And can you explain your answer?
I think that's an excellent question. What I would say is, having two parents who were in the U.S. military, we were stationed in Israel for quite a period of time. Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, and that's a defense issue for us as well. It's our security. So again, in terms of influence, if we're talking about the ability for America to protect itself and use its allies, I am in full support of that. But like everything else, it should be an America first slant.
Is that too much or too little, or just about right?
With the information that we have, I would continue to say it's just about right, as they are our ally.
Thank you.
So Israel has been thank you. Israel has been our best ally in the Middle East, and it's one that we should continue to support. And I do support everything we've been doing there, in particular this most recent conflict with Iran. I have a position paper on my website that makes it clear that we had to take the actions that we took. Back to your question of, is it too much or too little influence? I think we're doing the right things, and they certainly have had a chance to state their case to us, and I think it's appropriate that we've defended them as we have.
I'm a proud America First Republican and a proud supporter of Israel, and those things are wholly and totally consistent with each other, because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, whether it's the joint military actions against Iran last year to take out a nuclear threat, the ongoing efforts right now, the training we get from the innovation, the experience we get from Israel, the foreign operations that Israel provides, and I respectfully reject that question. It's what the left is doing to demonize Jews and demonize American supporters of Israel. It's not the right framework. It's America first and our ally.
So I'm pro-American, I'm pro-Israel. Israel is our best ally in the Middle East, if not the world. We have personal connections with them. We have spiritual connections with them. They have done more for religious freedom in their area than anyone in that part of the world. They are our best ally consistently in the UN and helping us in conflicts throughout the globe. And we were never going to let Iran acquire a nuclear weapon. And I applaud what President Trump has done to stop that. And I would say, yes, Israel has about the right amount of influence in terms of being a strong ally of us in the United States.
On a related question, an estimated 25% of the residents of the 25th District are Jewish. And the question of James Fishback is going to be salient for some of those people. Do you think he's made comments that are anti-Semitic or racist, and what should the Republican Party posture be toward him? Can we start with you, Mr. Singer?
Yes, he has, and it's shameful. He's made racist and bigoted comments, and that has no part in our party. The left is increasingly hostile to people of different faiths in America, people of the Jewish faith, and this is an opportunity for us to appeal to swing voters. I'm confident about my chances in November because I know so many moderate voters who've just voted for Jared Moskowitz because he's a Jewish candidate and he's okay on Israel, except that he's really not. He supported the War Powers Act, or he would take away the president's power when we're fighting a struggle. I'm a proud American, a proud Jewish Republican, and I'm going to appeal to swing voters that we need.
Mr. Frances next, and then
You would like me to?
Mr. Frances next, and then Ms. Harrison.
We're having trouble hearing you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Eat the mic. I think the things he said are absolutely unacceptable and reprehensible, and I think we have to take a strong stance against that. I have been an unwavering supporter of Israel and the world's Jewish people for many years, and I've always said that when I'm elected to Congress, they will have a friend in Washington. We need to stand up to it and fight it everywhere we can, whether it's on the college campuses or from candidates who are horribly bigoted people like him. And the answer is we need to have an unrelenting opposition to that at all times.
Ms. Harrison.
Yes, thank you. I would say, growing up Native American, I know better than most what this kind of racism and hate breeds in abjects, especially as it relates to what happened to my daughter. I have absolutely no tolerance for anti-Semitism in any form or fashion. I have been working with several leaders in the Jewish community to speak at universities against this anti-Semitism. I do not agree. I've not heard the comment in question, but I do support free speech. I do not support hate speech, and there is a difference, and we must be called out when it's different.
And we're going to stick with perhaps one last. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Again,
there's no place in this party or even really in America for that type of speech. And a lot has been done to fight anti-Semitism. And I want to applaud President Trump and the Republican Party for doing a lot more, certainly than was being done in the previous administration. So, again, the party's attracting more Jewish people. We have one here on the stage with us. We have another one running that's not here today. And I think it's fantastic. And so we want to continue to reach out to our Jewish brothers and sisters to join the party of common sense. And I'm the best person to represent this area and fight for Israel and fight anti-Semitism.
And sticking on the topic to a degree in the Middle East, I guess we should start with Mr. Francis. If the MOU, if you're in Congress, if you're elected to Congress, and the memorandum of understanding that the president just signed with Iran came up for a vote, how would you vote for that?
Oh, I would 100% vote for it. I have tremendous faith in President Trump. There's nobody I trust more than him to do the right thing for the American people, and that should always be our #1 priority. He's also one of the world's greatest negotiators, so I have tremendous faith he's doing the right thing. So my point right now is to stay out of his way and let him get the job done. So I would absolutely go for it. It has already accomplished a lot of good things. People are not shooting at one another. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Gasoline is down 80 cents in the state of Florida. So I think we're heading in the right direction with that, and I would support it.
And we'll go a little out of order. Mr. Singer.
The president is the master of the art of the deal. The MOU is not a final deal. It's not even a deal that seems to be working right now. The president knows what he's doing. He's had a creative set of engagements and negotiations in many world conflicts, and this is just another one. We're not going to know by January if this MOU is on the table because I think the situation is so dynamic. What I do applaud is President Trump taking the strong action after 47 years of a rogue nation state who's rained down terror and killed American citizens and people across the world to hold them accountable, and I appreciate those bold efforts.
So would you vote for it?
We're not at a situation where you can talk about that yet. It's still dynamic. We're not even in that current situation. So even the terms that were negotiated a week ago are not the current terms.
Mr. Moraitis.
Well, thank you. First of all, I applaud what the president has done to stop Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. That is an existential threat to the United States of America. In 10 years, if someone were to blow up a bomb in New York Harbor, a nuclear bomb, and we didn't stop this now, we'd be ashamed of ourselves. So I applaud what he's doing. I stand for yes. I do support the MOU as the president's effort to rein in Iran, to stop them from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Yes, it's incomplete in the sense we don't have a treaty, but I do support the president's efforts to stop Iran.
Mrs. Harrison.
Thank you. I would like to say that I support my commander-in-chief, but I am elected to Congress to represent the district, to represent 25 and the people in 25. So my actions must always be consistent with what my constituents want. That is a memorandum that seeks to keep us safe. And having two military parents, this is a very dangerous time that we are in. I remember when we kicked the last nuclear inspectors out of the facility, and then we had a lot of bad things happen. So the memorandum coming out, if all things equal, I will be supporting my commander-in-chief, but my first obligation is to the constituents of District 25.
Thank you.
I want to switch gears for a minute to talk about the topic of trust in Congress. I'm wondering, regarding term limits, whether you all would individually talk about whether you support term limits, and if so, for how long, and whether you today will pledge to only serve for a certain number of terms if elected. Ms. Harrison, let's start with you.
Absolutely. I not only believe in term limits, I believe in bureaucracy limits, which is also a problem that we have. We have a lot of unelected interest running in our government right now and concurrent. I have already pledged to serve no more than 8 years in Congress, because that is the exact length of the executive branch. I think that's a good enough time for me to serve the constituents, and so I believe that that's something that we should be pushing for. I feel like we have decades-long politicians running to solve problems caused by decades-long politicians.
Thank you. Let's mix it up. Mr. Singer, please.
Yes, I fully support term limits. I've already signed the U.S. Term Limits Amendment pledge to pass a constitutional amendment for term limits. I supported them at the city. I support them at the federal level. I see that they work. You talked about trust. Where we have lack of trust are people in Congress who are career politicians like Nancy Pelosi and to a lesser extent Jared Moskowitz, who trade stocks hundreds of times, millions of dollars worth of stocks, and we don't know if it's on inside information. Jared Moskowitz has violated the Stock Act twice. He needs to be held accountable by the voters. I would ban all congressional stock trading.
We will get to that topic, I promise you. But are you personally committing to only serving a certain number of terms if elected?
Yes.
What is that number?
I have not decided that number yet. I'm not there first. I think it's appropriate that we put term limits in for everyone and abide by that, and that's the bigger thing, because you have other people talking about it and not doing it. I would push for term limits.
All right. Mr. Moraitis, please.
I absolutely support term limits 100%. That will do a lot to reform the institution. I have served signed the term limits pledge. The term limits pledge is for actually 6 years if there was a constitutional amendment. Personally, if it doesn't pass, I would serve for 8 years at this point. That's what I'm committing to. That's what I did in the Florida House, and it works for the U.S. Congress as well. In addition to term limits, though, we need to ban stock trading. We need to ban the corruption that we have in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Franzese, please.
Yes, so I fully support a ban on stock trading by members of Congress, and to lead by example, I have agreed I will sell all of my individual shares before I get there, but there should also be a ban on that. On top of that, I have signed the term limits pledge. It limits members of Congress to 3 terms, and I pledge to serve only 3 terms. Now, one thing you all need to know, my colleague Scott Singer here talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. As mayor of Boca Raton, he tried to extend his own term and quadruple his pay. So actions speak louder words, and that's what you get from Scott Singer.
Okay. Mr. Singer, you have the opportunity to respond to that. 15
seconds. It's a completely false lie, and I resent it because it's pulling the wool over your eyes. You could look up, I was the lone vote to raise my pay, lone vote against raising my pay. I did not think we should have a pay increase. It passed notwithstanding, and the voters approved it. And I did not vote to extend my own term. I voted to change our calendar from 3 years to 4 years. Naturally, somebody has to have a longer term there, but I respected 2 term limits and served 2 full terms. Would not change that, did not try to change it, and he keeps lying, saying I try to raise my own pay, just one of many unfortunate lies.
Okay, he backpedaled on that after he saw it wasn't popular. You can read more about this on a new website we launched this morning. It's bidensbocaboy.com, no punctuation in it. And it has a video about Scott Singer that everyone's talking about, and has all the detail on what I'm talking about. bidensbocaboy.com.
These are the failed efforts by a repeat failed candidate. I never supported a pay increase. I never voted for it. I voted against it. I was the lone vote against it. And it's just frustrating. You're going to see AI and more lies. We need to be focused on what it takes to win in November. I'm the only candidate who can do that. And you don't have to come into another district when you failed 2 other times.
So I did not come into another district. I was running in District 22. It was one of 3 districts that was chopped up to create this one. So I wasn't running in this district at least as much as anybody else. Thank you.
Mr. Franzese doesn't live in the district, has never lived in the district, and I was serving and opposing that pay increase. He was still living in New York. I was born in this district, lived in this district, and served in this district in Miami Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Boca Raton, all 3 counties for 40 years. This is my home district. Not everyone can say that.
So in redistricting years, these kind of things happen, and especially in a weird one like this where it only happened about a month and a half ago. And I could tell you, I've been campaigning door to door. My team and I have knocked on the doors of almost 6,000 registered Republicans in the district. Not just any Republicans, these are the ones that vote in primaries. Not a single one has had an issue with this. This is the only person that has an issue with that. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on, but I do want to talk about a
Yeah,
topic
well, I'll tell you
that
what else I hear when I go door to door.
Sir, your time
you
is
could
up.
not get elected dog catcher in that district if you ran in your town again.
Okay, next
And
question.
this is why I'm running.
Next question, which all of you did already raise, but before this debate, I went ahead and I pulled everyone's paperwork for qualifying for this district, and all of you checked off the box that said that you will not trade stocks if elected. I also pulled each of your financial disclosures. Now, some of them haven't been filed yet because you asked and were granted extensions, which is allowed, but all of you do have either had holdings in the past or currently do. Some of them are related to mutual funds or family trust and so forth. When will each of you divest? Let's start with you, Mr. Moraitis.
Well, I guess I'll start by saying, I definitely support a ban on stock trading. And again, as far as the legality of what exactly that looks like in divesting, absolutely. If that's what's required to make that work, then we will divest and get into something that's more blind trust or whatever it looks like. So, I again never traded when I was in the legislature on the information I had. I'm not going to do it in Congress, and I support a ban on anyone doing it, frankly.
Do you support a ban on spouses also
Yes.
trading? Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Singer?
I've been on record from day one that I will not trade any stocks while in Congress. People can be in mutual funds, but no stocks. We should not have the problem, what we've seen from Nancy Pelosi, Jared Moskowitz, and so many who violate the Stock Act, who trade potentially on inside information. We don't know. I will fully divest upon being elected. I don't believe my family or my spouse or children should have any stocks either. We'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay. And we'll see your paperwork next month, right?
Yes.
So it's due next month. All right, great. Ms. Harrison, actually, let's go over to you.
Yes, I'd be absolutely, they wouldn't have even had to ask that. It was on the form when we filed for Congress here in the state of Florida as of July 1st, and I wouldn't have needed that paperwork to do that. It will all be divested the moment I am elected. I believe that applies to my husband, my children, anybody else in direct proximity to me. So we will do that without the voters or the American public having to ask.
Mr. Francis, please.
I've already addressed this question. I agree. When I'm elected, I will sell all my individual shares. I should not have any trading. My wife should not have any trading. I'm all in favor of full disclosure on that and laws about that. But it should extend beyond what you personally own. It should also be things you control. One of the things you'll see on that website, bidensbokaboy.com, is that Scott Singer is CEO of a mysterious foundation that's headquartered in his law office, and it has millions of dollars in an offshore Cayman Islands hedge fund account. So that there should be certainly accountability and transparency on that. Thank you.
Mr. Singer, you have the opportunity to respond.
Another shameful attack full of lies. Yes, I'm proud of my work in leading a private foundation that has done great work throughout Florida in helping getting kids in the skilled trades. My opponent said that advanced developer interests. You should see some of the kids in our community who've now gone from low minimum wage jobs to high paying careers, and I'm proud to help facilitate that, as well as advancing conservative solutions through groups like AFPI and advancing the fight against anti-Semitism. I'm proud of that. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's all publicly reported. That's how he found it.
So yeah, he gets paid $400,000 a year and was getting paid that while Mayor Boca Raton for a charity that actually has very little activity. It makes about $1,000 per month. So this is not exactly an active outfit, and it's something that the voters need to know. And there should be full disclosure about money you control in addition to money that you personally own in your accounts.
So just to wrap this up, it seems each of you agreed that if elected, you would divest. Do I have that right? Raise your hand if you believe all members of Congress should be banned from trading stocks and their spouses. Okay, thank you very much. Mark, did you have a follow-up?
To Mr. Francis first, you had talked about affordability.
About what?
Affordability.
Yes.
Being important to your campaign. Republicans control the White House, the U.S. House, and the U.S. Senate. The spending has been at record, if not record highs. What has the U.S. Congress done to really make life more affordable for people in light of that high spending? And what will you do to bring down that spending as a member of Congress?
So first of all, I'll address the second part. I fully support a balanced budget amendment. I think without that forced discipline, we're going to continue to, tax and spend ourselves and borrow and spend ourselves into bankruptcy. There are things Congress has done that I think we can extend. For example, the tax cuts are putting more money into people's pockets and helping, in my opinion, grow the economy. We should make those permanent. Also, deregulation of the oil and gas industry. We've come down 80 cents. I think we can get it down back to $2 gasoline like we had in the first term of President Trump. And I'm out of time, but there's many more things we could do, and I fully support it.
Ms. Harrison.
Yes, it's not a singular issue, but I'm going to try to summarize it for the interest of time. The root of the affordability goes to the recklessness that is going on in Congress right now. We are $40 trillion in debt. We are paying $1 trillion a year in interest. We have the ability to start bringing these down. We have the DOGE cuts. They have not been codified. We have the SAVE Act, which is favored by 84% of Americans. We have 100 senators, but we don't have 84 votes. The math is not mathing. What's happening is we have people who've been there for decades, and they kick the can down the road, which is why we need a reset and to get true representation into Congress and get things done. I'm promising results.
Mr. Singer.
President Trump did great work in the first 6 months through DOGE to cut out thousands and tens of thousands of government employees who just raise our costs and do no meaningful work. He needs fighters like me in Congress to go advance this agenda and make permanent those DOGE cuts. We need to dramatically cut the size of the federal government. That's how we cut deficit spending. We need to end earmarks, which politicians go home and brag about the pork barrel politics that they bring home. We need strong fiscal conservatives like I was. I lowered the tax rate 7 straight times, balanced our budget, and grew reserves. I'll do the same in Congress.
Mr. Moraitis.
So in terms of affordability, President Trump and the Republican Congress just passed a great tax cut package last year, which an average of 20% for working Americans. When I was in the legislature, we also cut taxes every year. So cutting taxes is the first thing for affordability. Yes, it's a bipartisan spending problem we have in our nation. A lot of this is frankly tied up in health care expenses and particularly in Medicare fraud. Those reforms could go for a long way. And so I'm going to fight in Congress to reduce fraud, to reduce wasteful spending, and to cut the size of the federal government through efforts like the DOGE.
I have a similar but slightly different question for each of you, starting with Mr. Frances. There was discussion about who was running for what and who lived where and so on. Why didn't you stick with your original plan and challenge Congresswoman Frankel again?
Like I said, District 22 is one of the 3 districts that makes up this new one, and that's where I was running, and that's why that's the appropriate place for me to run, and that's how I see it.
Why did you abandon your plan to run against Congresswoman Frankel?
It wasn't a plan that was abandoned to run against her. It was a plan to run to represent the people of South Florida and give them the leadership they want. And we know that people in this district want President Trump's policies. They're benefiting from it. And this is the right place for me to run to make that happen.
Ms. Harrison, you ran for Congress in Texas a couple of years ago, and you're a relatively new voter to South Florida. I think just 2024 is your first voting here. Why should people figure you're the best candidate to represent South Florida's interests?
Well, let me correct you. I've lived in South Florida for more than 5 years. I was a dual resident of Texas and Florida, and I'm the best candidate because in any profession, you have the right tool for the job. Jared Moskovich is running on women's rights and legalizing weed. I am the only voice that is equal and powerful to the one that is being used to destroy our country. Jared is part of the problem, so is AOC, and so are the communists who hate it. A country can never be great if it is run by people who hate it. So I am the best voice because I am the only one who can win this race.
Mr. Singer, you thought about running for Congress in 2022 when Congressman Moskowitz was first elected. Why didn't you? And did you tell him you would endorse him and then pull back that endorsement?
First, let's talk about what Dan said. He lost twice to Lois Frankel. He knows he can't even beat her. So how is he going to win against Jared Moskowitz running where he's never lived? Tony, 4 years ago, you ran that story that I endorsed him. I immediately called you and told you it was not true. It wasn't true then, and now he's lying about it. He's lying about me because he knows I'm the only one he has to worry about in November, that I'm going to flip this district. And over time, people asked me to run for Congress. I was focused on serving as mayor. I'm proud of the job we did in making this a great city with high-paying jobs, lower taxes, and a great quality of life. I'm running where I've lived and grew up.
So you have a brief response.
Yes. So, yes, I ran against Lois Frankel. I did extremely well in a deep blue district. And that's why I've been encouraged to run again. I've proven I'm a good campaigner. I've also done extremely well and won 2 extremely competitive primaries against people who are better funded than I was. And that's why I've been asked to run again. And regarding the endorsement from Moskowitz, this is turning into a he said, she said thing. And take a look at Scott Singer's record. He has a long history of being cozy with Democrats. He's been endorsed by so many of them. I think his credibility on this issue is very low.
Do you want to respond to your alleged
Sure.
coziness?
Unlike people who have only lost elections, when you win elections with 89% of the vote and 100% of the vote winning unopposed, you're naturally going to get support from Republicans, NPAs, and Democrats. And that's the type of support while governing like a strict conservative who's got America First values. That's why I'm going to win in November, because I'm the one who's going to get crossover appeal for my service as mayor, where I led a community and brought people together. Not with divisive lies, not with attacks on our clergy. It's shameful what you're seeing people do.
Mr. Moraitis, you thought about running in 2022 also. Why didn't you? Why is now the right time?
I feel like this is a great time to run. We have a lot of momentum in Florida as we build. It's becoming a much more red state. This district, frankly, has become a lot more red, not even before redistricting. I was actually running before we even announced it was changed. So I felt like this was the right time. The trends are more Republican in this area. Now it was winnable even before the redistricting. Obviously, the redistricting makes it even more winnable, but I would just say this about whoever's going to represent us. It's got to be somebody who can win. It can't be somebody unpopular in their own area. It can't be somebody who's underperformed the ticket. I've always outperformed the ticket. I've always won.
Mr. Moderator, I just wanted to ask the question because I read that article with the Sun Sentinel, and I feel like that was a direct challenge on the credibility of saying that he actually recall it. In that article, Jared Moskowitz said that you endorsed him and that you told him not to put that in printed material. So I would like you just to call out if Jared Moskowitz lied when he said that you endorsed him, that you had endorsed him under the guise that you did not put it in print or any kind of advertising. Can you clarify?
I absolutely did not endorse him. It is a lie. He lied. It's disappointing, but it shows that he's lying about a primary opponent, shows you who he's worried about. A total lie.
Well, he
By
called
Moskowitz.
But he called me a MAGA extremist, so he's worried about me as well.
Who on this stage thinks Governor DeSantis has been a good governor?
Yeah, it's
Who
hard.
on this stage thinks Governor DeSantis has been a good governor? Please raise your hand.
I do.
Governor DeSantis twice appointed Jared Moskowitz to lead first the emergency department and also to the Broward County Commission. What do you think it says about him and his potential centrism or ability to work across the aisle that he received that appointment? Let's start with you, Ms. Harrison.
I have said from day one that he is a fabulous governor, and he has done a fantastic job with Florida. There's no way about it. I have also said that you have to be careful. Not everybody who smiles at you is your friend. I was the first one to bring this up, that Jared had worked on his team. Also, Jared works hand in hand. Jared Moskowitz works hand in hand with Susie Wiles. So, unfortunately, his strength is he has friends on our side of the aisle. We have to be careful because it's not going to Democrats vote a certain way, and they're not going to trade up a Jewish candidate who gives them everything they want for one who does not.
Mr. Moraitis, why don't you go next?
I think Governor DeSantis has done a fantastic job, and I'll just say this about Jared. I worked with him when I was in the Florida House. We worked together on several bills, but we're not running for the Department of Emergency Protection in Florida. We're running for U.S. Congress, where we have a very slim Republican majority. Jared Moskowitz has been a very reliable vote for the Democratic Party. He voted against the War Powers Resolution, restrictions on President Trump. He voted against the Trump tax cuts. He voted against preventing men from being in women's sports. He is a reliable Democrat voter, regardless of what he is personally.
Mr. Franzese, you can go next.
I agree. Ron DeSantis has been an excellent governor. I always tell people, can you imagine what the state would look like if Gillum had won 8 years ago? No. The state would be unlivable today. Regarding Jared Moskowitz, he did get those appointments from the governor, and the governor does have latitude to pick people who we think will be good administrators. But Jared Moskowitz as a congressman has been terrible. He tries to portray himself as moderate Jared here in the district, but when he goes up to Washington, he votes lockstep with all the biggest liberals there, and that's how we're going to attack him in the general.
Mr. Singer?
Jared Moskowitz has shown that he's left bipartisanship, whatever he had beforehand, long gone. Since he got to Congress, he's been a reliable, steady vote with the increasingly far left, out-of-touch Democratic Party, voting 90% with leadership, voting for the biggest tax hike in American history, voting on all these other issues we mentioned about girls and men's sports, or men and girls sports and the like. That's the problem. Jared Moskowitz is also beholden to a party that we saw on Tuesday is out of step with American people because they're more socialist. It's now socialist here, and frankly, he didn't even join in the new pledge against capitalism, or new pledge to support capitalism over socialism. He's silent on that. And it shows you where Jared Moskowitz is, far and further left. He has to be, because he's beholden to that party to win.
Mr. Singer, sticking with you, are you more of a DeSantis Republican or a Trump Republican?
I'm sorry, for me?
Yes.
They're both the same. They're not incompatible at all. We have the same sort of conservative values at both levels. You've seen President Trump lead well, and you've seen Governor DeSantis lead well. We've lowered taxes, we've backed business, we've stood up to woke and crazy ideas, and I did the same as mayor. So the two are not incompatible, and there should be no effort to distinguish the party. You can like Governor DeSantis, you can like President Trump, you can fully support them. I will advance President Trump's agenda and govern as I did as mayor.
You got a good chuckle out of that, Mr. Moraitis? How about you?
Well, I would say President Trump's running our national government as the President of the United States, and Ron DeSantis is running our state as a great governor. They're both doing a fantastic job. I don't see supporting either one of them as being incompatible. They're not running against each other. And when I go to Congress, I'll be fully in support of the President Trump agenda. That's what this is about. We want to take out a Democrat that's not supporting President Trump agenda and put in somebody who can win and keep the district and keep the Republican majority.
Ms. Harrison?
I'm sorry, was it?
Ms. Harrison, or whoever wants it.
I have to echo the sentiment. I feel that 81 million people said for President Trump to be our commander-in-chief. I support our president. I think Ron DeSantis has done a fabulous job. I tell it to people like this. I've been married 18 years, and rarely can I find something that my husband and I agree on everything. In fact, I don't even know if it happens 20% of the time. But what I would say is that I still show loyalty, I still show respect, and I still support the way the voters voted. So this is our job, is to not put our interests first, to put our constituents first.
And Mr. Francis.
Similar. I don't think there's such a thing as a Trump Republican versus a DeSantis Republican. They all have the same core values: pro-growth, safe streets, supporting our military, supporting the American families, helping people get ahead, helping us get back to America as a land of opportunity. So I see them both as similar politicians in that regard. So that's how I feel about it.
Let me stay with you. Generally, there's broad agreement here. You had said
we got to agree at least one thing, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't sound like you really disagree much at all. Where do you really differ ideologically from everyone on the stage?
You want me to address that?
Yeah, please.
Sure. I mean, you have to take a look at what people say, but you also have to take a look at their track record.
Yeah, but where do you differ?
Where do I differ from the folks here? Okay, well, what I bring to the table is a 40-year career as a successful businessman, and I know from talking to voters that there's a strong sentiment that that's what they want to see this year. They want to see candidates who have worked in the private sector and take what they've learned there and apply it to the government. I did that as chief financial officer of a 501c3 charity as an unpaid volunteer, which turned into a full-time job. I took all the best practices from the business world, and financial controls, brought them back to a balanced budget, which is something nobody in Washington knows how to do. So that's what I bring to the table.
Anyone else want to take it?
Yes, absolutely. What distinguishes me is my record of results, my ties to the districts, and my ability to win. I have a strong record of results as governing like a true America First conservative, lowering taxes, backing our blue, growing our businesses, standing up to woke. In the private sector, I'm not only a small business owner, I've helped small businesses for 20 plus years. I use that experience to lower our overall spending budget, to lower our tax rates, and to make sure we had a well-run city. I would use that in Washington too. And I'm proud of my record there, and I'm proud of the fact that I've served and lived in this community. I'm not just looking for any harbor in a storm.
Ideologically, I would say that I'm committed to the Republican Party having control of Congress. I'm ideologically committed to housing affordability. And I think some of the opponents are committed to that, but I've got specific plans to get things done on that. I would say I'm pro-religious freedom and protecting our God-given freedoms, and I'd say I'm unapologetically pro-life. And then finally, I'm committed to pro-business, growing this economy through lowering taxes, again, following what President Trump's doing, being a strong advocate, and keeping Congress in Republican hands.
Okay, I would say of all the candidates on this stage, I am the one of these things is not like the others. I am the only one that is ideologically, physically, pedigree-wise different than the other candidates. I am bringing something different because, again, if you're going to have a discussion about parents' rights, Who has more skin in the game than a mother whose child was picked up by the throat? If you're going to be pro-vet, who has more skin in the game than someone who has 70 years of experience with the military in my immediate family? If you have the ability to walk through, for every war, there is a perfect weapon, and we can't send a spoon into a gunfight. We know the left plays this game. I am here to make this happen.
Well, thank you all so much. This has been really fun. We're not quite done. Everyone gets 30 seconds of closing, even though I know that probably sounds like a closing, what you all just gave. But everyone has 30 seconds, and we're going to stick with you, Ms. Harrison, and go directly across. Thank you.
It is absolutely my honor to be with you today and give you an option to what we see at the Capitol. If we vote the same, we will get the same. No country has ever been great when it is run by people who hate it. If we don't have accountability, we don't have justice. We have to play the game as it is played. We have to play it better than the left plays it. We know the game that the Democrats play. Are we going to play to win, or are we going to play to lose? We have to send up someone who can actually get through the narrative and the kryptonite. I am Raven Harrison. I would like to earn your vote and your trust on on August 18th and every day after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis, please.
So we have a choice. You could choose a career politician, fake Republican like Scott Singer. He comes up here and talks of a conservative game, but he governed like a liberal. Green New Deal, gun control, March with Black Lives Matter. He created a Muslim Heritage Month in Boca Raton, and I don't know why he keeps saying he cut taxes. Everybody in Boca Raton tells me their taxes have gone up substantially since he's been governor. This is all spelled out on that website I talked about. As for myself, I'm a true conservative. I've been unwavering in my support for President Trump, unlike Mr. Singer, and you can count on me to work with President Trump to finish the job of making America great again.
Mr. Singer, we'll let you respond and also do your closing remarks.
Thank you. When someone spends 24 seconds of 30 seconds attacking another candidate, you know they have nothing to say. They don't want to talk about their own losing record. They don't want to talk about the 4 lies you just heard right now. It's astounding. I'm Scott Singer, and I'm proud of my record, governing like a conservative, leading our city forward through times of crisis, lowering taxes, backing our blue, growing jobs, cutting red tape through 21 streamlining initiatives, and doing so much more. I will continue to fight for the President Trump's agenda as I am helping lead mayors across the country do it. ScottSingerUSA.com, and look forward to your support, please.
Is that all the time you need, then?
Excuse me?
Is that all the time you need? Because you only took 30 seconds. You got a little extra for the rebuttal.
Yeah.
All good. Okay. All right. Let's close then. Thank you.
Well, first, I want to thank the moderators today for the great questions. I want to thank the RPOF today. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you for being engaged. We have a great group of candidates up here. I'll support any one of them, if, whoever prevails. But I'm going to ask you to give you my vote, your vote. I am the best candidate. I'm the only one that's up here that's won in the legislature 4 straight times, never lost an election, had the R on my ballot, and won for it. When I went to the legislature, I got a lot done. I helped the Port Everglades. I helped with energy, helped with a lot of issues, education, choice in education. I'm going to do that in Washington. Please elect me, George Moritas, Congress 25.
All right. Round of applause to everybody. Thank you all so much for being here and for doing this debate.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to turn.
Please welcome GOP activist and former chair of the RNC Youth Advisory Council, C.J. Pearson.
How are you guys doing today? It is a pleasure to be in the great state of Florida. You know, for those of you who have not yet had the pleasure to meet, my name is C.J. Pearson. And last cycle, I had the honor of serving as the national co-chair of the RNC Youth Advisory Council, where we saw young people rush to President Trump and the conservative movement in droves. Now, the work that we're doing is not ceasing, it's not stopping, it's not ending. It actually becomes even more important. Because Ronald Reagan once said that freedom is just one generation away from extinction. I gotta tell you, it's one election cycle away from extinction. We're seeing that play out in the state of New York, where the Democrats are not even trying to hide who they are anymore. They're just electing socialists who are proud to tell you that they are socialists. These people introduce themselves with their pronouns and they say, yeah, I actually hate America, and they don't actually even shy away from it. That is the evil that we're running against today all across the board. Now, my story begins in the state of Georgia, your neighbor up north. But I got to tell you, roll tide. But I got to tell you, when I look down to what you guys are doing here in Florida with your incredible governor and an incredible future governor here, you guys provide a blueprint for freedom that every single state in this country should replicate. Where freedom is not a scarcity, where common sense exists in abundance. Those are the types of things that we need to see more of in our government and not less of. I got to tell you, as someone who grew up in a household raised by Democrats, I was the only child. They had one job. They didn't do too well at that. But I got to tell you, I grew up watching Fox News and listening to the things that were happening on Sean Hannity and also to Laura Ingraham. And then I would compare that to what I was hearing on MSNBC, which I still have a little bit of PTSD from. But the conversations that were happening on Fox sounded like the ones that were happening around my dinner room table. My grandparents who raised me were card-carrying Democrats. They voted that way, but they weren't actually Democrats in any way. They love this country. They love their God. They understand the value of hard work, and they gave me those values tenfold. But the problem is that there are a lot of people who believe that because of the color of their skin, it should dictate their politics. That is a lie. We fought far too hard to be free, to chain ourselves to a party that put us in those chains to begin with. And I got to tell you, when I look at the options that exist between what the right is offering, what President Trump and his agenda stand for, and what the Democrats are fighting for every single day, to trans our children, to open our borders, to not enforce the law, they haven't just lost the plot, they're losing common sense every single day. And we cannot rally behind it. And I got to tell you, when I talk to my peers, when I go on college campuses, when I travel the country, and I talk to young Americans, they're saying, okay, there has to be better than this. They know that there are only two genders. They know that women should not be competing against biological men in their sports. These things are not radical beliefs. But it requires us as conservatives to go places where we typically don't go, to do the work not just to preach to the choir, but to grow the congregation. And when you have people like Byron Donalds and so many people who are doing incredible work to actually, again, reach people where they are, that is how we win. Because, guys, I got to tell you, I want to thank all of you and your chairman and the State Party of Florida for prioritizing the values and the voices of young people. Because, guys, we have the most to lose if we don't right this ship in this country. And I got to tell you, America is the greatest nation in the world. And we're celebrating its 250th birthday next week. But if the left gets their way, there won't be another 250 to celebrate. And we've got to be vigilant. Because freedom comes with a cost. It comes with sacrifice. We don't have the luxury anymore of laying and relaxing on the sidelines. We've got to rush to the front lines, and we've got to fight for this country like it deserves. I am proud to be an American. And as a Georgian, I got to tell you, I am working overtime to ensure that our state is just as free as this great state. Because we've got to get John Ossoff out of there, right? We've got to get Warnock out of there in 2028. We've got a fake reverend representing us in the Senate. We've got a professional Nepo baby in John Ossoff representing us in the Senate. And Georgia deserves better. We deserve our own Ron DeSantis in Georgia. And so I come here a little bit jealous, but I come here with an open notebook to learn from you guys and to take that back to our state. Because again, we want to be Florida free. Because you guys have got it going on here. You know, the options that you guys have that we've heard from the stage and that we'll hear later today, I got to tell you, you guys are definitely cooking here with something that I think, again, so many states across the country ought to replicate. But the work, again, is just beginning. So let us keep fighting. Let us keep doing all that we can to ensure that we just not make America great again, but we keep America great for generations to come. The fight is an important one. America, again, is the greatest nation in the world. We owe to this country our sacrifice, our treasure, our time, our hard work, our effort. Because if we do that, I got to tell you, the work is happening. Young black men across the country, and according to a recent study, are saying they're looking elsewhere. Because every time you ask the question, what Democrats have done for you lately as a young black man in this country, you come up short every single time. Because when I look to cities like Chicago and other inner cities across America, and I see what progressive policies have done to those cities, that's what they're doing to black and brown people in this country. Single black mothers in Chicago worry about whether or not they can even allow their child to go out and play, or whether or not they'll come back home with a bullet in their head. No one wants to live in that kind of environment. No one wants to live in an environment when in cities like Baltimore, you're seeing literacy rates in the teens among a certain age group of teenagers. It's unfortunate, but that is the progressive policies. They want to cripple the black community because they realize that if you cripple a community, it's easier to control that community. But we're breaking free. We are breaking free, and we are not going back. We're not going back. So guys, I want to thank you all for all that you're doing, again, to keep this state free. Because unity is going to be important. Primaries are fun, they're exciting, and they're like little family, family feuds. But in August, the enemy will be clear. Our opponents will be right in front of us, and the visions that are contrasting could not be more clear. You have a side that values freedom and opportunity, innovation. And you have a side that values progressivism, but that isn't actually progressive at all. They want to import socialism into this country despite the fact that it has not worked anywhere in the world. We are not going to allow the good people that are, fighting to have their efforts washed out by folks who are trying to California your Florida. That's not going to happen. And I'm right here with you, fighting alongside you. God bless you all, and God bless America and the great state of Florida. Thank you so much.
Up next, a video from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna.
Hello, everyone. I'm U.S. Representative Anna Paulina Luna, and I want to thank you for the invitation to join you for the Sunshine State Showdown. While I'm not able to be there tonight, I'm honored to address such an incredible group gathered by the Republican Party of Florida at the beautiful Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood. Events like this matter. They bring together leaders, grassroots activists, and patriots who are committed to protecting the future of our state and our country. Florida continues to lead the nation, not just in policy, but in principle and in members of Congress. We've shown that it's possible when you stand firm in your values, defend freedom, support families, secure communities, and put the American people first. Each of you play a critical role in all of that and our mission. Your voice, your involvement, and your dedication is what keeps our movement strong. So tonight, as you gather, knowing your efforts are making a difference, just remember we are with you. Not just in the state of Florida, but the entire country, because in Florida, we lead by example. Thank you again for your commitment, and I look forward to being with you in person soon. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second debate, featuring candidates running in Florida's 19th Congressional District. Please welcome back our moderators for this debate. Kimberly Leonard, politics reporter and author of Florida Playbook for Politico. Mark Caputo, White House reporter for Axios. And Brandon Leslie, founder and CEO of Florida's Voice.
Hi, everyone. Oh, wait. The candidates are ready. But not there yet. We need the candidates first.
Where are the candidates? Paging candidates. Candidates.
Please welcome the candidates running in the 19th District. Ola Hawatme. Madison Cawthorn. And Catalina Lauf.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here for the debate. We're going to go over the ground rules again. So here they are. Each candidate will deliver a 30-second opening statement. All questions will be asked by us, the moderators. Candidates will have 30 seconds to respond to each one of our questions, and if your name comes up, then you get a 15-second rebuttal opportunity, and we will call on you when that time comes. And then each candidate at the end will deliver a 30-second closing statement, so I'll be announcing when that happens. And we, the moderators, also have complete discretion to manage and move the debate forward. So let's start with Ms. Lauf, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Catalina Lauf, proudly endorsed by Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna, former presidential appointee under President Trump at the U.S. Department of Commerce. I'm the co-founder of the top 190th fastest growing company in America, thanks to Inc. 5000, wife of a combat veteran, and so proud to be here on stage to represent the great people of Southwest Florida. We need fighters in Congress. We don't need people with baggage. We don't need redemption tours. We need servant leaders to fight the communists, and I'm proud to be the fighter.
Mr. Cawthorn.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Madison Cawthorn. I am running to represent Southwest Florida's 19th district. I moved to Southwest Florida right before Hurricane Ian hit, and I already loved the area. You know, being on a wheelchair, getting on a jet ski, you don't feel paralyzed whatsoever, and it's pretty incredible. But after Hurricane Ian hit and seeing how the community came together, I fell in love with the people. My friends, we need someone who's going to go to Washington, D.C. and knows how to deliver for the people of Southwest Florida. I will be a Florida First conservative, and I will never back down to the leftists in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
My name is Ola Hawatma, and as the daughter of Christian immigrants, I learned early on the value of freedom and opportunity. My dad came from where Jesus was baptized. Jordan gave up power and wealth for freedom, the greatest gift America has to offer. I started 2 businesses from the ground up. Top Businesswoman of the Year 3 years in a row. Started my first nonprofit at the age of 29, Makeover for a Cause, working with veterans throughout the country, helping thousands because I owe my freedom to them. Since the end of 24, I've been a senior policy advisor for the U.S. House of Representatives.
Please cut your time. Thank you so much. And we'll have plenty of time to get you talking. Thank you. Brendan, will you kick us off today?
Hey guys, it's been a while since I've seen all 3 of you. I'm very happy to be here with you today. This is a district that I've lived in for the past decade, so be ready for some hard questions. First off, I know we're going to talk about all the red meat trigger warnings and words out here in this debate, but I would really love to ask you a question of substance for something that many voters in CD19 care about, and that is water quality. So the question is simple. Tell me, what have you heard? What are the needs that you have heard about when it comes to water quality, and how do you plan to fight for the proper appropriation dollars in Congress for this district?
Since last August, I've been working on securing federal grants for the utility extension project, converting septic to sewer. A lot of homeowners, they get a fine, 180 days to convert. I've been working with grant underwriters. It's a shame that our wells are dry. We need federal grants. We need federal funding to secure the most important thing, oxygen and water. I'm also working with the CEOs of the Everglades Restoration as well to ensure that we have clean water.
I will tell you, inside of Washington, D.C., they love taking away local control. I believe that I will be pushing so hard for the Restore Florida's Water Independence Act when I am in Congress coming up in 2026. I will tell you right now, the fact that people in Washington, D.C. are making decisions on behalf of people in Southwest Florida is ridiculous. You have someone inside of Alaska and Arizona and the Army Corps of Engineers making decisions on what we need to do for our water quality. We've got to get the phosphates out of the river, and we've got to take care of our water quality.
Yeah, I'd actually disagree with that. It's the fact that we do have a lot of local bureaucracy that's actually keeping the issue from being solved. The issue has been going on for decades, and why is it coming up in every single election cycle? It needs to be solved. I'd be honored to join the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, where the Army Corps of Engineers and a lot of the infrastructure issues can be solved if you cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape, and ultimately make sure that we're serving the community in a way that is also innovative by partnering with private sector and making sure that the water quality improves moving forward.
All right, I'll go next. In December, there was a letter that many members of the Florida delegation signed on to plead with the Trump administration to rescind its proposal to drill off Florida's coast and the Gulf of America. I'm curious if you would have signed on to that letter and if there are any other issues that you'd be willing to split with President Trump on. Could you start first, Ms. Lau?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, we need to make sure that Southwest Florida remains a tourism hub. There are concerns with if drilling will cause issues overall. And so I don't have the exact information on that letter in particular, so I'd like to read that letter to be able to know if I would sign on it or not. But ultimately, we need to make sure that we're protecting the coastline and making sure that we're also making sure we're protecting the private sector as well. So I'd like to know the exact information on that letter.
And Representative Donalds did also sign on to it, just so you all have that context. Is there any other issue that you would split with President Trump on?
Not at the current moment, no.
Okay, Mr. Cawthorn?
That is not a letter that I would have signed on to. I believe that America has got to be energy independent, and not just independent, but energy dominant all around the world. Listen, if we do not retain our station as the petrodollar around the entire world for the global reserve currency, we will face a significant lack of being able to project power overseas. So I believe that as long, and of course I'm a Christian and Genesis, we're called to be stewards of the earth. As long as the environmental needs are sought and seen to, then I absolutely would have not signed on.
Is there an issue that you would split with the president on?
You know what? The only time that I think that I would split with the president, this really isn't even the president's fault. I would lay the claim at the previous Secretary of Homeland Security's feet. But really, I do think that we saw a lot of issues with deportations in the early stages of the Trump administration. And again, I blame Kristi Noem for that, not the president. But I would like to see every single illegal-born person who has entered our country not deported out of the United States of America.
Sorry, for clarity, what issues with immigration policy are you referring to that you found problematic early on?
I was thinking that Kristi Noem's execution of deportations inside of the country was not aggressive enough.
Okay, thank you.
Well, well, living in the greatest country, we do need to be energy independent. Absolutely, I agree with the president. Would I sign up? I don't think I would, and I totally agree with Madison in regards to that. We are America the Great. We don't need to be relying on other countries. We have our own resources.
Is there an issue that you would split with the president on if elected?
No, I side with the president 100%.
Okay, thank you. Mark, you're up.
Mr. Cawthorn, since you had mentioned the need to be energy independent and brought up world affairs, if we don't mind going to the Middle East. I asked a variant of this question earlier in the other debate. Do you think funding for Israel by the United States government is too much, too little, or just about right?
You know what? I think that we need to relook at all foreign aid that's going out. I believe that the only foreign aid that needs to go out, and again, if we're using it as a bribe so we can use their military airspace or whatever we need, or it's a strategic position for the United States, then I understand doing that. But I believe that we are sending far too much money overseas. I am here to watch out for the needs of Americans and Americans first and only. And so if there is something that we can gain by supporting another nation strategically, I'm okay with that. But again, that would be a question for someone on the Foreign Affairs Committee.
But nevertheless, you were in Congress at one point, so you understand these issues. Is funding for Israel, as you understand it, at the appropriate level? Too high, too low, just right?
I would say it's too much. Recently, we actually passed legislation that we are now covering the health care for the veterans with inside of the IDF. Until we take care of all of our veterans who are homeless on the sides of the street here in the United States of America and make sure that in Cape Coral we can have a full VA hospital, the country should not be taking care of other veterans' needs before our own. America's veterans need more support.
Ms. Lau.
Great interview with the president, by the way, sir.
Thank you.
You know, first and foremost, we need to make sure that we're taking care of our people back home, as Madison mentioned. I think that prior to actually the invasion with Iran, not the invasion, but the war with Iran, there was money that was allocated to Israel. At the time, most people would have seen that and said, well, we've already given them a lot of aid. But at the end of the day, they did ultimately help when President Trump made the decision to attack Iran. So it really depends, but first and foremost, America comes first, and I want to make sure that the people are safe and secure here and making sure that all interests are in America first.
If you don't mind me just pressing a little harder.
Sure.
For the money that you understand is going there, is it too much, too little, or just about right?
It's too much at this moment in time, yes.
Ms. Halwadeh?
I think the money is just right. I mean, we're not just talking about our strongest ally, it's our only ally. We're dealing with radical Islam. We're dealing with Hezbollah. Would you rather have Hezbollah? We get real-time intelligence. What we get from Israel, we are getting a return on our investment.
I'm going to stick.
As I said, it's absolutely right. I will not take away any funding from Israel.
The memorandum of understanding that
I started Middle Eastern Women I helped co-start in 2017 fighting against anti-Semitism. But I see what we get from Israel, and as I said, it's not too little, and it's not too much. It's just right.
Got it. Goldilocks answer. The memorandum of understanding that was signed by the president with Iran, do you support that? Would you vote for that in the affirmative in Congress? Were you there?
Yes, what President Trump is doing, I trust our president 100%. He is not only a deal maker, a negotiator, he is someone, he has a track record. He has never steered us wrong.
Thank you. Mr. Cawthorn, the memorandum of understanding that was signed by the President of the United States with Iran, if it came up to a vote in Congress, would you vote for it or against it?
I would vote for it. I trust the president and his intelligence that he's gathered in the area. Listen, I believe that we have for too long been trying to be the caretakers of the world, where we go out and try to be these benevolent people saying, oh, we're going to bring democracy to you, and we're going to play in Azerbaijan, we're going to make sure that people are getting enough condoms there, and we're going to fund all of these ridiculous things around the world. No, it is time for America to take the lead around the world, and that is what Donald Trump is doing. What he did in Venezuela, I support completely. What he's doing in Iran, I support completely.
Ms. Lau.
Yes, I also support that, especially because the fact that President Trump is the chief negotiator. We need to make sure that we're entrusting him. Obviously, we on this stage are not privy to all of the information and the intelligence that the president and this administration have, but ultimately Secretary Rubio and President Trump and this administration are doing what's right, and they're making sure that Iran does not have nuclear warheads. And so that's ultimately what our goal is over there.
So as you guys know, Southwest Florida is a very special district. I would argue that it is the most important district in Florida. I say all the time, if we lose Southwest Florida, Republicans are going to lose Florida. And if we lose Florida, Republicans are going to lose control across the country. So with that all being said, one of the biggest issues that voters have concerned to me when I talk to them at the local clubs or just on the streets about, particularly three of you and a few others that are not here, is obviously you're not from the district, you haven't lived in the district for very long, and they're worried if you can actually represent the district properly with being here for such a short amount of time, because this is one of those districts, it's like a Midwestern district. You go and have breakfast with your neighbors in the morning, you talk to them, so it's a really special place. So my question to you, each one of you, Ola, you know what, Madison, you haven't started. Madison, you can start off. What is your response to the people that are concerned that you haven't lived in the district long enough to accurately represent it in Congress?
Well, number one, I would say that Southwest Florida loves my politics. I came down here, I spoke at an event that you hosted early on in my congressional career, and so I know that I represent their values when it comes to national issues. And that is the reason I actually moved down here right after I lost my election in North Carolina. I moved here, and I've been here a little over 4 years, going on 5 now. And I will tell you, I've been involved in local clubs and local politics. I know all of our elected officials. I've been deeply involved in making sure that things were going to be taken care of, including the bridge project after Hurricane Ian. So I think that to counter that, I would say I've been here for several years, and people all are very familiar with me at any club and at any kind of city council or county commission.
Ola.
speaking to executive directors, bringing a YMCA where we don't have a public pool, I can almost assure you, those that are running, that are born and raised in Southwest Florida, don't understand that. I've done more in the year that I've been there on local issues, current local issues, than those that are running that are born and raised, from securing federal grants, from bringing in a YMCA, working with the Everglades, and starting the Moms for America Lee County chapter, encouraging moms to join school board.
Catalina?
Look, you have people like Ilhan Omar representing America, and she fundamentally hates this country. It doesn't matter where you're born. If you're a patriot, that's what should matter to be a representative in Congress. I can't control that I was born in the Midwest, though I'm very grateful, but I can control where I live as an adult. And you're right, Brendan, there's a lot of Midwesterners on Southwest Florida's side. We have the same values, the same politics, and being a blue state refugee, we have to remain vigilant. I know what it's like to live under tyranny, under Governor Pritzker, and I won't let it happen in the way that maybe somebody who's a little bit more complacent might.
So, Madison and Catalina, this next follow-up is directed towards you two. A second follow-up issue that they tell me is that they worry, they ran for Congress in other places. It feels like you're almost just jumping to the next job here in Southwest Florida. If the two of you can just respond to that concern.
Yeah, so number one, I moved here when it was not very clear that Byron Donalds was going to be running for governor. I knew him while he was in Congress. He had his eyes on a position in leadership. I came to Southwest Florida to get away from politics, essentially. But then when I came down here, I fell in love with the people. I was kicking around the idea of potentially running for Congress, and then after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I realized there was no option. I absolutely had to do this. And so in that idea, I've been here for over 4 years. I didn't come here as soon as the seat opened like other people have. And I will tell you, I think that just speaks to the fact that I wasn't coming here for political opportunity.
Yeah, so my family has been coming down to Southwest Florida for all of my life. My sister finally decided to buy a house in Naples way prior, before Byron Donalds decided to run for governor. My husband was also transferred for work. So Southwest Florida, we sort of found each other. And I'm really glad to be there, obviously, because of the values. But also, like many blue state refugees, we all fled post-COVID because we didn't want to live under Tyrant Pritzker. So we came to the free state of Florida. I did that way before Byron Donalds announced his gubernatorial aspirations.
Switching to the topic of congressional stock trading, which also came up during our last debate, this banning members of Congress from trading stocks is one of the most bipartisan, overwhelmingly supported issues that you can have. Mr. Cawthorn, of everyone on this stage, you were the only one who checked off the qualifying box saying that you would trade stocks while in Congress. I also noticed your financial disclosure hasn't been filed yet. Can you explain why it's missing and why you think the public should still trust you to make decisions based on their best interest rather than your stock portfolio?
Absolutely. I think that stocks should absolutely not be allowed to be traded by members of Congress. I will tell you what happens when people are inside of Washington, D.C. They'll tell, this is the reason they don't get arrested for insider trading. They'll oftentimes tell one of their friends to go on a random committee hearing, and because it's broadcast on C-SPAN, they'll then just, in the middle of some speech that's obscure, they'll say, and I'm very proud of my friend for getting Ford to buy 4,000 electric trucks. And then at that point, it's now considered public information. That's why many people get away with insider stock trading. But I would support a bill that banned members of Congress from doing insider stock trading, but until that bill passes, I would absolutely still invest in mutual funds and things like that.
Okay, and when will your financial disclosure be filed so that the public can have a sense of which companies you're invested in?
I believe it is required to do after receiving an election prior to swearing in.
No, it should be in by now. Yeah, unless you requested an extension, which I didn't see any paperwork demonstrating that.
In that case, I don't understand how I was already allowed to qualify for it, so I don't think it's actually required.
From the House clerk, it is required.
Right, I'm not a member of Congress currently.
Every candidate for Congress has, both of the other people on stage have already filed theirs, so.
Yes, ma'am. Well, if the Ethics Committee would like to send me a letter, they absolutely can. But as I understand the ruling, and according to my attorneys, it's not required until after swearing in.
So you would file that after swearing in?
No, after the election, but prior to swearing in.
Every candidate for Congress is supposed to file their financial disclosures. Ms. Hawatma, you said that I looked at your paperwork and you do not currently invest in any stocks. Do you think this is an issue in Congress?
Absolutely, it's an issue. You know, the government should work for us. We don't work for them. And it's sad to see so many members become millionaires inside trading, and it's okay. I'm against this 100%.
Would you support a bill that would ban members of Congress and their spouses from
absolutely.
trading?
I would support a bill to ban members from inside trading and not disclosing. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, Ms. Lau, please.
Yes, I find it frankly disgusting that members of Congress get rich off of secrets that we all wouldn't know. You know, if you can't make money in the private sector because you're not qualified to be in it, and then you go to Washington and get rich, well, then you don't belong there either. I'm sickened by the fact that we're up against somebody who was federally convicted of insider trading, and he believes that he's qualified to come back and do it again. And I'm frankly disgusted that one of my opponents has vehemently defended him because he was accused of the same thing while in Congress. So I find it sickening that members of Congress are getting rich while the American people are working hard and struggling to pay their bills the right way.
Mr. Cawthorn, you got it. I assume she was talking about you. Would you like to respond?
I believe she was talking about Chris Collins.
No, I was talking about you too. Let's go, Brandon. Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrencies are not a security, so it can't be insider trading.
So then why were you investigated for it by the Ethics Commission?
It was investigated and then it was dropped, found with no charges.
Was there any other financial issues that were happening while you were a member of Congress?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
What are you referring to?
How would the American people trust that you're not going to go back and get rich again once you're there again?
I had money before I went to Congress. I actually lost money while I was in Congress. I will tell you, I actually had to spend $700,000 out of my own pocket to fight off a claim that said the Insurrection Act, it was a Civil War era law saying that I cannot be on the ballot because I participated in January 6th, which I find frankly disgusting. They were trying to use me as a case study to keep every member of Congress who contested
Why are you
the
projecting?
election.
We weren't talking about that Insurrection Act. We were talking about the fact that you were fined because you were accused of insider trading while a member of Congress.
Ma'am, I was not fined for that.
Oh, you weren't? Where's the $20,000 fine that you received? It's all over the news. Are you
Never
forgetting
seen that.
about it?
Never
Okay.
seen that.
All right, well, we'll bring the receipts next time, guys.
Well, I mean, listen, you say that you've lived here for so long prior to actually Byron Donalds wanting to run for office, yet you could not name a single commissioner, a single mayor when you pressed on it at the
You know
BUPAC
what?
meeting.
I think the majority of people wouldn't be able to do that, and you knew that you were going to run for office when you decided to come here. You also said that you decided to run because of Charlie Kirk's death when you had told people that you were going to run prior to that. You are an opportunist, and you don't
Hey,
belong
guys.
on this stage.
Madison, I'll let you one more response, and then we're gonna move on. Okay.
Absolutely. One, I will say that that's a vehement lie. I said I was kicking around the idea. We had thought about it, and then after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, we made the final decision to actually do it. That's why my announcement came after that fact.
That's a complete lie.
That is not. I have no idea what you're talking
15 seconds, and we're moving on.
about. Okay, we can move on.
We'll move on. Let's move on. We got a few other questions.
All right, do you want to ask another one?
All right, I want to shift gears a little bit. It's been talked about a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to pretend I have any inside knowledge on this, but it has been talked about with President Trump about looking at Cuba and having a similar situation when it comes, like with Venezuela. Do you, I mean, we're so close to Cuba, so I feel like this hits home a little bit. Do you support the president, an operation in Cuba to whatever you want? Do you support that type of movement or cause? So let's start with Catalina.
Absolutely. Secretary Rubio, obviously Cuba is very near and dear to his heart. My family are Latin American immigrants. We know what it's like to live under tyranny, and Cuba is it's been devastated. We need to take out all the leadership out there and make sure that President Trump is supported, and I will support him in Congress should he decide to do that.
Ola?
Absolutely, I would. Anyone that does it doesn't make sense. I support it 100%.
Absolutely. I think that we should absolutely free the people of Cuba. They've been under a tyranny for so long. You know, obviously we had an embargo placed upon them, and I think they've been financially crushed, but still the tyranny persists. You know, I genuinely believe in the Roosevelt corollary, which states that the United States of America should have really a significant amount of dominance inside of the Western Hemisphere, which exposes and does not allow the Chinese to come in and build ports which allow military ships to land inside of South America and Central America.
If I could just follow up on that, just to put a really fine point on it. Do you support, or would you support, a military boots-on-the-ground effort in Cuba that would depose the dictatorship and the people running the government there?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Well, it took 48 minutes to get rid of the Venezuelan dictatorship, and I firmly believe that President Trump will do the same thing again, swift, secure, with our special operators. We have the best military in the entire world, so I don't believe it'll be boots on the ground. And look, as a wife of a combat veteran, I do not support boots on the ground. I saw, my husband obviously fought in the global war on terror. We need to make sure that we aren't in forever wars, and I don't think President Trump would ever get us into that involving Cuba.
If you don't mind me clarifying the clarification then.
Sure.
So you would support a special operations effort in Cuba, but not an invasion?
I would support President Trump's decision, and I'm given by the 48-minute special operations assignment mission in Venezuela. I believe we can assume that President Trump will do something similar, but I'm not sure. I'm not privy to those conversations. But no, I don't support boots on the ground.
Mr. Cawthorn.
Yes, I absolutely support if the president decides to go in and remove a dictator to free the people of Cuba. I see what we did inside of Venezuela. I think that was an amazing operation. But the military strength and might and even intelligence of the Cuban people and the government there is so little that the United States of America, I don't think, would ever be involved in a long-term struggle there. But again, like I said, I think the United States of America needs to display dominance of the Western Hemisphere. And if there's dictators right next to us here outside of Florida, I absolutely think we should remove them.
Mr. Waterman?
Again, you look at President Trump's track record. I side with the president. Whatever he decides to do, yes. If he decides to go in there, I trust him. I trust he's making the right decision to protect and preserve Americans. So if he decides to, then I agree with the president. I trust him 100%.
Thank you.
I want to ask another question that came up at the last debate, and it's actually been a really big cause for Governor Ron DeSantis, a very bipartisan cause. Again, he's been going around the country talking about it, and that is the question of term limits. Do you support term limits for members of Congress, and will you pledge today how long, if you support them, how long you would personally serve if elected? Mr. Cawthorn, do you want to go first?
Absolutely. Not only do we have to have term limits on members of Congress and the Senate, but we have to have term limits on the bureaucrats, the faceless people inside of the government who are really trying to stop the mandate that was given by the American people in so many previous elections. If they are able to retain their positions and power handles on power there, I believe that even if we had term limits, things would still go negatively. If I was to set that on anybody arbitrarily, I would say 3 terms in the House and 2 in the Senate.
Is that a personal pledge you'll make if elected, that you'll only serve that amount of time?
I haven't put any thought into that personally, but yeah, I do not plan to be in office for longer than probably 6 or 7 years, 6 or 8 years.
Okay, all right. Ms. Lauf, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I don't think we need term limits on bureaucrats. I think we need to get rid of 90% of them. We need to make sure that term limits is something that is championed in the next Congress. I'd be proud to support any term limit pledge. I don't believe that, like our founders, they all had jobs, they had families, they had businesses to tend to. They had a life outside of Washington. I fully intend to also have a life outside of Washington, and I would ultimately sign a term limit pledge. Absolutely.
So what does that look like? How many terms do you think is appropriate?
I think 4 terms is appropriate for a representative of Congress.
Are you committing to serving no more than 4 terms if elected and reelected subsequently?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you imagine how well our government would run if we did have term limits? I mean, you look at those that are in there forever. They're the ones that are destroying our country, these Democrats. So not only do I agree, but I have already signed the pledge. It's not a career. You don't go in there. You make a difference, and you're out. So I've already signed the pledge. So
And the pledge is for how many terms?
4.
I believe it's 4.
Will you commit to no more
Absolutely.
than 4?
I'm not in there for a career. I'm in there to make a difference like every elected official should.
Okay.
Sorry, you want to go?
Yeah, please. You had mentioned that you would support President Trump. You back his judgment, you support his judgment. If President Trump, when you're in Congress, supports a spending package, a spending deal, a continuing resolution that increases government spending, would you vote for it?
See, I agreed to sign off on anything that doesn't, I mean, spending cuts, except when it comes to ICE and our military. Those are the two that I will refuse to sign off on. But any other spending cuts, I will agree to sign 100%.
But I'm saying if President Trump supports or backs or wants a vote that increases government spending overall, will you vote for it or not?
You know why I probably would? Because President Trump is one of the smartest men in this, not in this country, in this world. From his first administration to his second, what he has done to shape America and the mess that it was given. So yes, there would be a reason why he would, and that's why we would back him.
Ms. Lau?
I also want to say 80% of people, the American people, support term limits, by the way. But yes, you know what? It's unfortunate that some administrations ultimately, we're paying the price for administrations from the FDR era. So I'm a fiscal conservative at the end of the day, but unfortunately there are moments where a bill does have to be signed. You got to make sure you know what's in it, ultimately. So I would support President Trump. I agree with Ola. I think he's a brilliant man. He's got brilliant people behind him, and our district, Southwest Florida, overwhelmingly supported the president. So if it's on his mandate, I think we need to support him.
Mr. Cawthorn?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that we have a massive problem with spending inside of the United States as a whole, but especially inside of Washington, D.C. Now, I will say, I think our founders were incredibly wise when they gave the power of the purse to Congress, but also I think they were incredibly wise when they set a president's term to 4 years. Because all of us inside of this room, we essentially say, I'm giving you 4 years and I'm trusting your leadership. And if President Trump needed more money to be able to execute on his promises to America, I would absolutely sign that.
So Southwest Florida is still reeling from Hurricane Ian. There's been a lot of issues with FEMA, a lot of people that are still waiting for money that is owed to them. Do you have a plan to help expedite that process? Because, Hurricane Ian will not be the last hurricane that we see in the Gulf.
I'm not happy with how FEMA handled it. I remember being out there with actually Representative Meg Weinberger, and it's sad because they gave checks to every single person that knocked on their door and those that really needed it. I mean, I remember being in town hall meetings when they were saying they only had $14,000 to give each family that really needed it. Give it to the states. I would like to, FEMA, I'm not really happy with them, so.
Is there anything, do you have any ideas of just how you can
money
help
straight
expedite
to
the process?
Yeah, it would be different. The money would definitely be just given straight to the states and get rid of a FEMA.
Madison.
Yeah, I think FEMA is a real disgrace. I mean, for our emergency response inside of the United States of America, it has got to be better. It is truly an abysmal organization, and they do not operate with efficiency in mind whatsoever. Now, a real problem for Southwest Florida is that FEMA has introduced new flood maps for the area. They've also introduced new rules that if your home repairs are going to cost more than 50% of your home entire value, you are required to completely tear down your home and build a new one up to new codes, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. The government does not own your property. You do not have to ask them permission.
Oh, Catalina.
Just to double check, so you would vote against the, pardon me.
No, go ahead.
You would vote against the 50% rule. You would repeal that.
I would, yes. I think it's a surprise tax on the people of Southwest Florida. I think the flood maps are absolutely insane where they've now drawn them.
Yeah, I just spoke with a shrimp farmer, and it was so sad. The hurricane devastated his fleet. So ultimately, his P&L was down. He couldn't get to the fish out and the shrimp out to his customers in time, and he's taken a real economic hit. And the fact that FEMA still hasn't helped rebuild some of the infrastructure around or the boats and things like that, that was an unintended consequence that was out of his control. So we need to make sure that we're cutting the bureaucracy. We're making sure that we need champions in there. Byron Donalds has been great when it comes to FEMA, but we need to make sure it's also getting back to the states. And we're also advocating for our business owners and people who are still suffering.
Do you mind if I follow?
Of course,
I'm sorry, I know it's a very particular issue.
It's okay.
The 50% rule that Mr. Cawthorn mentioned, where do you fall on that?
Ultimately, I think that we need to support it. Look, I live in Lee County. I live in Cape Coral. Luckily, our investment property is a new construction, but there are a lot of fees that are unfortunately impacting the people of Cape Coral. That also is translating into a high foreclosure area, so people aren't buying or investing. So I would like to dive a little bit deeper in making sure that we're voting on the right things and making sure that it's good for Lee County.
Well, would you like to repeal the 50% rule the way he would?
No.
Okay. Ola?
Can you repeat that question?
The 50% rule requires that if more than 50% of the damages of a property are, if the value of a property to rebuild it is more than 50% of its value, you have to bring it up to code. You have to raise it in order to qualify for flood insurance.
Well,
would you
I don't.
like to scrap
That's a
50%
problem.
rule?
That's a big problem in Southwest Florida. Is these government regulations?
What's a federal one?
Well,
would you
and
like
the
to
federal
scrap
regulation. So I would probably. I mean, I'm in a real estate investment business too. So I would probably vote no.
That is, you would like to scrap the 50% rule?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Where do you guys fall on property taxes? Do you support the abolishment of it? And then if you do abolish it, do you have any ideas on how we kind of reallocate the money to make sure that all of our services are being funded? We'll start with you, Ola.
I definitely support, as a homeowner, as a business real estate investor, I buy homes that are foreclosed. I have to walk away from certain homes because it's heartbreaking to see people taxed out of their homes. We shouldn't pay taxes on things we own, our homes. And I see this. And where will the revenue come from? The money that we're making, that extra money, the government doesn't create wealth. It's hardworking American people that create wealth. We save that money, it goes back stimulating the economy. That's where some of the revenue will go back.
And may I follow up on that actually? As a voter in November, will you vote for Amendment 3, which does lower property taxes because it increases the homestead exemption, but obviously falls short of what Governor DeSantis had asked for?
Lowering the property taxes? Yes.
Yes, I absolutely support. I will be voting for Proposition 3, for Amendment 3, because I think everyone in this room agrees this. You do not rent your home from the government. It is so ridiculous that the federal government and the state government want to be able to tax you on this, and your local governments want to be able to tax you on your property's value, because many of our local communities are wasting the money. Really only about 40 to 60% of money goes to first responders, and the rest goes on to many vanity projects. And so it's going to make county commissions and city councilors have to become more creative with their zoning.
Yeah, I've spoken with a lot of people in Southwest Florida, and ultimately, the area is increasingly becoming not affordable to live. You have grandparents who are moving out that were traditionally snowbirds. You have young families that can't move in because they can't afford the homes down there. And so ultimately, we need to make sure that we're cutting back. Obviously, I would vote absolutely for that Prop 3, but also making sure that people can afford to live in Southwest Florida or we'll be gone as a district. And so I would fully support that, and also make sure that we have pro-growth economic policies so that people are living in Southwest Florida. And ultimately, we need to doge and drain the swamp everywhere, and that includes the local city councils, making sure we're auditing every single dime, where it's going, and ensuring that it's ultimately going to where the needs are, and making sure that there is money back to the taxpayers of Southwest Florida.
Sticking to the theme of economics, AI is transforming the way that we learn, the way that we speak, the way we work, and the president is weighing, I know, different ways to regulate AI. What specifically, in looking at this industry, if anything, in what way do you think it should be regulated?
It definitely should be regulated. As a mom, I worry. Kids today, they're relying on AI for everything. It's a scary world, and the technology, I do believe everyone says it's a race for China, but I look at it as we can't think of how much, because it's how much money we're actually making on AI or whatever, but we have to think of the future of America, and we have to think of our children.
Do you support a ban of AI data centers in Florida?
Yes, I do, because I worry about data centers. I really do. People say not in our backyard. It does not bring a return on our investment. When it's bringing 100 jobs and our utility bills are doubling, it has to make sense to us. It has to make sense not only to the constituents, but to the people.
So it sounds data centers and then concerns about minors. Are you talking about an age cap, parental notification? What kind of policies
yes, parental
are appropriate?
notification, yes.
In terms of having their consent to have people under what age talk to a bot, or looking for some specifics about
Well,
how
comments,
you want
I would say 16, because, or maybe even, 12 years old or whatever, because the things that are out there, the things that they can access, it's not, I would not, as a mom, again, it's scary. It really is. And it's alarming. And we need to definitely get more involved. But it's hard to get involved because you don't know what your kids do as soon as they walk out that door.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Cawthorn next.
Absolutely. I do believe there needs to be some overarching framework set around AI. AI has got to be something that is going to benefit humanity and the American people. It cannot be something that's going to steal away many people's jobs and enable them not to be able to provide for their families. It needs to be used in a way that is going to make your life easier and you more productive as a human. Think of it as a tool and not so much as something that's going to remove your brain. I also believe that we are in an AI arms race, and we have got to allow American innovation so we can beat bad actors like China. But Leslie, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to the AI data centers as well. Speaking about AI data centers, we're Americans, and I think we're thinking way too small when it comes to this. I absolutely do not support putting AI data centers in places that are going to steal away our farmland, which I think is a national security issue. But thinking of the fact that now we have NASA, which is being reformed, we have SpaceX, and we have Blue Origin, and many other spacefaring companies, I believe the best use of our abilities would be to put data centers inside of space. The number one problem that requires so much electricity and water is the cooling of AI data centers. It's extraordinarily cold inside of orbit of the Earth. And also, with the solar panels being there, they would be able to power themselves, not putting a burden on us, but still allowing us to innovate and advance in the AI arms race.
So to clarify, right now, are you a no on data centers being built in Florida?
I am, put them in space. I think that would make so much more sense, which would require some federal dollars to make that happen. But again, I believe it's a question of national defense.
Slav, I know that's a lot. So data centers, and also what regulations, if any, on AI?
Yeah, I think like anything, when something is innovative, we need to be very pragmatic. I was speaking with a cardiologist in the district, and she mentioned that because of AI, she was able to actually perform heart surgeries in a way that she wasn't in the past because she was so bogged down on admin work and things like that. AI is a benefit to many industries. I don't think that we have to be totally afraid of it, but at the same time, we need to make sure that it's regulated to the extent that it's not just hindering innovation in technology, but we're making sure that we're protecting the American people, protecting our infrastructure, our national security, and there's a way to do that. Ultimately, we haven't found the answers yet, but it is something that will be, I think, unfolding over the next couple decades. And AI data centers in particular, they don't require much land anymore, so I think ultimately if we're protecting our land, protecting our area, and protecting the American people, we again shouldn't be too afraid of that as well.
So that's a yes, you're okay with data centers in Florida with the caveat that we're protecting the land?
I think ultimately the people should decide. So the local people should decide if that's something that they are for, then they should have the ultimate right.
So by people, you mean like local councils and commissions?
Yes, it should be voted on from a local council perspective.
Okay.
And you laid out a broad framework, but do you have, and I know it could include many things, but is there, just so people understand, a specific example of how you would want to regulate this technology?
Yeah, so ultimately we need to make sure from a privacy standpoint, AI right now is not regulated from a privacy standpoint, protecting the privacy of, let's say, the user. So that would be one example, federally protecting the privacy of American people.
Okay, well, it's time for the closing statements. We're so happy that you all came to debate. And so you each have 30 seconds to go ahead and close. And so we'll begin with Ms. Hajmatma. Thank you.
Well, in D.C., I'm known as a problem solver. The big, beautiful bill in the budget bill, the deciding vote fell in our office, and it was my boss that passed both those bills. And I plan to be just as effective in Florida District 19. I'm not waiting until I get into Congress to do so. I'm already doing the work now. This is something that I've been doing my entire adult life. And it's nothing more rewarding than to give back to the greatest country and the fastest growing region, Southwest Florida. So I look forward to hopefully winning your vote. Thank you.
There are a lot of options inside of this race, and if you want someone who's going to go to Washington, D.C. and be a go-along to get-along candidate, then I am not your guy. There are so many people who have moved to our districts from other states, and when they were in elections in other states, they removed, in during general elections, because of the political pressures of blue states, they removed their verbiage for pro-life and pro-gun positions. There are people inside of this race who have only gotten involved in politics recently as Donald Trump has been winning. You need someone who's going to go to Washington, D.C. and be able to stand up to the power and the evil that is there. And I promise you, my backbone is reinforced with titanium. I will never stop fighting for you. America first and America only.
You know, this isn't even about politics anymore. This is about good versus evil. We need people who are up there in Congress without baggage. My opponents, there are many of them that already went up there and squandered their opportunity because they couldn't get out of their own way. We don't need baggage. We don't need drama. We need America First fighters. You have 62% of millennials who believe in socialism. You have 3 socialist communists that just won in New York. You think we have time for Madison Cawthorn's drama up there anymore? We don't. President Trump certainly doesn't either. We need fighters. We need servant leaders, and we need to take on this fight because it's a real dark one. And if we don't get our act together as the Republican Party, we will be lost in this republic.
We're just going to allow Mr. Cawthorn to reply to that. I think it's appropriate.
And also, wait, he's also mentioned something about, he was referring to me when he said taking off and putting political pressure. That was 100% false. All of that is actually receipt. That's something that's an attack ad. That's completely false. So I'd like to address that.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, inside of Washington, D.C., they are trying to remove God from our country. They are trying to remove the very moral fabric of this nation. And if we do not stand up and fight it, because all of us are born for such a time as this, I believe that we are the generation that is going to free America from the shackles of special interest groups and foreign lobbies who are coming here and trying to use the blood of America's sons and daughters to accomplish their goals overseas. And whether it's Ukraine, whether it's in the Middle East, or wherever it is, America is for Americans, and we have got to start acting like it. Thank you all so much.
I don't understand how somebody who has the moral compass of a paper bag is sitting here talking to us about morals. Starting with the fact that why did you have to pay somebody in your office $40,000 of taxpayer money to keep them quiet?
Last response.
To keep them quiet for what? What are we talking about here?
Last response. Let's wrap it up.
Projection, again. We have the receipts on that as well.
Yeah, so we had...
This is good versus evil. This is not about egos. This is about saving our country from the radical left and supporting President Trump. You either need fighters up there that are servant leaders, or you need people with egos that are doing it for themselves.
Madison,
you choose.
Last response.
Absolutely. We had one staffer that worked inside of our district staff who filed a lawsuit because she believed she was hired because of ageist reasons, even though her direct report was over 20 years older than her. I don't really know why that's a
So you did have to pay
here.
$40,000.
We got to cut it off there. We ran out of time, guys, so I appreciate it.
I think we'll do debate part 2 later.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Was that singer in the last one?
This is how we do it. This is how we do it. La 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 la. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. The party's here on the west side, so I reach for my 40 and I turn it up. Designated driver, take the keys to my...
Candidate for Governor, Paul Renner.
Hello, hello. All right, Broward County. So I was here in Broward County in the mid-90s as a prosecutor, and I can tell you at that time you could fit every Republican into this room. But today, thanks to some successful redistricting, I can say some words that I could never believe I could ever say. Republicans can win this year in Broward County, thanks to the redistricting efforts. We can win. And that's as a result of all your hard work. As a long time we've been a swing state, each and every person in this audience has fought hard in the trenches to make sure we delivered a victory for the Republicans to keep our supermajorities, and we're going to do it again this year. And as we approach this election, we're also in the middle of America's 250th, and I want to say a few words about that before I talk about this governor's race. My wife and I recently, who's here, honey, stand up. And my daughter and son, William and Abigail. It's great to have them here. And we were watching a movie called A Great Awakening. If you haven't seen it, it's about Benjamin Franklin and George Whitefield in a spiritual revival that swept the country before the Revolution. And it really was a moment in time where people understood, because of that spiritual revival, that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. And in that movie, there's also a famous retelling when Benjamin Franklin, at the end of the Constitutional Convention, says, I was watching during the deliberations, the back and forth, the fighting, and I was not sure what would happen, whether we would get to the point where we're now signing the Constitution. And he noticed on the back of George Washington's chair was engraved a half of a sun. And he said, I was not sure until today whether the sun was a rising sun or a setting sun. But today I believe the sun is rising. And 250 years later, he is right. But the question for every patriot in this room is, what about the next 250 years? Is the sun rising or setting on America? And I believe there are three things we will need to make sure our sun is rising and that we have another 250 years just as great as this 250 years. And it has everything to do with who I am and why I'm running. Number one, as an unapologetic Christian believer, we have to return to a commitment to our faith that built this country, that made it prosperous, that made it strong, that made it free to have another 250 years. As a father of young children, I can tell you, and we all know in this room, that strong families are far more important than strong governments. And if you don't have strong families, you cannot build enough government to manage the resulting chaos. Just look at the blue states. And finally, as a veteran of 20 years in 2 wars, we have to have a return to patriotism and love of country. If we have faith, if we have families, strong families, and we have love of country and patriotism, the sun will be rising on our country for the next 250 years. And I know everyone in this room is committed to all three and committed to seeing that our country remains the great nation that it is. So, we do have a governor's race, and I think everyone has to pick their criteria for themselves, but if I'm in your shoes and as a voter, the first thing on my mind is I want someone who is ready to step in no matter what comes our way. I will never forget 2018 when the election returns were coming in, and we didn't know whether they were going to have Ron DeSantis or Governor Andrew Gillum. Just imagine that, the devastation we would have had. We didn't know COVID was coming, and we don't know what's coming in the next 8 years. So the first thing for comparison among the candidates is positions of trust and leadership under pressure. Mine started at age 23 on the deck of the USS McInerney, standing on the deck in the northern Persian Gulf, navigating through mine-infested waters, where those minefields had broken away and these mines were free-floating through the northern Gulf. I also led a team, a small boat team of about 5 or 6 guys, a couple of whom were explosive ordnance personnel who would swim about from me to my wife, put some explosives on the mine, swim back to our boat, we'd pull them back in the boat, and if something happened, it happened to us, not to our ship that was standing about a mile away, and we would speed back to the ship. 20 years later, I was a commander then in the Navy, and led a team to stop foreign fighters from coming to Afghanistan to kill and maim Americans. I also went to law school and became a prosecutor right here in Broward County, as I said, and it's not an easy place to be a prosecutor. And I know what that kind of leadership under pressure and positions of trust involved. I was chosen among my peers to handle a Miami Dolphins player if he got arrested or something that was controversial, and also ended my time there as a lead in the felony trial unit, prosecuting cases up to second-degree murder, including habitual and violent habitual offenders. So I know what that kind of leadership under pressure is, to have a victim beside me, a jury in front of me, and I've got to convince that jury beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously to put that bad guy away, or he will create another victim, which is why they call them habitual. I've started my own business. I've been a partner in my own business and had private sector experience. And also, of course, as Speaker of the Florida House from 22 to 24. And for those that don't know, it's basically behind the governor, the most influential position in state government. You're managing almost 500 employees. You're setting the terms of a budget that's over $100 billion and controlling what bills move and what bills don't move. And so that kind of experience compared to the other candidates is point number one. But you also want a governor who's going to get in there and deliver results. And I'm a no-nonsense, less talk, more action leader, and we accomplished great things in those 2 years that I led the legislature. James Madison called that first year the session of the century, and Governor DeSantis said that it was unmatched, that those 2 years we accomplished more than any other legislature in America. And the reason for that is, as a veteran, I understand that we cannot have any time wasted on ego and arrogance and the politics and politics. We need to focus on the mission and get the job done. So, right? And so before I get to the future, which is the most important thing, let me just give you a quick highlight reel, because while I was Speaker, we balanced our budget. We had record tax relief. The little bit of state debt that we have in our state government, we took some of that and paid it off ahead of schedule. No one's going to confuse us for the federal government and what they're doing in Congress, I can tell you that. We also passed universal school choice. We got the woke out of education and said teach reading, science, math, civics, make a high school diploma matter again. We defended parental rights. We protected life by protecting the unborn at the moment that they have a heartbeat by passing the Heartbeat Protection Act. We ended DEI in our universities. We ended transgender surgeries for minors in boys and girls' bathrooms. We passed permitless carry. We made Florida the most veteran-friendly and law enforcement-friendly states in America. But I want to highlight, before I go to the future, two things, because you want a governor who is willing to stand up to big, powerful special interests when it's in your interest that they do so. When I first became Speaker, our insurance market was collapsing. We came in and took on litigation abuse on the one side and insurers on the other side, and said we're going to challenge both special interests and focus on the consumers to lower rates, and also hold insurers accountable so that they're just as good at paying claims as they are at taking premiums. And the results are in. Citizens' policies that went to the highest level are now at the lowest level ever, that basically are backstopped by all of us. And a friend of mine who I think is here in the crowd just told me that his insurer just notified him that he's getting a rebate, so he will not pay auto insurance for June or July, and in August he will pay half of what he was paying in premiums before, because we took on the special interest and won. And in year two, we took on big tech to protect children online. from online pornography, where 8-year-old boys can see things that you can't buy in a convenience store. And also addictive social media platforms where many young women are seeing tragic psychological harm. Many of them are contemplating suicide even because they're on for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. And as well, that's where the predators lurk, so that your child or grandchild are safer in a county park in Broward County tonight than on their own cell phone while mom and dad are sleeping. And that's where we are in 2026. This was an issue that I personally took up and spent hours with constitutional lawyers to make sure we had the strongest legislation possible. Big tech lobbied up to beat us, and we won. And I would love to tell you that after we passed that and the governor signed it, that they did the right thing and said, we'll make sure that minors don't get on online pornography sites, or we'll get these young kids off of, stop using those addictive features. But they didn't. They sued us. And so far, we're winning. We're winning in court, and we'll continue to fight them when I'm governor. So let's talk about the future. I talked about experience, and I talked about someone who can deliver the results and beat big special interest. You want a governor with a vision for the future. And I will lead as governor as I did as Speaker of the House. We will step on the accelerator. We're not going to be content to protect the free state of Florida. We're going to expand it. So today, I'm proud to announce my contract with Florida, which is a bold conservative agenda for the first 100 days. My pledge to you to deliver conservative victory after conservative victory, just as I did when I was Speaker, beginning with affordability. We all know that millions have moved into our state. We're a victim of our own success. And I know many of you probably share my viewpoint that if we could, we would build a wall at the Florida, Alabama, Georgia line and make California pay for it. But since we can't do that, we will make sure to bring costs down. I am the only candidate in this race, a part of this contract, the only candidate that has a plan to eliminate homestead property taxes and still cover police, fire, or 911 services by shifting the burden away from those who make Florida home to those who vacation here and have speculate here, like the private equity. Yep. Like private equity that has bought over 100,000 single-family homes and turned them into rentals. And so that's millions, hundreds of millions of dollars out of Floridians' pockets that never sets foot, never touches the Florida economy. They'll pay a little bit more so people on fixed income, new homeowners, and the rest of us can pay less. I have specific plans to lower homeowners insurance by 10 to 20%, and we'll get that done in that first 100 days in special session. And that's a big issue, big issue. We've made progress, but there's more to do. In electric rates, we have to reform the way we regulate our utilities. We cannot allow them to make a guaranteed profit based on how much they spend, which is the current status. They can only do well, and they will do well when you do well. We'll have 3 criteria. They must deliver the cheapest electrical rates to your door or business, your home or business. It cannot be dependent on China, and it has to be reliable. That's right. You see all these solar farms as far as the eye can see, and they've bought in, a lot of these utilities have bought into the climate extremism. You see in Georgia where they're holding rates, they're freezing rates for the next 3 years because they're lengthening the life of coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Yet here we're putting all of our eggs in the solar farm basket, and it's causing a spike in electric rates, and we've got to reform that to lower electricity. And in the meantime, we will not allow Florida to be put up for sale and cause more affordability problems, and that will happen if we allow these hyperscale data centers into our state. I'm a hard no. I applaud counties that are taking a prudent pause on the construction of these hyperscale data centers, but we need to do it statewide. We will include this in that first special session right after I'm inaugurated, within that first 100 days, to stop the construction of these data centers because they will drive up electric rates. We're talking about 700,000 to 800,000 people in one facility, the electric demand of 700,000 to 800,000 people being put on your grid, and their biggest and best customer will pass along those costs to we, the people. That's not happening on my watch. Because we're also going to protect our aquifer, and they run very hot and need a lot of water, and so we're not going to allow them to stick a pipe in the ground and suck our aquifer dry. Again, Florida is not for sale, and we will take a full halt on these data centers when I'm governor. We will protect the health of our citizens and the health of our environment. We will strengthen the Medical Freedom Act to end mandates and protect parental rights. We will push back against climate extremists who want to engage in geoengineering and weather modification and stop them in their tracks. We will protect our water from forever chemicals and other pollutants and make sure in Florida, when you catch a fish, you can always safely eat the fish you catch. And we will protect our agriculture sector because you know what? The first environmentalist wasn't a purple-haired Antifa protester. It was someone called a farmer or rancher who understands the importance of stewarding the land. We will help our farmers by investing heavily. As I did as speaker, we spent more money than any time before or since on conservation easements to keep our farmers and ranchers farming and ranching, and we will do that when I'm governor. And as a governor, I will hold in sacred trust the protection of our air, our water, and our land. And in this contract, in the first 100 days, we're also going to keep Florida free. That means that if there's one illegal ballot, it's one too many. We will pass legislation in Florida that makes Florida the gold standard for election integrity. We will lean into the Second Amendment and codify recent court decisions to protect open carry for every citizen here in Florida. We will pass an AI Bill of Rights. We will stop digital ID and push back against their surveillance state and make sure to protect digital privacy. And we also, in the first 100 days, will start to push back against what Charlie Kirk talked about, the red and the green thread. Communism is incompatible with the American Constitution and the American way of life. And when I was speaker, we passed legislation to stop China from buying near our farmland or our military bases, but we will additionally make sure they can't buy any land. They will not have professors or students in our universities, and we will stop their influence completely in our state, as we need to do in our country. And when it comes to Islam, look, I spent 20 years abroad, and they said we have to fight them abroad so we don't have to fight them where? Here at home. And then we open the doors wide open. We've seen what's happened in Minnesota. We see that about every 2 weeks someone is shot or killed. The bottom line is that long-term Islam is also, as a system, not compatible with the American Constitution and the American way of life. I understand that, and having lived it as a military officer, we will stop the use of taxpayer money to fund education that promotes Sharia law. We will push back against CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood, and we will not allow enclaves like we see in Europe, where men and women who grew up in a neighborhood that they called home for 20, 30 years in their childhood can no longer safely walk those streets, and if they're attacked, the police won't come because it's not safe for them as well. We will push back against these threats. So that's the contract: experience, results, and a vision for the future. And my last point to you when you consider who to support as governor is you want someone like President Trump and Governor DeSantis who runs to the fight and doesn't wait for the fight to come to him. I joined the governor in 2022 and 2024 to try to make sure we got rid of these woke school board members and put common sense conservatives in positions across this state. I also joined the governor in pushing back to defeat Amendment 3 and 4. I traveled the state. I wrote op-eds. In 2024 alone, spent over $2 million between school board races and opposing the anything goes abortion amendment, because that's what leaders should do. It should be the rule, not the exception. And so if you want a leader, there's only one in this race who stepped into those fights. It wasn't in the governor's job description, and it wasn't in mine. And sadly, too many of our Republican governors sit on their hands and let the people decide. And we see in Ohio, Missouri, these Republican states where they're now had out-of-state billionaires that have jammed their personal agenda into the Constitution, and they're never going to be the same. They will be back. And if you want someone who's going to fight them, you go to someone who's already fought them before. And so, and I've told you how I fought special interest. You have to have someone who wants to do it, who's willing to do it, and who's won. And they're back in this election. They would very much like to turn back the clock where special interest control transactional politicians. And I will never let that happen. The only interest that is special to me is each and every man, woman, and child that lives here in Florida. That's why we're putting Florida first, and that's what we'll do as 8 years as your next governor. God bless you.
She is the
I love you
proud
too.
wife of Jay
God bless you
Collins
guys.
and mom to Gabe and Colt. A 20-year combat veteran, counterintelligence agent in special operations, and Governor DeSantis appointed member of the Florida Board of Education. Please welcome to the stage, Layla Collins.
I brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue.
First, I want to say thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to be in a room full of patriots that keeps this going each and every day, so thank you. As a proud member of the FFRW, I like to joke. I'm not one of those quiet Republican women. I'm a fire in my belly, let's fight this out and get it done Republican woman. And thank you to each of you that are here. How many veterans do we have in this audience? Let's hear it. Proudly, Florida is the only state in the country that has a veteran governor and lieutenant governor. Jay and I served this country for 43 years proudly, and I would do it again. It was an honor of a lifetime because there is no country greater than this, because we know that our rights are given to us by God, protected by the Constitution, not given to us by any man or any document. When we joined this race, they said it wouldn't be easy. But you know what? We've never done easy. Jay's never been a guy that looked for what was easy. When he lost his leg, he didn't ask for a hand up or even a handout. He asked for a seat at the table. He requalified on one leg to do everything that was required from a Green Beret. Shoot, move, communicate, all on a prosthetic. Never flinched, did it all. When he ran for office for the first time, they said, "You can't flip that blue seat." He said, "Watch me." We didn't do it the easy way. We didn't do it by saying that we were going to run based on potholes or easy things. He ran against the mayor of Tampa's mother-in-law, going door to door in the hardest circumstances possible, knocking blue doors, convincing them that the conservative way was the right way. He took the fight to them each and every day, never denied who he was, pro-God, pro-gun, and pro-life each day. He didn't just win that seat by a little bit. He beat the future Senate minority leader by 10 points. When he got into that seat, they said again, do what's easy, don't do controversial. He said, watch me. He ran the bill that reclaimed the biggest gun rights that we've ever reclaimed in 25 years. That wasn't easy, but he did it. He then banned China and other hostile nations from buying our land. He fought for more and more each and every day. He banned lab-grown meat because it's not good for our family. He kept the fight going. He made sure to protect our medical freedoms. He codified prayer in our school sports. That shouldn't even be a question. He ensured that every child in Florida will learn the truth of communism. Can you believe we have to say that? That we have to tell people communism is bad. It can never be good. It should never be allowed. And it enters our system a little at a time. They did it by encroaching step by step. He made sure that every child will understand the horrors of communism. He fought for our veterans, our law enforcement, our parents, our seniors, by making sure they're protected. These are the things that matter to Floridians. He kept the fight going, but he understood that you represent the best of the best when you represent Floridians. As a child that was adopted, he also fought to help change adoption in our state. That is how you win a general election. You have to know what's important. You have to know how to take the fight to the people and never back down and do what's right, not what's a headline, not what's a good speech, not a Fox News hit, and not just a social media click. That doesn't win for you. There were times that they said, why didn't you do this or that or push this further? And then lose. Because it's better to have a social media hit. No, it's not. That's not what's best for you, me, our kids, or their kids. You've got to plant that flag. You've got to win each and every day. We cannot let Florida go backwards. We have to win a general election. You have to have someone in this race that understands that and a proven record. And that is Jay. Thank you. When they said we had Americans trapped, many people went on the news. They made social media hits. They did this and that. That's not Jay. He didn't wait for the easy way. He said, it's the day before Father's Day. I hate to leave you and the boys, but what kind of man would I be if I could and I didn't? So it honestly was the most normal thing we've done since we entered politics. We packed up. A couple hours later, I dropped him off at the airport. He flew over to the Middle East and rescued people from Tel Aviv to the West Bank. The only question was, are you an American? If the answer was yes, you came home, because we don't leave anyone behind. Because of those efforts, because of his bravery and the bravery of our governor, 2,300 Americans came home. What if we lived in a society where our politicians didn't just say, I'll dodge bullets for you, but they would actually do it? What if we lived in a society where they didn't worry about their comfort, they worried about yours? That is my husband. That is Jay. That is what he's done. Right now, we face a very difficult time where theories are flooding in, trying to change our society. We can't allow it. We've had a good streak, but voters could become a little bit complacent because we've won so much. But we're in a state where a third of our voters are independent or non-party affiliated. You have to win a general election. We're also in a time when even our own establishment within our own party is becoming complicit in introducing the same dangers that we have fought against. We said no to any idea that the choice that isn't a choice. That's an idea that shapes societies not for the best. That has taken countries and completely destroyed them. We can never allow that to happen. This is a race because of you, because of our grassroots, our boots on the ground. I'm asked all the time, what do we do with this? How do we fix it? What do we do about a situation where we're given a choice that isn't? I have one answer for you. Vote for the man or woman that you would want your child to become, and everything else will fall into place. When you do that, and you choose the man with the moral compass, with the tenacity, the strength, and the courage to do what's right, everything else will fall into place. So right now, I'm giving you the solution, the way that we continue to win, the way that we carry our state forward. And I'm proud to introduce my husband, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins.
Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Uncle Sam,
good to see everybody.
Top of his list and a statue of Liberty started.
Well, it is great to be here today. Good to see so many patriots in the community here, right here in the audience. You know, today is a particular honor for me. Not because I'm a tailor-made politician. I certainly wasn't. You see, I was born to a 16-year-old kid. I was adopted by my grandparents and raised on a family farm. There were times growing up that I slept in my car. I couch surfed, learned what it meant to have nothing, to be overlooked. I stand here as your lieutenant governor and say, the American dream is alive and well in the free state of Florida. I thank God every single day for the opportunities He's given. But before I say anything else, I want to say what every person in this room already knows. We are blessed to live in the greatest state, in the greatest country God has ever put on the face of the earth. Come on, give it up for America one more time. And in this moment, as America approaches 250 years, we should remember exactly what that means. You see, the American Revolution wasn't just a war against a king. It was a rejection of the idea that a small group of elites should choose who governs everybody else. Our founding fathers believed something revolutionary. They believed people choose their leaders. We are not here because freedom was inevitable. We are not here because every generation after generation of Americans chose courage alone. They chose courage together, duty over applause, and sacrifice over surrender. We crossed oceans, we cleared fields, we raised families, we built churches, businesses, and towns. We fought wars. Yes, we buried friends. We fought for freedom, and that fight never stops. That is the American story. Florida has continued that fight under our great president, Donald J. Trump, and the greatest governor in America, Governor Ron DeSantis. But you know, funny thing about Florida, it is full of Florida guy and Florida gals. And you know what happens when the experts tell them to do something? Just imagine. When the experts told us to sit down, Florida stood up. When the woke left tried to tell parents they didn't have the right to protect their children, Florida stood up. When Washington said we had to accept open borders, lawlessness, and woke insanity, Florida stood up. We said no because this state still understands something important. The government closest to the people serves the people best. You see, the further power gets from the family, the church, the small business, the farmer, the more corrupted it becomes. The more it moves away from the will of the people. That is why Florida led. That is why families have packed up their belongings and fled here. That is why businesses relocated here. That is why people who had almost given up on the American dream looked south and said, there is still one place willing to fight. Friends, that is courage. But my friends, leadership is not something you inherit. It's not a title. It's not a social media clip. It certainly is not a talking point. Leadership is something you prove. And now, Florida faces a choice. Florida faces a choice between protecting what we took back and we built, or gambling it away. Between a fighter who has been tested and a politician who has been packaged to win at all cost. Thank you. Between the continuation of the Florida model, or more DC here in Florida. Friends, I'm running for governor because Florida cannot afford to retreat. Not here, not now, not ever. We must hold the line. I know what it means when a family has everything on the line because I've been there. As the son of a farmer, I know when land, it's not just land, it's your legacy. When a family's work, their faith, their sweat, and name are tied to a piece of land, and the numbers just stop working. I know what happens when people in faraway offices make decisions that crush the people doing the work. Friends, that stays with you. There's an acronym that's incredibly important to me. It's one my dad taught me. A son never forgets, ASNF. I promise you, I will never forget the look on my dad's face when he left that farm for the very last time. I will never forget. I carried that memory with me into the Army and into the Special Forces. I carried it into places where the stakes, they were not theoretical. The consequences, they weren't political. You see, in combat, you learn quickly that leadership is not about who talks the loudest. It's about who is willing to move when others freeze. It's about who refuses to leave people behind. That is the Florida way. That is how I've lived my life. That is the only way to do things in the great state of Florida. Yes, I've been shot. It's completely overrated. Seriously, don't do it. Yes, I've been broken. Yes, I lost a leg in service to the country. But you want to know what? I would do it all over again, and I wouldn't blink twice. Because God has blessed this nation unlike any other in the throes of history. And if we want to keep it, we got to fight for it every single day. Yeah. When I lost my leg, I didn't quit. I requalified as a Green Beret. I kept serving. I kept leading, and I kept fighting. It took guts. It took courage. But that's what warriors do. That's what protectors do. That is what Florida needs right now. I want to be very clear today. Florida is not in decline. Do not ever let someone tell you that lie. It's just simply not true. Under Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida is leading the United States in almost everything. In our administration, Florida is winning. Florida is the state other states model when they finally find the courage and step up to the plate. Yes, we protected our children. We backed law enforcement. We defended the Second Amendment. We stood for parents. We kept businesses open. We took on the bureaucracy. We proved the conservative leadership works here in the free state of Florida. Governor DeSantis did not build a state in decline. He built a model backed by the Constitution, built on courage. The question at hand is whether we have the courage to continue, and that is why we have to talk honestly about the race we find ourselves in. Because there are people right now trying to sell Florida a very familiar product. They're telling you that Byron Donalds is a safe choice, the acceptable choice, the electable choice, the one who can avoid a fight, literally. The one who can get through general election because he looks good on television and checks the boxes. My friends, we've heard that before. They sold Republicans Charlie Crist the same exact way. They said he was safe, acceptable, and electable. Was that true? And we learned the hard way that when the establishment tells you a candidate is electable, what they really mean is the candidate is easy to control and easy for Democrats to define. Florida cannot afford another Charlie Crist mistake, and if we're not careful, we'll have one. Because if Republicans do not have this debate now, Democrats will have it for us in October. If we don't ask the hard questions now, David Jolly is going to ask them with millions of dollars behind him. If we do not test our nominee now, the left-wing machine will test him when it's too late to choose somebody else. And I'm telling you plainly, Byron Donalds is not ready for the fight ahead. The Democrats are not going to run against his Fox News clips. They are not going to run against his best applause lines, and they are not going to run against his record, his finances, his votes, his donors, his family, businesses, and every weakness that consultants are pretending voters will never hear about. They see those things. They will run against those things. They're going to ask about character. They will ask how a member of Congress went to Washington and saw his net worth explode. They will ask about stock trades. They'll ask about drug dealing and crime. They will ask about money and influence, and they will ask about every headline, every disclosure, every transaction, every donor that looks like Washington doing what Washington does. They will ask why Florida Republicans should nominate a man Democrats can paint as another D.C. politician who went to Congress and got richer while working families got squeezed. They will ask why a state that should be protecting American workers and Florida families would nominate somebody with so many vulnerabilities, somebody who would sell out Florida to China and other world powers. They'll ask why he flip-flops on issues like property tax, data centers, and education. They'll ask about the true measure of a man. Friends, they will not be gentle, they will not be kind, they will not be fair, and they will not pull their punches. And if Republicans pretend those attacks are not coming, then we are volunteering to walk into an ambush by Nikki Fried and her cronies. Friends, they are already celebrating and already preparing. They will ask veterans and military families why Byron voted with AOC and the squad against military pay raises. They will ask mothers and fathers why he voted against bills tied to child trafficking and FBI resources. They will ask why the man who wants to lead the third largest state in the United States of America has not led anything remotely comparable or even shown up to vote in the position he was elected to do. They will ask whether he is ready to command through a hurricane, a wildfire, a budget fight, or a hostile media environment simultaneously. And the answer matters, because being the governor of Florida is not a news hit. It's not a committee room speech. It is not a donor call. It is not a title you use as a stepping stone to the next big thing. When a hurricane hits at 3 a.m. and your roof is torn off, friends, you need a leader on the ground. You need a leader with courage. You need somebody who knows how to move resources, make decisions, protect families, and take responsibility. When a sheriff calls and says, "My deputies are overwhelmed," you do not need a consultant's talking point. You need somebody who backs the blue before, during, and after the cameras show up, especially when it's not easy. When Washington fails to secure the border, you do not need a politician who discovered the issue when it became convenient. You need a governor who will use every single tool Florida has to protect our communities. That is the courage we need. When parents are told by the left that their children belong to the system, we don't need a careful politician looking for the safe lane. We need a fighter who will say, without apology, those are not the government's children. They are gifts from God, and they belong to their parents. Hands off our kids in Florida. That is the job. Courage is the qualifier. And I'm not saying this because I enjoy attacking another Republican. Believe me, I do not. I am saying it because I refuse to let Florida sleepwalk into a general election nightmare we are not prepared for. Winning matters, losing sucks. We have too much to lose, friends. We have seen what Democratic governors do. We saw what Democratic mayors have done to their cities. We saw what Democratic prosecutors did to public safety, to our school boards, to our children. We saw what Washington did with inflation, energy, immigration, and weakness abroad. Do we really think that David Jolly and the left will protect the Florida model? Do we think they will protect parental rights? Do you think they'll protect your Second Amendment rights, or are they going to do a gun grab again? Do you think they're going to stand up to the teachers' unions, the trial bar, the activists, the bureaucrats, or the media? Of course they're not going to. We all know that to be true. So who we nominate matters. Republicans need to stop confusing celebrity with strength. I have met with families across the state. They're not asking for a celebrity. They're asking whether they can afford a home, whether their kids are safe, whether their water will still be there, whether the farm they love will survive, and whether we'll continue building on the foundation that Governor Ron DeSantis built. Friends, I met a farmer in the Panhandle. He was worried about maintaining his farm. Think about that. And this story, man, it hits incredibly close to home. A man who was willing to work, willing to sweat, willing to feed people, looking at his land that his family loves and wondering whether the only way out is to sell out and give it up. Friends, that's not just an economic problem. That is a moral crisis. Because a state that cannot feed itself can never truly be free. Food security is national security here. A state that loses its farms loses more than crops. It loses memory, tradition, the connection between work and reward, between family and land, stewardship and freedom. So when people ask me about agriculture, I don't give them a political jargon line. You know what I see? I see and hear families. I hear legacy. I see my own story. And I'll tell you what that farmer heard from me. And it's the same thing I tell every family in the state. I'm going to make sure your family gets fed. I will not stand idle while other families fail. That's why we need a governor with courage. Friends, thank you. We have to make it possible to work the land, keep the land, and pass the land on. There is no serious agenda that treats food security as an afterthought. There is no serious agenda that lets foreign adversaries buy our land, our infrastructure, or profit off our weakness. And the same is true with water. Everybody wants to talk about growth. Friends, I understand growth. People are coming to Florida because freedom works. But growth without stewardship is not conservatism. When the next wave of hyperscale data centers comes knocking, when big tech and the AI companies show up with lobby core and glossy promises, the question cannot just be how much money are they offering today. The question has to be, will these hyperscalers drain the aquifer? Will they raise costs on working families? Will they consume water and power while ordinary Floridians are told to pay more and get less? Will we sell out to big tech while families are struggling to buy groceries, insure their homes, and keep their kids safe? Florida families, they don't need to be pushed to the back of the line so Sam Altman and the tech bros can build their next machine. And let me say something plainly. When Byron has taken money from AI tech packs, I am meeting with families who are worried about losing their children to AI chatbots. So I have a question. Who is going to protect your children? Will the tech bros protect your children? Will the lobby corps protect your children? Will the consultants protect your children? Will the same people who tell you everything is innovation and progress stop for 1 second to look a grieving mother in the eye? I have, and I will. Because government's first job is not to impress powerful people. The primary responsibility of the governor of the free state of Florida is the same mission that has guided me my entire life: to protect the people, to preserve their freedom, to step into the breach, even if alone, and to prepare the next generation to inherit something even greater. It's the mission that matters to the people, and friends, it is about courage. Now, Byron has said we're going to lose hyperscalers or data centers to California, and I say, so what? Let Gavin have them. That means protecting our children from predators, traffickers, and addictive technology. It means protecting families from being priced out of their own communities. It means protecting water, land, and public safety. It means protecting the freedoms that made Florida the refuge for millions of Americans. And it means understanding that not every shiny new thing is good, and not every powerful donor is a shareholder in your future or mine. Florida is not for sale, not now, not ever. That is where Florida needs a governor who understands both strength and restraint. A governor who can say yes to growth when it serves our people and no when it sells them out. A governor who remembers the power is supposed to answer to the family, not the other way around. That is why what Governor DeSantis understood. That is why Florida has become known as a free state of Florida. He did not ask permission from the media. He did not wait for Washington. He did not govern by focus groups. He fought. He did that and fought because Florida must have a leader. Florida parents got their voice back under his watch. Florida's children were protected from radical ideology. Florida's law enforcement knew they had a governor who had their back. And Florida's businesses knew the state believed in freedom. Florida became the place where the rest of America could see what conservative leadership looked like when it had a spine, when it had courage. I was honored when Governor DeSantis appointed me to be his lieutenant governor. Thank you. I was honored because I understand the mission. This is not about just occupying an office. This is about holding the line. This is about courage. In the Senate, I didn't just sit around waiting to be told what to do. I passed 55 bills in 3 short years. We fought for public safety, constitutional rights, veterans, families, and the issues that matter to real people at the kitchen tables, not the lobby core tables. That is why I say this without hesitation. Friends, I am the Governor Ron DeSantis continuity plan. I am the one who will fight the battle and finish the mission, not because anybody owes it to me, but because this moment requires somebody who has already been tested. You do not get to learn disaster response after the storm has made landfall. You do not get to learn courage after the media turns on you. You do not get to learn leadership when lives are already on the line. You either know it or you don't, and my life has prepared me for such decisions. It has prepared me for pressure, and it's prepared me for moments when there is no perfect option and nowhere to hide. I've served beside warriors who didn't ask who could get credit. They asked what the mission required. They said, "Here am I, send me." I have watched young men put themselves in harm's way for people they barely knew because that is what duty demanded. I have seen courage up close, and I know the difference between courage and performance. Florida runs on courage, not theatrics. Florida needs a governor who will look at Washington and the elites and say, "You do not run the state of Florida." A governor who will look at the woke left and say, you do not get our children. And a governor who will look at countries like China and say, you do not own our land, not now, not ever, never again here. A governor who will look at big tech and say, you do not get our water, our power. You're not going to turn our children into addicts. No, sir. A governor who will look at every first responder and say, I see you. I stand beside you. I will fight for you. That is the Florida I believe in. I believe in a Florida where the child of a farmer can grow up and serve his country, where a veteran can come home and still find purpose, where a parent can speak up at a school board meeting without being billed a domestic threat, where a deputy knows the governor stands behind the badge, where a family can buy a home, raise children, worship God, and build a life without being crushed by government or sold out by politicians. I believe in a Florida that honors work, that protects the innocent, a Florida that rewards courage, a Florida that remembers freedom is not maintained by slogans, it is maintained by the men and women willing to defend it. And I believe the Republican Party has to be willing to fight for that very real mission. We cannot nominate weakness and call it strategy. We cannot nominate vulnerability and call it electability. We cannot hand Democrats a file full of attacks and pretend the media will be kind. We cannot choose the candidate Washington wants, because Washington is not Florida. The next governor will face storms, pressure, migration, foreign influence, technology moving faster than the government can understand, schools under attack, families under pressure, and a left that has not given up on Florida, not for 1 second. They want this state back. They want the model destroyed, and they want to prove that the last 8 years were a fluke. Well, I'm here to tell them Florida was no fluke. Florida was a choice. Florida chose freedom. We chose parents, law and order. We chose life. In Florida, we choose the Constitution. We also have to choose again. If we choose a politics of convenience, we lose. If we choose the candidate the Democrats are begging us to nominate, we lose. Ask yourself why they're not already attacking. They want that person to win the primary. If we choose someone because he looks easy on paper, we'll learn again that easy choices often carry the highest price. If we choose a fighter who will hold the line and finish the governor's agenda, then Florida's best days are not behind us. Friends, they are ahead of us. So today, I am asking you to choose more than a campaign. I'm asking you to choose courage. Choose the parent over bureaucrats. Choose the farmer over the foreign buyer. Choose the child over tech. Florida over Washington. People over politics. Choose the continuation of the strongest conservative record in American history. I'm asking you to have courage, hold the line, and stand with me. And choose a governor who knows that leadership is not a title. With leadership comes responsibility to the people. I have spent my entire life standing between danger and the people I was sworn to protect. I've done it in uniform, in the legislature, and as lieutenant governor. And with your help, I will do it as the next governor of the free state of Florida. This is a time for choosing, and under my watch, our best days are ahead of us. Florida will remain the conservative proving grounds of America, and together we will ensure the next 250 years of good old-fashioned American exceptionalism. Join me in holding the line for our future. Florida needs your courage to preserve what we call home. May God bless each of you. May God bless the free state of Florida. And may God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you so much.
Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list. And the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist. And
Ladies and gentlemen, United States Senator Rick Scott.
I'm a fireball.
Well, good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here. The first thing I want to say is I want to thank you all for the honor of Statesman of the Year. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm very, very appreciative. I'm very appreciative of Evan Power. I think he is doing a fantastic job running the RPOF, and I want to thank Evan for everything he does each and every day, and I don't believe it's easy. So first off, it's wonderful to be at events with RPOF. And it's also wonderful to see this great group of committed Republicans who actually give a damn about what's going on in this country. Yep. Unfortunately, we wish there were more. First off, my wife Ann wishes she could be here and asked me to thank each of you for everything you've done for her and my family over the last 16 years. Yeah, she's the best. I'm glad she never ran against me. So first off, a lot of you have welcomed her into your clubs, and I remember in 2018 when we had the hurricane, and I couldn't campaign for a while, and she campaigned, and so you all gave her a platform, and so I'm very grateful. So first thing I want to do is thank you. Right? We have a bright red state. Right? We have a bright red state because of, guess what? You. It's not because of one person. It's not because of one organization. It's because all of you knocked on doors, you made phone calls, you did text, you donated, you ran voter registration drives. Each of you did this. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for what you did. Now think back for a second. In 2010, when I ran, there were over, I think it was something like 568,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans. So we had to get a lot of Democrats to vote with us. But because of your hard work and you guys busted, and I was not the insider, I was the outsider candidate, because of your hard work, we won. The only time that we haven't had a Democrat majority of all my races has been 2014. And again, it was only because of what y'all did to completely change the voter registration drive. But as you all know, because of your hard work, we now have, I think it's something over 1.5 million more Republicans than Democrats. And that's why in November, we're going to have a Republican sweep across the entire state of Florida. So first off, I think you guys ought to give each of you a big round of applause for all your efforts to get that $1.5 million, $1.5 million. In politics, you always think about money, right? 1.5 million voter, and so let's give a big round of applause. You did it. Now, I want to take a moment to address something that I think cuts to the heart of a bigger question facing our party right now. The recent debate, the recent controversies surrounding potential Democrat debates at this very meeting, and the racist and anti-Semitic comments coming from some candidates running for governor, focus us to ask ourselves, what kind of Republican Party do we want to be? Now, that is not a rhetorical question. It's one we all need to grapple with and answer with absolute honesty. We want to be a party where freedom of speech thrives. We want to be a party where candidates aren't shut out before they get a chance. Many of you know a story about my personal story back in 2018 when I ran for governor. Basically, the only Republicans that would talk to me in the primary were the ones that told me to get the hell out of the race. No one invited me to speak. I remember I went to one of my first events, and the only individual at my table was my wife. So nobody was endorsing me. I think I had 3 House members endorse me. So I was turned away a lot. But guess who didn't? Joe Gruters. Joe Gruters and the Sarasota GOP let me come time and again. And I'm very, very appreciative, and I'm very appreciative of what Joe's doing now on the national stage. I think we ought to give, hopefully Joe's watching this, we give him a big round of applause. So let's start with this. I believe deeply in giving candidates a platform. That's not the issue here. We also want to be a party that is not unwilling to question the status quo. A party that asks tough questions not only of Democrats, but of Republicans and ourselves is important. That intellectual honesty is part of what has made Republicans so successful in this great state. And let's be honest about why and how we've succeeded here in Florida. And Jay Collins talked a little bit about that. It wasn't angry rhetoric. It was not ignorance dressed up as populism. It was solutions. Real, tangible solutions that actually improve the lives of every Floridian, regardless of party, regardless of background. That is why we win. And actually, that's why Donald Trump won in 2016. He won in 24, right? And he continues to win. We built this party from the ground up. Remember back right before 2010, the Republican Party of Florida had issues. We didn't do it from the top down. It was from grassroots. It was county after county. Republican groups all across the state. We worked with candidates and we worked with activists and volunteers to reach every corner of this state. We went to every county. You did that. We brought people together. We built a coalition that's here to last. And it's the envy of Republican parties all across this country. As I travel around the country and give speeches, everybody brags about, what did you guys do in Florida? And I always give credit to what each of you did at the county level. It didn't happen by accident. It happened because we focused on governing, on delivering, and we treated people with respect. That is the Republican brand in Florida. That is the identity of the Republican Party of Florida, and it's worth protecting. But here's where I draw the line. We cannot be a party that allows anti-Semitism, ignorance, and racism to thrive. That's wrong. That is against everything that built the Florida Republican Party today. We don't stand for that. It is a betrayal of the volunteers. There's volunteers all across this state. I think in 2018, we had 4 million people helped us, who knocked on doors, the candidates who ran tough races, and the voters who trusted us. We are living their dreams. We're a vessel for their hopes and dreams. Now, look around the country. The Democrat Party has gone all in on accommodating anti-Semitism. Look at their Nazi-sympathizing candidates in the state of Maine and in Michigan in their Senate races. Kamala Harris, she did real damage to the Jewish community, and she got a pass because her husband was Jewish. Give me a break. But this is not just a Democrat platform problem. That's my point. We are seeing it right here within our own party. Randy Fine has an opponent who is anti-Semitic. That's wrong. One candidate for governor has made vile, ignorant, racist, and anti-Semitic comments throughout his campaign. That's wrong. We cannot look away from that just because it happens on our side. Whether it happens on the Democrat side or Republican side, it's wrong. I want to be clear about what I am and I'm not saying. Are these people allowed to run? You better believe it. Go run. I tell people all the time, I think about running for office, you should go run. Are they allowed to say whatever crazy thing they want to say? Mean, evil, hatred? Absolutely. The First Amendment protects it. But the First Amendment does not require us to hand them a microphone at the RPOF. It does not require our candidates to legitimize them by sharing a debate stage with them. And it certainly does not require us to be silent about what their words represent and the damage they could do to our party if they got elected. Now, Evan Power has a hard job, and I appreciate the hard decision Evan had to make to not give a platform to a racist anti-Semite running for governor. Now, Evans, like the rest of us, we believe in free speech, but we also believe, and he believes, we shouldn't be meddling in primaries. He doesn't want to. There is no place for bigotry in this room. Now, it's not because we're afraid of a hard decision. We can have a hard conversation, but because we are all better than that. Because the voters deserve better than that. And because we didn't build this party by tearing people down, we built it by lifting people up and solving their problems each and every day. Now, I was just in Washington, and when you're in Washington, you don't feel at home. It's way better to be in Florida. I was at lunch the other day and said, I am lost. This is crazy what these people are talking about. In Washington, people think that it's they think it's crazy if you say ID is bad, voter ID is bad. That's somehow insane. They think showing proof of citizenship to register to vote in our elections is bad. They think it's racist and sexist to require an ID at the ballot box. I was on Jake Tapper the other day, and I was supposed to be on there talking about a scam bill, and my Democrat was on there at the same time, and she said somehow the Save America Act was sexist. Only in Washington, D.C. could they say it's bad for states to remove illegals from the voter rolls. Only in D.C. they think it's okay to bankrupt the country with trillions of dollars in debt to communist China. Only in Washington, D.C. could you think of all the crazy things. It's sometimes you think you're in California. So Washington is absolutely removed from what you deal with every day. It's actually removed from hardworking Americans like you. Only in Washington could politicians be against voter ID laws. And I agree, 80% of Americans support. Now, first off, here's what's frustrating. It's not just Democrats who are opposing these common sense solutions. It's Republicans, establishment Republicans who have been in Washington way too long and lost touch with American voters. So when I ran in 2018, my first ad was term limits. And Leader McConnell called to ask if that was the only ad I was going to run. I let him know it was probably the only ad I needed to run. These anti-voter establishment politicians make the best case for why we have to have term limits in Congress. These anti-voter establishment politicians think it's more important to help their lobbyist buddies than their voters back home. They don't think you guys have any idea how they vote. I think there are way too many anti-voter politicians, establishment politicians, not just in Washington, but actually all across the country. They get elected and they almost immediately forget what they ran on. They don't think you're ever going to remember. So let's do a quick poll. Should we stop electing politicians who tell us big government is the answer? How about stopping electing politicians who are more focused on illegal aliens than Americans? You saw Trump's State of the Union speech. How about stopping electing politicians who have no idea about balancing a budget? We balance a budget in Florida. You balance your budget. How about stopping electing politicians who create programs they absolutely know are filled with fraud and waste? They know it. They don't want to crack down on it. How about stopping electing politicians who just want more government and less freedom? Your freedom. How about the politicians that hate capitalism? So here's what I believe. They all ought to come down here and talk to you and align with the people in this room. In this room, we have real American patriots. This state is real American patriots. We have actual real Republicans that believe in the principles of the Republican Party. In this room, we have people that bust their butt and work every day. Now think about it. Voters in 24 overwhelmingly elected Donald Trump for one reason: to enact his America First agenda. And guess what? All across the country, all these people ran on Trump's agenda to get elected, right? But now they're in office. Wait a minute. I don't want to have to do that. They've forgotten what the agenda is. And they think you'll never notice how they voted. So Trump ran on bold policies: what? Secure the border, stamp out fraud in our elections, turn our economy around for the mess Joe Biden left us. And he left us in a mess with his auto pen. We actually don't know what he did and what the auto pen did. But here's what's frustrating. I've been there. I've watched Trump bust his butt. I invited him to lunch last week. These Democrats and some Republicans, that was fun. You should have been there. My Republican colleagues were so excited I invited the president. So the way it works up there is we have the Tuesday lunch, leadership runs, the Wednesday lunch, I run. And so on Tuesday, do you think they're all thanking me for bringing the president? Yeah, right. So here's what's frustrating. His agenda is getting stymied. You can understand it. It might be stupid, but you understand it when the Democrats. But here's what's frustrating. It's been stymied by Republicans. Look, we didn't vote for Trump to not get his agenda done. We voted for him to get his agenda done. Now, you have heard some people say, oh, we don't have the votes. We can't get it done. That's not true. Okay? How many of you think we ought to pass the Save America Act? You should say that loud enough. Say it again, loud enough that every Republican in the Senate and the Democrats can hear you. Should we pass the Save America Act? Do you think Trump is on the right page? Yes. Do you think it's we ought to make sure illegals don't get to vote in our elections? Now, here's what's controversial in D.C. What I'm about to say, oh gosh, everybody gets mad at you when you say this. There is a way to get the Save America Act done, and there's a way to get all of Trump's promises done. And he talked about it on Wednesday with all my colleagues, and that way is really simple. You know what we have to do? Blow up the filibuster. So how many of you, should we blow up the filibuster? Should we pass common sense ideas with a simple majority vote? Now think about it. The filibuster was never to be used to stop a bill. It was used to vote to stop debate after we had debate, and the vote was still a 51 vote threshold. You get 50 plus the vice president. So what we need to be doing is standing up for what we believe in and get our agenda done. What we believe in is popular. What we believe in wins votes, and it's right. If Republicans in Washington are too scared to hold an up and down vote and go defend their vote to the people back home, then why are they in Washington? They're to get the hell out. Yeah. Because they go campaign on what we believe in, and then they don't want to do it. So I think it's time we have to stop allowing a few senators with Trump derangement syndrome, and they're there, from trying to stop every single thing the president wants to do, everything they want to do. You can see the protesters that want to do it, that are paid for by Democrats, but Republicans shouldn't be doing that. Now let's talk about the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is run by AOC and Mondami. It's completely infiltrated by severe anti-Semitism and socialists who attack anybody who's found success in business. They hate capitalism. They hate businessmen. They hate businesswomen. Some of them want all the capitalists killed. So here's what I look at. Who votes? If you're a Democrat, how can you, and you believe in capitalism, how can you vote for them? They want to destroy your way of life. Now, here's what we look all across the country. Socialism is rampant all across many great cities. But Chuck Schumer, who runs the Democrat Party, is okay with it because guess why? He only cares about one thing, his election, and he's scared to death of AOC and Mandami. So they're turning New York City into New Havana, and they're doing it every day. Just look at what Mandami did to Ken Griffin. He goes, attacked him because he's been successful in business. But when they do all that, it's actually good for Florida. So Ken and many others, they're all moving here. They're moving their investments here. They're building their buildings here. They're hiring people here. Because guess what? We want successful people to come to our great state and help us build this and create jobs for our families. So how many of you followed the mayor's race out in L.A.? Spencer Pratt. So Spencer ran an unbelievable race. He was in second place. He was in the runoff, doing great, right? I think Gavin Newsom has a bill that says they can keep counting until the Democrats win. I don't think it's, yeah, you're right, they're still counting. So think about it. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, America deserves elections that are free, fair, transparent, and efficient. Now, California doesn't meet any of that. If you go look at his race, you got fraudulent ballots being submitted, people paying the homeless. You see those pictures, they're paying the homeless to vote. Delays in ballot counting, for which, what does that mean? All right, so you know that this has to get changed. So common sense laws are supposed to prevent fraud. California laws are there to allow fraud. So you're right, they're counting ballots since June 2nd. The Columbia election, which had way more voters in LA, they counted the ballots and announced within 3 hours. So the other thing is, LA has said they're going to vote to allow illegals to vote in their city and school board elections. So I'm going to get a bill passed that says they get no money, no transportation money if they do that. Any city that wants illegals to vote in their elections, we're going to ban all the federal tax dollars we can. So just look at Spencer's race. You can see why we have to have the Save America Act. It's pretty simple. So this is the kind of stuff that's happening in socialist cities and states all across our country. It's got to stop. So Gavin Newsom, you love him, right? He goes all across the world, while California, one of the prettiest places in the world, beautiful weather, some wonderful people, their productive citizens are fleeing the state. They have to, right? I had a friend call me the other day. He says, are they going to take my house? Because what they're doing is making everybody get out of the state, many of them coming to our great state. So Gavin keeps trying to raise more taxes to pay for his high-speed rail project, which I don't think has any tracks laid. So I don't know if you remember, my first month in office, I killed Obama's high-speed rail project in Florida. So Democrats were furious with me, but a lot of Republicans were too. But it was 84 miles, stopped 15 times, that's high speed. And we were going to lose a bunch of money. So, everybody wrote, oh, Rick Scott didn't take the money, California took all the money. They did. They spent billions, and guess what? No railroad, no locomotives, and a whole bunch of debt. So it didn't work. So here's the deal. We cannot let socialists, Democrat socialists, any socialists run our country. They can't run on their ideas. Their ideas are insane. Right? The only way they can win is cheat. They can't win on their ideas. But they're going to do everything they can to block any effort. And by the way, if we don't get the Save America Act passed, then when in the Senate, majority rules, right? So then we're always going to have a Democrat senator, 2 Democrat senators from California. How's that fair to us in Florida? We do our elections right. So here's the way I look at life. I'm the luckiest kid around, not only because I've got to know you, but I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7, and I kept working. I love working. I enlisted in the Navy, married my wife when I went in at 19. I used the GI Bill. I got out. I finished school. I opened my first business, a donut shop. I bought it so my mom could have a job. She made great donuts. By the way, my mom loved campaigning with you guys. She loved being on TV. She loved going around the state. I just always wanted to get as much applause as she did in 2010. But you know, I came from nothing like a lot of us. I got to build the largest hospital company in the world. But only because of what you allowed me to do. You allowed me and gave me the opportunity to be your governor and be your U.S. Senator. Yeah, and you gave me that opportunity. So by the way, I always tell people, if you're gonna do this, the best job is be the president first, then the governor of Florida. It's harder to be a U.S. Senator. So, but first off, you guys were very helpful. You supported. We did over 100 tax cuts. We slashed thousands of regulations. And because of your help, our economy skyrocketed. The private sector added 1.7 million new jobs. We became the envy of the world. But guess what? Good economies don't last forever. You have to keep cutting taxes, grow jobs. You got to keep the cost of living low. You got to encourage businesses to expand. You got to support all the small businesses because that's where the jobs are. It takes work. It takes focus. It takes not spending money you don't have, like you don't. It takes pissing off special interests and big companies who want more government handouts. And by the way, that's what's frustrating. Now look at what's happening right now at UF. Many of you probably went to UF. Think about this. Go Gators. I love every Florida school. They're all the best. But think what UF just did. They have an interim president that had the job for 9 months, a multi-million-dollar payout for not getting the job. Have you guys ever gotten that? That'd be a good deal, right? This is our flagship university that gets millions of dollars from the state and the federal government, and it's wasting money on insane payouts. So none of you get this stuff. Why should they? This stuff can't happen in Florida. So we got to stop waste. Now, waste shouldn't happen in Washington. It shouldn't happen in Florida. Look, I was with Trump on Wednesday. I was at the White House on Thursday. This guy is an Energizer bunny. He is busting his butt every day. And by the way, I forgot to tell you, I told him I was giving a speech. He said to tell each and every one of you, thank you for all your hard work in 24. Trump knows we have to constantly fight for the American dream. Because guess what? We get stuck with people like Joe Biden and Barack Obama every so often. Those people, the Democrats, believe government is the solution, not the problem. Government is the problem, not the solution. Now, I was talking to some people outside. You know, our economy, unfortunately, in Florida is flat right now. We're losing jobs. We should never lose jobs. Our insurance markets and housing markets are completely unaffordable. Look, Trump is doing everything he can. And I believe our next governor, Byron Donalds, will actually be a great governor and do that. Now, leaders have to stay vigilant and they have to fight. If you don't fight, bad things happen. We all have to be fighting every day. Every incumbent has to help the president deliver and deliver now. It's incumbent on all of us to balance the budget, cut waste, cut taxes, get rid of all the crap regulation that we're tired of. We need freedom, less government. Now, all of it can be done. Because of your support, we were able to do it when I was governor. But in D.C., we have to throw out the filibuster, we got to pass the Save America Act, and we get all of the Trump agenda done. So let me close with this. Here's the way I look at it. Almost every one of your problems is caused by one thing: government. Every place that Washington has forced government into your life, it's made it worse. Big government has made the cost of living go up, the cost of education go up, the cost of basically everything. Let's go back to when I was growing up. It cost me $200 a semester to go to junior college. I could take 21 hours. My best friend bought a house in the suburbs 2 years after high school, $21,000. A new car cost less than $2,000. My first new car cost $1,625. Today, the average cost of a car is $50,000. It's more than most teachers make starting out in this country. Big government spending, deficit after deficit, is causing massive inflation. That's the problem. They're taking away our freedom, they're taking away our rights, and they're taking away our dreams. We've got a broken and radically expensive healthcare system. Childcare, housing, starting a business, everything is harder because of government. Stop asking government to fix things. They don't. The government does not fix things. We fix things. Give us our rights back. Now, you guys are going to campaign for a lot of great people. We've got a lot of great people that are running, and they're going to bust their butt to get us more freedom and work with Donald Trump. One of those candidates comes up next, Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds is going to be a great governor. He was endorsed by Trump. We need to rally around him and focus all of our efforts into beating David Jolly and Gwen Graham. So, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's a true honor of serving you as your governor. It was a great 8 years. I've enjoyed serving as your senator. The other thing I want to thank you, I ran against Mitch McConnell to be the leader, and all of you guys had my back. We didn't win, but we changed the Senate. So God bless you. God bless our country. God bless our troops. And God bless the greatest military in the world. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I saw, I came, I conquered, or should I say I saw, I conquered, I came. This little chico on fire, he ain't no lie. Well, y'all slipping, he's running the game. Now, big bang boogie, get that kitty little noogie in a nice little shave. I gave Susie a little pat up on the booty, and she turned around and said, walk this way. I was born in a plane. Mama said that every word was on my name. I'm the best you've ever had. If you think I'm burning out, I never.
Did you enjoy that speech from Senator Rick Scott? You know, one of the great honors I have as your chairman is I get to present a Statesman of the Year award. And there is no better person than who's getting the award this year in Senator Rick Scott. You know, he came in as governor after an independent named Charlie Crist. I'll forget some of that history. But he ran on jobs. And when he was elected governor, he delivered on his jobs agenda. And you heard today, he's talking about Washington. He is a champion for the Save America Act. You know, we don't have to worry about those problems in Florida because we have election integrity here. But there's other states like California that need that. He also dispensed with that relic of the past, Bill Nelson, to become a U.S. Senator. You know, and so I'm honored today. Hopefully one day we'll be able to call him leader of the Senate. But I'm honored to present him with our Statesman of the Year award, Senator Rick Scott.
So, let me just say, you know, when I got in 2010, nobody knew me, and you guys have been very gracious to me and my family. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I don't care what y'all say. Cause as the world turns, y'all boys gon' learn that this chico right here don't play. That boy's from the bottom of the map, MIA, USA. I gave Susie a little pat up on the booty and she turned around and said, walk this way. I was born in a plane. Mama said that every word was on my name. I'm the best you've ever had. If you think I'm burning out, I never am.
I just want to brag on my friend Byron Donalds. He is one of the most important voices in America today. and he's going to make an amazing governor of the state of Florida. I give him my enthusiastic and wholehearted endorsement. He and Erica are incredible. They are passionate fighters for school choice and for upward mobility, for low.
Mayoral candidate Byron Donalds.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise where I'm shining now. You can't see me, my time is now. In case you forgot or fell off, I'm still hot, knock your shell off.
You know what, RPOF?
I can't turn the swell off.
You know what, RPOF? Listen. Let's take care of some business, shall we? What started at the top of that clip was an endorsement video from not just my good friend, but from one of the great patriots in the history of this country, Charlie Kirk. And now that we are 52 days until the Republican primary here in Florida, I felt it was important to actually share that video. Charlie was amazing. Amazing. You know what? I know they gave me a bunch of speaking time, but let's have some fun, shall we? Anybody got microphones around here? Let's get 2 microphones out. Let's put them in these alleys right here, one over this side, one on this side. And really, to honor Charlie, we're going to change up the program. If you have questions, I want to answer them. If there's things you want to talk about, Let's go. And so we'll just create 2 lines right here. You guys form up. I know people are going to want to come up. That's fine. Whatever you want to ask, we will answer. And let me just also say, for the last year and a half in running for governor, we've been crisscrossing the entire state. We've been in 60 counties in Florida. Most of the events that I do, most of them, we do a little speech and then we take questions. And because I want to take questions because I want to hear from the people of Florida. While that's all getting orchestrated, let me tell you a little bit of my story, a little bit of my background for those who don't know. The video's right. I came here at 17 years old to go to college, to go to Florida A&M University. All I had was the trunk full of clothes. Most young kids, when they hear a trunk, they're like, what? You know, they're like, I don't even know what that is. But the truth is, you get a trunk full of clothes, and that's what you pack all your stuff in. If you're going on a long trip or you're moving for a long time, they get you a trunk, and that's what we were able to do. My mom was on that Greyhound bus with me 24 hours out of Port Authority in Manhattan all the way down to the bus depot in Tallahassee, Florida. Go Noles. Although, wait, I'm running for governor. I love all the colleges. I love them all. I love them all. Okay, now, not Roll Tide. They're in Alabama. We're in the great state of Florida here. So anyway, through that whole journey, when I came here at 17, I was on my own for the first time in my life. 18, 19, and 20 were not good times. Made a lot of mistakes in those years. But what you learn in life is, it's not what happens when you fall down, it's how you get back up. And from the age of 20 years old, giving my life to Christ, yes, in that Cracker Barrel, the story is true. And through that time, every decision in my life was about being a better man than the day I was before. To be a husband and to be a father to my kids, so that they understood that if you're going to do anything worthwhile in life, it requires focus, determination, sacrifice, and never giving up on yourself. And from the age of 20 years old to now being 47 years old, having lived in Florida for 30 years, my life has really been a story of redemption. That's what it's been about. When I graduated college and I moved to Naples, Florida with my lovely wife, Erica, who's in the room. Erica, go ahead, stand up. She's going to make a great first lady, isn't she? So during that whole time, we're in Naples, Florida. And I hear the talk that everybody's, our young people, they're concerned. They want to know how they're going to make ends meet. They want to know how are they going to build the Florida dream for themselves, the way I was able to build the Florida dream with my wife. We did that together, and we raised our kids. Those early days, we were working 2 jobs. Those early days, we had to negotiate the security deposit into our rental agreement because we didn't have the upfront cash to pay it all. And we had to work doubly hard to start moving through life. But slowly but surely, with diligence and hard work, focused on families, serving in our church, just doing the things you're supposed to do to live a good life, we were able to build a fantastic dream. Not just a life, but a dream here in the great state of Florida. When I turned 30 and I was in my career, that's when the Tea Party rallies started. And I went to one because I wanted to see what it was about. And what I saw at that first Tea Party rally, this was going as far back as 2009. What I saw were patriots, people who loved our Constitution, people who wanted a balanced budget, people who were sick of debt, people who were sick of federal government overreach. And that spoke to me because my career was in the finance industry, and those were the same things that I wanted. So I decided to get involved. The first speech I ever gave was in the back of a pickup truck on US 41 on the corner of Pine Ridge Road in front of the Allison Craig Furniture. And let me explain who's running to be your next governor. My family growing up, they were all Democrats, but they were also apolitical. They were like a lot of Americans, not really focusing on politics. I chose conservatism. I chose to be a member of this party. I chose to read what the framers read. I chose to read the Federalist Papers. I chose to read Locke and Montesquieu. I chose to understand that the very essence of human liberty is found in our governing documents. And those governing documents, the core of them really come from the first fight ever recorded in human history, that fight for liberty, Magna Carta, back in 1215. So when you hear from me over the next 52 days and you say to yourself, why are we supporting Byron Donalds for governor? It is because he's a committed conservative who uses common sense and wants the Florida dream for everybody. Florida is the #1 state in all of America. We are #1. We are the best. When I travel the country, even to my colleagues who represent in the great state of Texas, I tell them it's okay to be #2. Don't worry. Because we're #1. I got my buddy Vivek Ramaswamy. He's running to be governor in Ohio. And I tell Vivek, there's nothing wrong with being #3. That's awesome. And to my friend, and she is a sweetheart of a lady, Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. And she's sweet, but she's tough. You can ask Rick Scott. She's sweet, but she's tough. And I tell her, I said, Marsha, #4 is not bad. It's not bad to round out the final 4. It's not bad. But we're going to remain the #1 state in America. And how we are going to do that is to be focused on common sense, conservative principles. The #1 principle is law and order will remain the standard here in Florida. Our law enforcement officials, they will continue to get all of the support that they so richly deserve. Because if our streets are not safe, we cannot build economies, we cannot grow families, we cannot just worship our God and love one another and love our families. So law and order is the standard, and that will not change. But even though we're #1, there's still more work to be done. You just don't get to stay on top. And by the way, Governor DeSantis has done a tremendous job leading our state. A tremendous job, and he's to be commended for all his hard work. But you just don't stay #1. You got to work incredibly hard at maintaining it. How are we going to do that in our state? #1, we are going to be focused on organizing and modernizing our government. Government has to be efficient going into the future. We cannot have a government that still works as if it's 1997. Florida's government is going to be a modern and efficient government that is responsive to you, the people of this great state. We are going to be a state that's going to lead the other 49 in actually checking all of these programs to make sure that there is no waste, no fraud, and no abuse of programs that people are looking for when they truly do need help. So our government is going to be working with the Trump administration to make sure that there is no fraud in Medicaid. There is no fraud in SNAP benefits. The people who actually qualify are the ones who will use it. And any fraudster who thinks they're going to be in Florida to take advantage of our systems, they will be arrested. They will be thrown in jail. And we are going to protect the dollars of the people of Florida. When it comes to property taxes, and listen, this is in your hands now. Because Governor DeSantis is correct. You're not a piggy bank for government. And you deserve to own your home free from government. You deserve that. And so we are going to support the governor's amendment. We want to see it passed. If it does not, we will bring it back through the Tax and Budget Commission next year with the goal of eliminating homestead property taxes in the state of Florida. When it comes to insurance, the legislature did some great work, but there is more to do. We have to modernize our insurance systems. We have to look at the regulatory framework of our insurance market and use every way possible to push those costs down. Now, let me segue a little bit out of the commentary. I spent 17 years in the financial industry. Commercial banking, insurance, and financial services. I'm the only person running for governor that's actually worked in the private sector, that actually knows what it is to get the job done in the private sector. So if you want to find ways to actually lower insurance costs, wouldn't it be helpful to have a governor who's actually worked in the financial world that doesn't need to wait on a lobbyist or wait on a staffer to give them the information they already know before the insurance companies come in the door? Because I'm telling you right now, that is my experience in the real world for 17 years. I also chaired the Insurance and Banking Subcommittee when I was in the Florida House. So these issues are not foreign to me. I know them quite well, and there are mechanisms that we can change to lower insurance costs for the people of Florida. But let's talk about the thing that's on a lot of people's mind, growth. We're choking on it. We need regional growth management plans in Florida. If you do not have a plan, then what you are doing is planning to fail. And with people choosing Florida because we are the best state in all of America, guess what? We're going to have a plan to manage growth. Where are we going to put commercial centers? Where are we going to put single-family homes, infill housing, workforce housing? Florida has mastered suburban sprawl. We don't really do urban sprawl, but we've mastered suburban sprawl. We have planned unit developments as far as the eye can see. The road systems do not keep up. It takes longer and more effort to get from point A to point B. And that is because we do not have regional growth management plans for the future of this state. And we are going to develop those plans to make sure that we balance not just housing and commercial, but agriculture and our environment. Because ag and our environment are just as important as single-family homes and commercial development. But the one thing I want to get to, and then we're going to open it up, is the future of Florida. The future of Florida is not based on who wins a gubernatorial election. The future of Florida is not about the next 4 years. The future of Florida is about the next 30. And the centerpiece of that future are about our kids. They have to succeed if we are going to succeed. We have built the Florida dream for ourselves, but the way we remain number one is to make sure that our kids can build the Florida dream for themselves. That's the purpose. That's the goal. We are going to refocus on reading scores in our states. Children in our state need to be reading on grade level and beyond. We want our kids to master math, reading, and writing, so that when they walk across that stage at high school graduation, that they are highly educated and prepared to take on the world. We believe in having personalized success plans because every child is different. Every child is special. Every child has been given a gift from God. And we want to make sure that working with their parents, because your children, they don't belong to the state, they don't belong to school districts, they don't belong to schools, they belong to those parents. And in high school, we want to have a Launchpad initiative. The Launchpad initiative will allow for kids junior year and senior year to enter the workforce directly, to get on-the-job training, to get credentialing, to get an internship or an apprenticeship. The purpose so that when they walk across that stage, they have a plan and strategy of where they're going to go, how they're going to build that dream for themselves. Hopefully you get a young boy who decides to be an electrician. He's doing pretty good, making $150 a year. He meets a nice little young girl and she says, you know what, I'm gonna bet on him. This guy's impressive. And they get married and they have kids and they build a life the same way my wife and I built a life. That's the Florida dream. That's what we're defending. That's what we're protecting. That is what we are building on. I've been very clear from the start of this campaign. I've moved here at 17, 30 years ago. 30 years I've lived in Florida. When I'm 77 years old, 30 years into the future, I'm long gone from the political stage. I want to sit back and marvel that Florida is still the best state in all of America. And I would be remiss, since we are here with the Republican Party of Florida, let's talk a quick bit about the Democrats. This is what you're going to see after August 18th. There will be a gentleman who will be walking around the state. He used to be a Republican, and then he became an independent, and now all of a sudden he's a Democrat. And I don't understand. I think he's older than me. I don't understand how you could be changing so much in 3 years. It makes no sense to me. But okay, so be it. And he's going to campaign in the most boring way possible. He's going to say everything is going to be fine. We believe in a great Florida and blah, 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 blah. You're probably going to turn the channel because it's boring. Let me tell you, the boring part is not a bug. It is a feature. The Democrats understand very clearly that they cannot campaign on their radical agenda because the people of Florida will reject it soundly. So what they campaign on is being nice and trying to seem normal. But we've seen this campaign before. 4 years ago, this was done in the state of Arizona with Katie Hobbs. And she walked around sounding very nice. She didn't speak much at all. Everything was so prim and proper and crafted. And she won an election, maybe, in Arizona. And then she moved quickly to undo everything that the previous Republican governor, Doug Ducey, did for the state of Arizona. She didn't tell him on the campaign trail what she was going to do. She was very nice. And then when she got into office, she was a radical. Last year in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. I served with Abigail. She is a radical. She voted for every radical piece of legislation Nancy Pelosi put in front of her. But on the campaign trail, she was very nice. She wore her white suit, and she gave a little wry smile, and she didn't say much. And the second she became governor, she proceeded to undo every major common sense reform that Glenn Youngkin put into the Commonwealth of Virginia. So now it's coming to Florida, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to sound very nice, but they will be very radical. And I don't know about you, but we have worked too hard in this state for too long to make it the #1 conservative state in all of America just to let some milquetoast Democrat wannabe think that he is going to transform Florida. We, the RPOF, we have a responsibility to maintain Florida as the #1 state in all of America. We have a responsibility to make sure that Florida remains the free state of Florida. We have a responsibility that Florida remains the law and order state in all of America. We have a responsibility that Florida continues to build economically, protecting our environment, protecting our ag lands, making sure our kids get a world-class education. And oh, by the way, we have a responsibility to protect their puberty and to make sure that you don't have any crazy person trying to come into our state and transing our kids. This is why I'm running for governor. Because we are the best state in America. That is not going to change. And together, this November, we are going to tell the Florida Democrat Party once again, you cannot win in Florida because we love our state. It's the best state, and that is not going to change anytime soon. God bless you, RPOF. Now, I got on a roll, so I thought I was going to be a little bit shorter. Yes, sir.
Hello, Congressman Donalds. Nice to talk to you again. My name is Joseph Sempervivo. I'm the president of Florida Atlantic University College Republicans. I have multiple questions I'd like to ask you, but I'll focus on one today. What's your stance on the First and Second Amendment, and how do you plan to further it for the people, the American people?
The First Amendment is critical to the foundation of this country. If you don't have free speech, you don't have anything. If you don't have freedom to assemble, you don't have anything. If you don't have the freedom to petition your government, you don't have anything. If you don't have the freedom to worship your God, you don't have anything. It is critical. To the Second Amendment, it is just as important as the first. If you do not have the ability to bear arms and protect yourself, and honestly, what the framers were talking about was not gangs, it was government. That's what the framers of our Constitution was talking about. The Second Amendment is critical. It is just as important as the First. And oh, by the way, so are the Fourth and the Fifth and the Ninth and the 10th. They're all critical to our republic. I will also say, when I was in the legislature, there was a bill that came in front of us. There was a bill that took away Second Amendment rights in the Florida legislature. I'm one of 14 Republicans that voted no. I was a freshman in the Florida House. This was before Fox News, before CNN, before Twitter followers, before all that. I voted no because I told my state house district at the time that if they elected me, I would always protect their constitutional rights. And let's be very clear. When you're in the chamber and the pressure's hot and Republican leadership comes to you and they say, Byron, we need you to stand with us on this one, you have a choice to make. Are you going to go along to get along, or are you going to stand for the people that you represent and you serve? And so when the time came to stand for the Constitution and for the Second Amendment, I stood. I stood. And I will always stand for your constitutional rights. Next question.
Good afternoon, Congressman. My question is, what would be your first 5 initiatives that you would do as our governor?
Great question. First 5 initiatives. Number 1, we're going to order a top to bottom audit of all agencies in the state of Florida with the goal of doing everything that we can to modernize these agencies, make them more efficient. Number 2, we are going to seat members on the Tax and Budget Commission who are going to be focused on examining the entire taxing system of Florida, including fees, and also looking at all governmental budgetary practices at the state level and on the local level. We're going to move to modernize that entire system. We want to be overly transparent. We want to overly communicate with the people of Florida. We have a Transparency Florida website right now that puts all of the state's business on there. But guess what? It's not easy to search through. It's actually quite difficult if you don't know what you're looking for. We want to make that a user-friendly system so you can check and see everything that is happening. Number 3, we're going to work with the legislature to make sure that we hit the ground running on insurance. We have to reform our insurance markets here in Florida. We have to. We have to. Number 4, we are going to begin the process working with the legislature of refocusing on 3rd grade reading standards and then providing the tutoring to come behind that. So if a child is falling behind in Florida, that they get up to grade on being able to read on time and read on grade level. Their ability to read is the thing that's going to take them off to the stratosphere. So those are the top 4. Number 5, we are going to begin the work of reforming healthcare delivery in our state. We have to define and have a better healthcare delivery system for all the people of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congressman Donalds, what's your plan to lower property insurance costs for Florida homeowners?
Great question. So a couple of things. One, the Florida Catastrophe Fund, right now, the fund balance at the end of the year looks like it's going to be around $12 billion. What happens is every insurance company pays money into that, and then they also pay an additional 25% kicker. We want to look at that 25% kicker and modernize that. That way, those are direct savings to Floridians. Number 2, we want to look at a temporary reinsurance ban on the bottom side of the CAT fund. The other piece is going to be finding ways to invest in people being able to harden some of those homes, some of the older homes in Florida, so it's easier to rate them and get cheaper insurance. The other thing we want to do is spend a lot of time dealing with the reinsurance companies. For people who are not familiar, insurance companies insure half of their balance sheet with reinsurance companies. The state of Florida has to engage those reinsurance companies who are all around the globe, a lot of them in London or Bermuda or Zurich, but they're all around the globe. We need to engage them continuously so that they understand how to appropriately write the risk of Florida. So those are the things that we're going to do. We believe, and we're going to be releasing a policy position on this in a couple of weeks, but with some more details. But we believe that if you do that work, you can lower insurance rates at a minimum 10%. You could probably get as high as 25%. Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of insurance again, Florida homeowners are seeing wind insurance premiums that have doubled or tripled over the last couple years, making homeownership very difficult for many. I want to know what specific policies you would implement in the first 2 years as governor to reduce wind insurance premiums, and if you are elected as governor, by the end of your first term, that the average Florida homeowner will be paying less for wind insurance than they are today.
Well, a lot of the wind insurance question I just answered, but I'll go back through it. It's fine. The Florida Catastrophe Fund has not really been changed since it was created after Hurricane Andrew. It hasn't changed. The Florida legislature hasn't made any changes to that. The rapid cash buildup function was added in after, I believe it was 2005, Hurricane Wilma, and those years in Florida. We need to modernize the rapid cash buildup portion of that. That needs to change. We can modernize it. It potentially could be fully eliminated, the kicker, not the full premium going in to the CAP fund. Also, when you're talking about a low-level reinsurance band, what that does, it helps lower the cost when there is higher reinsurance costs in the private markets. So it's a temporary solution. It's not something you leave out forever because you don't want to create a moral hazard where insurance companies are just sitting on your books, on your balance sheets. One of the other reforms we want to bring in is called our insurance scorecard. Our insurance scorecard will be publicly available information to every purchaser of insurance in the state, not just the average premium, but what does the carrier do about paying claims? What's their processing timelines on claim payments? How many policies do they end up kicking out of their system? These are the things that the consumers of insurance in our state need to know so that when they're shopping for property insurance, they have more information. And we all know in a transparent market, what happens with prices? They stabilize and they come down. And that's what we have to be focused on going forward. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Solomon Park. I'm from Virginia, and I'm planning on to live in Florida after my internship. So my question to you is, I am curious, what's it like when you got to meet President Trump the first time?
The first time I met him? Is that the first time I met him? Yes, sir. Well, first of all, you're making a great choice coming to Florida. I don't know what they're doing in Virginia. You're doing a great job. The first time I met President Trump was in South Carolina back in 2019. And I gave a speech introducing him, and he was given an award in South Carolina. And I was so nervous. Secret Service said, okay, when you're done with the speech, walk off stage, go sit in the crowd. And I gave the speech, and he comes out, and we're taking the pictures on stage. And I got so nervous, I walked backstage. So then you're back there, and Secret Service is like, well, now you got to stay here. And so actually Jared Kushner was backstage. That's the first time I met Jared as well. And, the president had, he was using the prompter that day. And we all know the president, the weave is coming in at some point. We all know this. And so in the back, everybody was like, oh, yeah, he's weaving again. It's all right. We'll finish out. So then the president comes back behind stage. And he was like, that was an impressive speech. Thank you so much. Turned to talk to Jared, and poof, they were gone. It's the first time I met him. Yes, sir.
Congressman Donalds, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask this question. My name is Mikhail Yusupov. I'm the founder and president of Affordable Care Agents. We service 100,000 people. We're very heavy in the health insurance space. So my question is, millions of Floridians rely on licensed health insurance agents and brokers to help them understand their health coverage options at no additional cost. What would your administration do to protect consumer choice and ensure independent agents and brokers can continue serving seniors, families, and small businesses?
I don't really have an issue with independent brokers. I think independent brokers do a great job trying to advocate for their client. The problem in health insurance overall is Obamacare. It sucks. It's awful. It's awful. It's awful. The Obamacare healthcare system by design was to increase premiums on the American people and increase deductibles. So that way the American people would be so frustrated that some future loony Democrat, and they're electing them in New York, by the way, that they would then come in and would want to institute single payer healthcare. That's the true enemy of what's happening in our health insurance market. I think agents are critical to making sure patients are informed, but we're going to have to get serious about the cost of health insurance and the cost of health care overall, because the system is not functional. Listen, I was there negotiating with my colleagues the president's agenda, One Big Beautiful Bill. The United States government does not have the ability to finance healthcare the way we finance it today over the long term. We have to modernize the system. We want to actually use the state's innovative mindset to lead on that effort to create a model for healthcare delivery in Florida. Secondly, the insurance markets themselves, what you end up having is a situation where people are not really getting a robust market because of Obamacare's failures of trapping everybody into this massive major medical corridor where the cost of insurance is just so high and it's pricing people out. So we're actually looking at some other initiatives around insurance in Florida to try to help find a way to alleviate some of that cost. But like Senator Scott said, this is one of the reasons the filibuster has to go. Because Senate Democrats do not want to make fundamental changes to Obamacare. They want the system to break the backs of the hardworking people of this country because they want the hardworking people of this country to just get fed up and say, you know what, I can't take it anymore, fine, do single payer. And let me be clear, America has a quasi-single payer system right now. It's called the VA. Ask our vets. Ask the men and women who serve this nation. If you can get an appointment, great. They're going to do as best job as they can, but most people can't get an appointment. It's disgusting what's happened to our veterans in this country because they deserve better. And going down the line of more bad Democrat policy, and this is really directed at Republicans in the Senate, not Rick Scott, but the other guys. Going down the line of negotiating with Elizabeth Warren and Chuck Schumer is not helping this country. You cannot negotiate with these people because they're stupid. You need real policy.
Congressman Donald, it's a pleasure to speak with you. I don't know if you remember, but we spoke very briefly last week in Coral Gables. My name is Grant, and I have a little bit of a multifaceted question for you. So I'm sure that you were as shocked as most of us in this room this week on Tuesday when we woke up on Wednesday morning and saw that 3 radical communist Democrats were elected in the Democratic primary in New York. So my question to you is, what's your reaction to this? Is the Republican Party doing something wrong in that they're not attracting these young voters and the young voters are choosing communism as the alternative? As well as what specific actions can you take as the governor of Florida to protect us from the threat of communist insurgency in the United States?
Well, first of all, we're in the same battle that every generation of Americans and quite frankly human beings have been in. It's always been a constant fight between liberty and tyranny. And today is no different. What the party needs to do, number one, is remain focused on first principles. And like I said before, using every lever you can to make sure that we enact the right policy and defeat these radical Democrats because they are radical. That is just the way it is. And it's unfortunate to see what's happened to that party, but that is not the party of JFK. I dare say that's not even the party of Bill Clinton. That is a radical communist socialist party. That is what they are. So they just have to be defeated. Now, for the RPOF, for Republicans, we compete all the time. We don't just compete in primaries for governor. We don't just compete in primaries for Congress and State House. We compete on the local level. We have the RECs and we have clubs and certain people want certain people in different, it happens all the time, I get it. But we have to remember the mission. And the mission is turning out voters in the great state of Florida for the purpose of winning elections. Because the only way you're going to beat the radical Democratic left is you have to win elections. That's the way it's done. When it comes to our kids and it comes to young people in general, yeah, the party, we got to engage them. We can't wait. We can't sit around and just think that, oh, hopefully by the time they turn 32 and they have a couple kids, then they'll choose us. No. We have to go into our colleges. We have to go into our high schools. We have to engage these young people. The Bible is very clear. You train a child up in the way they should go, and when they are older, they will not depart. And that's what we got to do as a party. And for the Democrats, they'll be like, oh, listen to him. Now he wants to indoctrinate children. Absolutely not. I might have an opponent or two who might clip that last statement and throw it on social media. Ridiculous. Anyway, we have to engage our young people and teach them that capitalism is the greatest economic system ever devised by man. The best. We have to teach them that self-government, restraint in government, separation of powers, term limits, that is the pathway for self-government to work. That's the pathway. Have you ever noticed why Florida is so good? We have great leadership, but we also have term limits. You don't stick around for long in Florida politics. You just don't. And it allows for new people to come in and be a part of that fabric. Our young people need to know this. When I talk to young people, I say to them, you don't even believe in Democrat policy. They'll be like, well, why do you say that, sir? And I said, because everything in your life is customized. You want your food when you want it. You're on these things. You want to watch what you want to watch when you want it. You know, you go see your friends when you want to. Now there are gaming systems all linked. They don't even have to leave their room to play with their friends. For young people in our country, their lives are so customizable, and it's on their terms, and it's on demand for the most part. And they love that. Why would you give your agency over to some knucklehead Democrat out of New York who doesn't know what the hell they're talking about? Why would you do that? Why would you turn your agency and your thought process over to any politician? No. The choices and the freedom reside with people. Our job as a party is to make sure that government follows that model so that the liberty of the people is protected. If we take that message to young people, we can win them too. With a little bit of style. You got to have some style when you go see the young people. You got to have a little bit of style. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I've worked in Florida law enforcement now for a few years.
Yeah.
It is my opinion we should be harsher on criminals in our streets. It's my understanding you wish to, thank you. It's my understanding you wish to raise the threshold that makes theft a felony level. Is that true? And if so, how do you rationalize saying we're going to take a tough on crime approach while making it easier for thieves to get away with it?
Oh, this is a great question. So as governor, we're not going to touch the felony theft threshold. We're not touching it. The reason why is because it was changed when I was in the legislature. I did run the bill. I did. And so what happened was misdemeanors are still there. People are still arrested for misdemeanor theft, and they should. Retail rings, that's a felony no matter what amount you steal. We wanted to make sure that was a part of the law. Governor DeSantis signed that into law back in 2019, I want to say. So that's now law in Florida. We're not changing that. We're going to keep it where it is. And by the way, when I talk with law enforcement officials, they're not coming, and they come with recommendations all the time. They're not saying, Byron, we got to change this or change that. What the sheriffs of our state want, they want our laws to remain as they are. As governor, our laws are going to remain as they are. And they're going to get all the support they need from me to make sure that they can do their mission. And when it comes to some of the state attorneys, I know the governor had to remove one in Orlando a couple times. For the state attorneys, they have a responsibility to enforce the law and prosecute crime. That's their responsibility. As governor, if they decide that they're not going to follow that duty, they will be removed from office. Next question.
Congressman, thank you for being here. My name is Kellen Habibulahi. While an activist federal judge temporarily blocked Governor DeSantis' executive order, which designated the Council on American Islamic Relations and the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist groups, the legislature stepped up and passed a bill that permanently cut off state funding and mandated the immediate expulsion of all students who promoted those on college campuses.
Right.
So will you as governor continue to enforce this? And
100%. Sharia, 100%. Sharia law is incompatible with Western civilization. Incompatible. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to use our system of governance against us to undermine our Constitution and to undermine Western civilization. And I'm not going to stand for it. And things like this, you just have to call it exactly what it is. It is radicalism that eats away and destroys the liberty of people, period. And I would also say for the ladies in the audience, but for the women of Florida, let's be very direct about this. You do not want radical Islam taking hold in our state, because the first people that they will undermine and subject and take away rights from are the women of Florida. And unlike the Democrats, I'm going to protect the women of Florida from radical Sharia law.
Good afternoon, Congressman. My name is Rick Roth. I'm a farmer. I farm in Palm Beach County, the best place to farm in the United States. I love your premise that Florida is #1 in so many things, but I want to put on your radar there's another issue for our country that really is going to impact agriculture, and that is water.
Yes.
You're having states like Colorado, Arizona, California, Utah that are running out of water and they're experiencing droughts. Had an amazing snow drought in the West this year, and that's where California gets a lot of its water. So again, we know that population growth and agriculture blooming in Florida because other states are failing. What are we going to do to increase our water supply above ground and underground?
This is a great question, and I thank you for it. Water, there are going to be two major things going forward. We're going to need detailed strategies on. And the first is to the premise of your question, water. The second is power. But I'm going to just focus on water right now. Florida needs a 50-year water strategy. How are we going to have fresh, potable drinking water for the people of Florida while also managing industry and agriculture that are a bedrock portion of our state? One of the things that we have to do very quickly, we have to modernize a lot of our wastewater treatment facilities in our state. They are outdated. They are not prepared for the load that Florida has, no pun intended, but they're not prepared for the load that we have right now. And as the state continues to grow, we need to make sure that there's fresh water for that. Well, the states also have to look at rainwater collection. We've not done that. Our state mostly does floodplain management and we dissipate rainwater. We don't capture that. So if we're starting to think about drought in that way, we need to have the tools in place to capture rainwater, store it, and use it for drinking water for people. So those are the two main ones. People bring up desalinization plants. They're possible, but they require a lot of power to operate. And so if you're going to do that, then the state needs another natural gas pipeline. The state needs to be fully focused on bringing small modular nuclear reactors and microreactors to be the bedrock for Florida going forward. Hydrogen power, it looks like hydrogen's starting to figure some stuff out. If that can be stabilized and work, we want to do that too. So these are all the things that we want to make sure that we do. But when it comes to water, it's about having a detailed strategy for the next 30 years. I'm not an ecologist, I'm a finance guy. So we want to make sure we have the people in the room who want to develop that plan, but rainwater capture has to be a part of that. Actually being able to treat the water that is used in an advanced way. And so make sure that you can recharge a lot of the water basins that we have so you're not having to use that water to recharge our aquifers. So we just have to think very smartly about water going into the future.
We are out of time, sir.
All right. So last thing I want to talk about, and I got the mic so I can kind of do what I want right now. I want to thank you. I talked about early being in the grassroots. I was a guy that knocked doors for other candidates back in 2010, 2011, 2012. I was a guy that organized phone lists like you organize phone lists. I was a guy that was in my local REC doing whatever we could to help people get across the line. I'm not just a guy running for governor. I'm somebody that was in the trenches with you, fighting for liberty, fighting for freedom, fighting to make sure Florida was the best state in America. This is something that has been a true honor to devote just my own personal time to. I'm not talking about elective office. I'm talking about the time working side by side with so many of you in this room over so many years. From the bottom of my heart and on behalf of every other elected official in the state of Florida, I want to say thank you. Thank you, because we cannot be successful without the hard work of the people here at the Republican Party of Florida. And to the women of Florida in our RPOF, what do they say, honey? Politics is women's work? And when women work, we win. God bless you guys. Take it easy. God bless Florida. God bless America.
To the stage to close out today's program, the chairman of the Republican Party of Florida, Evan Power.
Been out with the young guns blazing, so you better not try. You'll never find another.
Did we have a great day today? Do we not know why Republicans win in Florida? So the choice right now is we're in a battle for the soul of our country. We can go the path of New York and Mondami, or we can go the path of Florida and the great leadership we've had in Governor Ron DeSantis, and you just heard from Byron Donalds. Because that's the fate we would have if we give up. Democrats want nothing more to get a foothold in Florida. So we as a Republican Party must continue to fight. Fight harder than we ever have before. Every door that is knocked, every phone call that's made gets us closer to our dreams of continuing to show Florida leads the way. We're excited about this election season. We're excited about driving up some big wins. Thank you all for your support of this party, and let's win big in November. Thank you.